Chapter 1 System and Traverser. Ding! Found the special forging material Lucky Stone, which can forge the special item Lucky Bracelet. Is it forging? Yes. In the next second, a quaint grey bracelet appeared in the child's hand. Looking at the bracelet that suddenly appeared in his hand, the message of the bracelet appeared on the child's retina. Lucky Bracelet, the wearer will not be hit by any non-designated AoE skills. Yet, it worked. The child clenched his fists, his immature face could not conceal his excitement. The child is named Kuroyoshi. Konoha was born in 48 years, 1 month older than Naruto. His parents were ninjas, who died in the Nine Tails Chaos shortly after his birth. He also has another identity, that is, the Traverser. As a large number of travelers, Kuroyoshi naturally has his own cheat. God-level forging system. As the name suggests, it is a system for collecting materials to forge props and weapons. And, during the Nine Tails Chaos 4 years ago, he forged his first piece of equipment. Kurama Ring, upgradable. The ring contains the chakra and attributes of Nine Tails, and the wearer can use it at will. This is forged from chakra dropped from Nine Tails. 4 years ago, the Nine Tails Chaos. Kuroyoshi's home was swept away by Nine Tails One Tail. Fortunately, Kuroyoshi fell into the gap supported by a few pieces of wood and was not smashed to death. And a few Nine Tails hairs hung on the broken wood above his head. Kuroyoshi touched it curiously, then awakened the system and forged the Kurama Ring. He was rescued by Konoha's ninja and sent to an orphanage to raise him. 4 years have passed in a flash. In the past 4 years, Kuroyoshi also tried to use other items to forge props and equipment, but failed. Because ordinary items do not have the materials to be forged. And Kuroyoshi finally accepted everything, fully integrated into this world, and began to exercise for becoming a ninja. This is a chaotic world, where power comes first. Without power, you cannot control your own destiny. Since great props and equipment are not so easy to create, you can only work on other aspects. Relying on the effect of the Ring of Nine Horns, Kurajoshi's physical recovery speed is amazing, and he can complete many training that his peers can't do. Although he is only 4 years old, his physical fitness is better than many senior students. Today, Kuroyoshi was tired after running a lap around Konoha. He looked up at the sky, looked at the blue sky and white clouds and the portrait on the Hokage cliff. Suddenly the idea of going up and looking at it came to his mind. When stepping into the top of the cliff, the system prompt that had been silent for more than 4 years finally sounded again, and then a lucky bracelet was created. However, after the excitement passed, Kuroyoshi fell into contemplation again. The rocks on Hokage cliff are very common and there is no special place. But the system calls it the Lucky Stone. Could it be? Kuroyoshi remembered a stock he had seen on the Taiba forum in his previous life. When a large-scale disaster occurred in the ninja world, he would be safe by running on the Hokage cliff. Konoha will suffer all kinds of attacks in the future, and the village has been razed to the ground, but no matter what the village is destroyed, Hokage cliff is safe and will not be attacked. Will the lucky stone be caused by the future luck of Hokage cliff? Thinking about this, Kuroyoshi picked up a stone again and used the system to detect the material. Ding! Ordinary stones do not have the ability to build special props. Why? Is it because luck was used as a material by the system to make the bracelet? After that, when pain attacks Konoha, will the pure land of Hokage cliff be razed to the ground? Kuroyoshi didn't know, but he probably knew how to find forging materials. As the sun sets, dusk falls. Looking at the afterglow of the sun on the other side of the mountain, Kuroyoshi stood up from the ground, patted the dirt on his butt, and went down the mountain. He should be there at this time. At dusk, Konoha Street was sparsely populated, and smoke rose from the smokestacks of every household. Kuroyoshi could smell the scent of food at any time when he walked on the street, and his stomach screamed. He touched his belly, and after a short silence, he quickened his pace and rushed to the goal. Konoha is a village of ninjas. In order to facilitate the ninjas in the village to have a good practice environment, training venues 1 to 40 have been set up in the village. The 9th training ground is located near the ninja school. It is a place where many students like to go for additional training after school. It stands to reason that there is no one at this point, but when Kuroyoshi arrived, he heard the sound of hitting the stakes far away. As he entered the venue, a little boy wearing a white tang suit with long braids behind his back and thick eyebrows kept kicking against the stakes, kicking and counting. People are unfair from birth. Kuroyoshi understood this in his previous life. In this life, it is even more obvious. The boy named Rock Lee cannot learn ninjutsu illusion like everyone else, he can only reach ultimate in what he can do. Work hard, work hard, work harder. Rock Lee only has to make continuous efforts in physical training. Kuroyoshi runs a circle around Konoha every day. It is not the first time that he sees Rock Lee exercising in the evening or even in the evening. But even if he has seen it countless times, every time he sees the sweat-drenched clothes, the scarred hands and feet, and the firm and unwavering eyes, he will be moved again. Just because he refused to admit defeat, and wanted to prove that even without talent, he can become a great ninja. Rock Lee insists on the intensity of training day after day that ordinary people can't imagine. No one should admire this kind of will. But even so, thinking of Rock Lee's class division after graduation, and thinking of the last decisive battle to open the 6th gate, he could only watch the battle from a distance, and Kuroyoshi couldn't help clenching his fist. Must own master's own destiny. Thinking about this, Kurikishu stretched his brows and walked over with a smile. The training ground is a lawn, surrounded by trees and grass, but Kuroyoshi didn't hide his whereabouts, and walked freely, so Rock Lee also found him far away. However, he did not stop his practice because of the arrival of Kuroyoshi, nor was he even distracted. Kuroyoshi stopped at a position 2 meters before Rock Lee kicked the pile, watched it carefully for a while and said, "You can't practice like this." Boom! The heavier kick kicked on the stake, causing the hollow stake to tremble slightly. Rock Lee stared at Kuroyoshi with an unkind expression. "Are you here to laugh at me too? If so, laugh as much as you want. Anyway, I can only do this trivial thing." Kuroyoshi was stunned. He didn't expect Rock Lee to react like this. But it's not surprising that he would react like this when thinking of his experience in school. After all, Rock Lee is only 1 year old now. It was the time when the students showed their talents. His physique just showed off, and it was the most serious year when his classmates ridiculed him. Kuriki smiled relievedly and shook his head slightly. "I didn't come to laugh at you, I just wanted to correct one thing. It's useless for you to bury your head and practice hard by yourself, come and fight with me." With that, Kuroyoshi put on a fighting pose to Rock Lee. Chapter 2 Hot Blood Headband. Rock Lee was also stunned. He actually knows Kuroyoshi. Although he doesn't know his name, he can often be seen running around Konoha. He meets more often and his face is naturally written down. It's just that the two have never met. Xiao Li couldn't understand why Kuroyoshi, who had never met, suddenly came to fight with him. But you make sense. If you always practice hard by yourself, you can't practice anything. I will go to the classmates to challenge tomorrow. Xiao Li clenched his fists in front of his chest with a firm expression. This. Kuroyoshi opened his mouth and asked, "Why don't you fight me?" Xiao Li turned around and smiled at him, and said, "You are not a student of ninja school. Even if you win, what can you prove? What's wrong with not going to school? Look down on people who don't go to school? I still look down on you, pupil." Kuroyoshi was frantic and was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li said suddenly, "I didn't finish the 300 kicks just now, so I'll punish myself for 300 laps." After speaking, he ignored Kuroyoshi and jumped up around the training ground with his head in his arms. Kuroyoshi was speechless. He wanted to fight Xiao Li, and then grabbed a piece of skin or hair from him. He never expected things to develop like this. But it doesn't matter. The brightly colored bloodline remained on the wooden stakes that were kicked out of the depression on the field, and it was not completely dried. It was left by Xiao Li during training. Kuroyoshi stretched out his hand to touch the bloodline, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! It is found that the special material burning hot blood can be made into a special item, hot blood headband. Whether or not it is forged. Yes. As the voice fell, a red headband appeared on Kuroshi's hand, and the headband information appeared on the retina. Hot-blooded headband, it can make the wearer become hot-blooded, and at the same time make the body tougher and able to persist in higher intensity physical training. More tenacious. Looking at the effect of the headband, Kuroyoshi looked at Xiao Li, who was still trying to leapfrog. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "Xiao Li, you are not a useless crane tail, you are a genius who works hard. There is no shortage of people with great perseverance in this world. One of the admission requirements of the Konoha Shinobi School is to have great perseverance, but in this world only Xiao Li can conduct such inhuman training. It is not that others have no perseverance, but their bodies do not allow it. Ordinary people who practice like them will only use their bodies to waste. If Emperor Guy fails to break through the limits of the human body, he will not be able to do the same. This is the talent working genius that belongs exclusively to Xiao Li. And now, with this headband, Kuroyoshi also has such a talent, and he also has the Ring of Nine Horns to quickly regain his physical strength, and he can train at a higher intensity than Xiao Li. With the headband on, the body that had been exhausted from the training day burst into vitality again. Kuroyoshi clenched a fist and ran around Konoha again. Starting today, he has to train more every day than yesterday. But despite saying that, Kuroyoshi didn't run long before he went back. He is not Xiao Li. He has chakra and can develop in ninjutsu illusion. It is impossible for him to devote all his energy to physique. Although the physical skills are very strong at ultimate, but the previous life has already known the limits of physical skills through Emperor Guy. Even if you reach ultimate, even burning your life, you still can't dominate everything. Kuroshi's home is in the bachelor apartment area south of Konoha. After he showed the dean of the orphanage a year ago that he could take care of himself alone, Konoha allowed him to move out alone and allocated a house. Of course, Konoha has to pay a monthly allowance for living expenses. Although not much, just ordinary life is enough. The rooms are wooden rooms, single rooms, and the furniture is only necessary for daily life such as beds, tables and chairs, and small refrigerators. After returning home, Kuroyoshi cooked a meal at random, and sat on the bed cross-legged to refine chakra. Kuroshi's parents are Chunin, who are of the average kind. They can't be compared with the big guys like Konoha Gate God, at most they are compared with Mizuki Irika. Therefore, there is very little legacy left after death. In addition to a pension, there are only scrolls of chakra refining technique, 3-body technique, the basic technique of using Kunao Shuriken, and some ninja experience in doing tasks. These were all sent by third generation when he moved out to live independently. Through the scroll, he can learn the knowledge of the ninja school in advance. Chakra is the product of the perfect fusion of the physical energy absorbed from 130 trillion cells of the human body and the spiritual energy that has undergone many practices and accumulated experience. In theory, the stronger the vitality, the more experienced people will have chakra. Kuroyoshi was born as a commoner, without a strong bloodline. In terms of experience, although he was a human in his 2 lives, he only lived 18 years in his previous life. In addition, he was only 23 in his present life. It was not as good as those ninjas who wandered through life and death all year round. Therefore, he has very little chakra. Kuroyoshi refined chakra for 2 hours a day for a year, and the amount of chakra accumulated was only enough to use transformation technique once. His talent is not good. If he only relies on cultivation, his greatest achievement in his life is to become a cannon fodder genin. What is cannon fodder genin? It is that genin has more rich experience than the average genin. He doesn't even know how to escape. He only knows genin, which uses Kunao Shuriken detonation talisman. Similar to his parents or Mizuki Irika. 2 hours later, Kuroyoshi opened his eyes. He felt the amount of chakra that hardly grew in his body, nodded in satisfaction, and then went to the bath to get ready to sleep. Talent is innate, and no one can change anything. Kuroyoshi has never complained about his bad talent, he is just doing his best to become stronger. What's more, with cheat, his advantage is not lost to anyone. The night passed quickly. The next day, early in the morning, it just cleared. Kuroyoshi yawned and sat up from the bed. Sitting dazedly by the bed for a while, I changed the white exercise clothes hanging on the wall and washed and combed. With a little care, Kuroyoshi is actually very handsome, with a pair of black pupils, black hair, and a tender but very delicate face. After finishing, Kuroyoshi looked in the mirror and went out with satisfaction. People come and go in Konoha's streets. Kuroyoshi walked on the street, and the warm sun was very warm on his body, bringing a sense of comfort. Occasionally you can see 2 ninjas flying by. After the Nine Tails turmoil, 4th Hokage died and the village was half destroyed. 3rd generation went into battle and continued to serve as Hokage in the gap of 5th generation's succession. Under his political skills, Konoha has returned to the prosperity of the past. Economically. Moving forward on the street, passing through the bustling downtown, Kuroyoshi came to the 14th training ground where few people came. Complete today's morning exercise first. He fastened the blood headband, and Kuroyoshi was doing warm-up exercises with a vigorous smile on his face. Chapter 3 Uzumaki Naruto. He said that he had a good morning exercise, but because of the hot-blooded headband, Kuroyoshi was overexcited. He practiced until the morning until his body was exhausted before lying down on the lawn to rest. He stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the breeze blowing on the Buddha, and his sweat-soaked clothes brought a chill. Kuroyoshi hit a sharp spirit, and suddenly sat up from the ground. No, there is something wrong with this thing. He shook his head, suppressing the urge to train again, and took off the bloody headband. Suddenly, the impulsive brain suddenly became sober a lot. Kuroyoshi looked at the red headband in his hand and couldn't help showing a wry smile. He has a good training plan. But this time the training will directly break the training plan of the day. If this training becomes a habit. The brain made up for the character of a second fool like Naruto Zylie. Kuriki shook his head quickly and erased the picture in his mind. This is very bad. Therefore, this thing must be used in a planned way. Just as Kuroyoshi was planning how to use the headband, a carefree voice rang not far away. Hey, why are you here alone? When Kuriki heard the sound, he saw a child of the same age with blonde hair and blue eyes, headband and goggles, wearing shit yellow clothes and a beard on his face, looking towards him. With the iconic beard and clothes on his face, even people who haven't seen Hokage often see him on the internet. Although Kuroyoshi is not a Hokage fan in his previous life, he prefers to watch anime entertainment in his free time. After watching the Hokage ninja anime, he naturally knows Naruto. In fact, this is not the first time Kuroyoshi has met Naruto, but he has never greeted him. Because Naruto's identity is too sensitive, he is worried that rash contact with Naruto will attract too much attention, and some of his secrets do not want people to know. But if someone finds it, it's another matter. Kuroyoshi looked around, and he was the only one around. He pointed to himself in amazement and asked, "Are you asking me? Are there anyone else here besides you?" Naruto stared at Kuroyoshi with an expression of whether you were an idiot, and looked at Kuroyoshi for a while. The reason why this guy was excluded, besides Nine Tails, has its own reasons too. It's completely like a bear child, too annoying. But Kuroyoshi didn't care. He shook his head lightly and said, I don't like being disturbed when practicing, so I deliberately found the training ground number 14 in a remote location to practice. Naruto was stunned. He didn't expect Kuroyoshi to answer him, let alone cast a disgusting and indifferent look at him like others. An expression of joy was displayed on his face, and Naruto asked, Are you a student at the ninja school? No, I'm just preparing for becoming a ninja. But other people gather together to play, aren't you alone in your practice? Are you alone? Kuroyoshi touched his chest, then smiled lightly, Of course, but because of this, I need to become stronger. Naruto was startled, he didn't understand the meaning of the words. Isn't it a contradiction to practice alone, but to practice in order not to be lonely anymore? Kuroyoshi saw Naruto's doubts and smiled softly. The Nine Tails chaos 4 years ago, the village was destroyed by Nine Tails for most of the time. And many people died as a result. My parents were among them. If I had the power, if this happens, this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Naruto was shocked. His blue pupils were wide open, and he stared at Kuriki tremblingly. Why do people in the village hate themselves so much? Why do everyone say they are Nine Tails Demon Fox? At this moment, Naruto had a lot of thoughts after hearing Kurayashi's words. He grabbed Kuroshi's shoulders and asked eagerly, even because he was too eager, his expression looked a bit hideous. What do you mean by the Nine Tails chaos? Kuroyoshi didn't answer, but grabbed Naruto's wrist and twisted his backhand, letting him release the hand that was holding his shoulder. He looked at Naruto faintly, I don't know why you were so excited after hearing about the Nine Tails chaos, but this is something everyone in the village knows. With that, Kuroyoshi let go of Naruto's wrist. Naruto regained his composure. He moved his scratched wrist and looked at Kuroyoshi with apologetic eyes, Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Nothing. Then can you tell me about the Nine Tails chaos? There is nothing to say. That is, one night 4 years ago, a Nine Tails demon fox suddenly appeared in the village, wrecked the village, and killed many village ninjas. Finally, 4th Hokage appeared and eliminated Nine Tails. And after? Later. Kuroyoshi looked at Naruto weirdly, and said, Where is there any future? The story ends here. What? This is the end? Naruto was stunned. He originally thought that he would hate all the villagers as monsters and foxes. It must be related to the Nine Tails chaos 5 years ago. But after hearing a story, there was nothing to gain. Did you just become a substitute for the hatred of the villagers? Anything else to ask? Kuroyoshi asked suddenly. Naruto came back to his senses. He looked at Kuroyoshi, whose face was about the same size as himself, but whose expression had been calm as water, and waved subconsciously, No, no more. Since there is no problem, then I will leave first. From the early morning practice till now, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. With that, Kuroyoshi waved to Naruto, and then left. Looking at the back of Kurayashi's departure, Naruto hesitated several times but stopped. He wanted to tell everyone in Kanji village called him a demon fox, adults hated him, and children excluded him. Konoha has countless people, but he seems to live in a world where there is only one person. He wants to talk to and play with people. But I couldn't say what I said. Because Kuroyoshi did not look at himself indifferently like other villagers, nor did he exclude himself like other children. Although the attitude seems very weak, Naruto can see that it comes from character, not against himself. But because of this, he dared not say these words. Because Kuroyoshi mentioned before that his parents also died in the Nine Tails chaos 5 years ago, if you tell him that he is treated as a demon fox by the villagers, then in this village, the only person in this village who looks at himself with ordinary eyes except for the 3rd generation grandfather will become like everyone else. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has just finished his official duties, is relaxing and ready to take care of Naruto's daily life. Through the crystal ball, he saw the encounter between Naruto and Kuroyoshi. Heard the conversation between the two, and saw the scene where Naruto reached out to the back of Kuroyoshi to say something when they finally parted, but then retracted. Sarutobi smoked his pipe, his muddy eyes gleaming with complex vicissitudes of life, but in the end he turned off the picture on the crystal ball with a long sigh. Chapter 4: The Immortal Crystal. Kuroyoshi used to buy a few steamed buns for breakfast on the street after morning exercises. But this time, because of the hot-blooded headband, the practice has been overdone. At this time, it has been exposed to the sun, and there are no more buns on the street. Kuroyoshi didn't care, and was going to eat ramen to reward himself with a full meal. He scratched Naruto's wrist on purpose before and wiped a drop of blood on it. And the system is just right to prompt sound in the brain. Ding! Discover the special materials in complete immortal blood and remaining Ashura power. You can forge the special item Fairy Crystal, whether or not to forge. Naruto was in front of him, of course he chose no. After I left, I didn't rush to forge. Despite the inner beauty, the surface was as plain as water, as if encountering Naruto was just a trivial episode in daily life. Konoha was even more lively in the morning. In addition to the people in his own village, there were also many clients from outside. Kuroyoshi walked through the crowd, smiling when he met someone he didn't know or greeted him with a smile. Over the past few years, he has been running around the village and knows almost all the villagers. Although many people cannot be named, the faces are very familiar. All the way forward, suddenly the crowd in front of them became scarce, and two ninjas wearing black tights and animal masks appeared in the field of vision. Anbu? Kuroyoshi's plain face was slightly startled, and then returned to normal. He had already expected Anbu to find it. Naruto's identity is too sensitive, even if he was born in Konoha and grew up until now, the first contact will be investigated. In his thoughts, Anbu came to the front, so fast that people mistakenly thought he was teleporting. Kuroyoshi looked up at them, his mouth opened slightly, as if surprised. "Don't be afraid, kid, we just ask you some questions casually." Standing on the right, Anbu, wearing a fox mask, spoke, his tone indifferent, making it impossible to notice his emotions. Kuroyoshi also recovered his calm and nodded calmly, The two Anbus were a little surprised at Kuroyoshi's calmness, but nothing more, no further doubts arose. There are more premature children in this world, and Kuroyoshi is not the first and will not be the last. "What did you chat with Uzumaki Naruto before?" "Uzumaki Naruto? It's the kid I met at 14 training ground before." "It's nothing, just..." Kuroyoshi told the content of the chat with Naruto, without a lie. The two Anbus left after questioning without any omissions. Without waiting for Kuroyoshi to breathe a sigh of relief, two Anbu appeared in front of him. Although the costumes are the same and the expressions are not visible, from the eyes of each other, the two of them are like machines without emotions. "Don't be afraid, we just want to ask you a little question." The same voice, the same indifferent tone, but a bit more indifference, makes people shudder. Kuroyoshi took 2 steps back subconsciously, and another Anbu appeared behind him and intercepted his retreat. The Anbu in front of him looked at him with a hint of murderous intent, which made people even more frightened. "I am from Konoha, and I have never done anything to be sorry for Konoha. Even if the other party is the root, it is impossible to persecute people in the same village for no reason. He is threatening me." After figuring this out, Kuroyoshi closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh of relief, and took away the fear in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he was able to look directly at each other calmly. He even saw a hint of surprise in Anbu's eyes. "Did you just ask?" Kuroyoshi asked with an indifferent face, pretending to be unaware. In his previous life, Kuroyoshi did not graduate from art school, nor was he talented as a movie king. If he pretended to be in front of these experienced ninjas, he would definitely be seen in a second. But when I came to this world, my parents died young, and because of my mental age, I couldn't play with other people of my age, so I was alone all the time. The long-term loneliness made him hardly change his expression. The expression on his face is only indifferent and polite. The indifferent expression at this moment is almost instinctive. Even if the other party is an experienced Anbu ninja, he cannot see his heart. Idea. Sure enough, the root ninja in front of him stared at his expression for a while, and silently retracted his aggressive gaze. We are not in the same department, so some situations need to be confirmed. Understood, you can ask. The question asked by the root ninja was exactly the same as that of Anbu, and Kuroyoshi answered honestly. They didn't embarrass Kuroyoshi, but gave a warning when they left: it is best not to approach Uzumaki Naruto. After speaking, he ignored Kuroyoshi and left without listening. Kuroyoshi stood still thinking for a while, his expression returning to the old smile. The goal remains the same, it is still Yul Ramen. Speaking of a happy ramen, I have to mention a sentence that the great writer L. Yusun said: if you come to this world, if you don't taste the ramen, it will be nothing. Kuroyoshi came and tasted it early, and the taste is really good and the price is affordable. In particular, the hand-beating boss is very good, and he often adds soup to regular customers for free. When Kuroyoshi dines out, he usually comes to Yul Ramen. Of course, this is also related to his lack of money. Uncle Yul, come to a bowl of pork bone ramen, more spicy. Raising the curtain, Kuroyoshi yelled and found a place to sit down at random. Okay, come right away. When he entered the house to cook the noodles, Kuroyoshi took the opportunity to look around. Because it is not meal time, there is only one person in the whole shop. I glanced around from the corner of my eye, especially in places where people are prone to hiding, and turned on the system only after seeing no suspicious people. Using the blood of the fairy, the power of Ashura, to create the fairy crystal. This series of operations are all done in the mind, outsiders can't know. As the mind fell, a green crystal appeared in his hand in the next second. The moment the crystal appeared, Kuroyoshi clenched his fist and wrapped it in his fist. Then throw it directly into the system space. However, even though it was only a moment, Kuroyoshi still saw the crystal's face clearly. The crystal is only the size of a thumb, and it has a thorough body and emits a faint fluorescence. The wooden table close to the hand is illuminated by fluorescence for a moment, before it blooms again and gives birth to buds. At the same time, crystalline information appeared in Kuroyoshi's retina. Fairy crystal, a crystal with majestic vitality. After consumption, the body will gradually be transformed into a perfect sage body by the crystallized vitality. After reading the message of the fairy crystallization, Kuroyoshi pulled out the sprouts on the table as if nothing had happened. At this time, the sound of uncle beating came from the room. The pork bone ramen is ready. Accompanied by the sound, the curtain was pulled apart, and the uncle hand beater came out with a big bowl of steaming ramen. Wow, it smells so good! Kuroyoshi man stared at the noodle bowl with expectant eyes, put the noodle bowl on the table in front of him, immediately picked up the chopsticks and swallowed impatiently. Seeing him with his hands, he smiled heartily. For chefs, the gorging of customers is the greatest recognition of their craftsmanship. Chapter 5. Kuroyoshi quickly sucked his noodles, touched his belly contentedly, then paid the bill and left, smiling all the way, and politely greeted everyone he met. Everything was the same as usual. Back home, Kuroyoshi closed the door and quickly locked it. Later, I came to the window and planned to close the window, but when I thought about it, wouldn't it be equivalent to there is no silver or 300 taels? After thinking about it, Kuroyoshi just closed the curtains, then changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed with a quilt and fell asleep. Call. The wind blew the Buddha gently, lifting a corner of the curtain. On the telephone pole opposite the window, an Anbu wearing a fox mask squatted on it, and his unsentimental pupils watched everything in the house quietly. Is there something abnormal? A flat voice came from the headphones Anbu was wearing. There is no abnormality, everything is the same as the behavior pattern recorded in the data. It seems that I'm overwhelmed. Monitor for a week. If there are no abnormalities, I will withdraw. Yes. There was a shutting sound from the earphones, and Anbu Ninja didn't realize it. He squatted on a telephone pole like a statue, staring at the room motionlessly. Kuroyoshi didn't realize that he was being watched, but he had already guessed it. Danzo is suspicious by nature, and no one can believe it. As Nine-Tails Jinkraki, Naruto is very important to the village. He will inevitably pay attention to those who come into contact with Naruto. Worried about being spies in other villages, or unscrupulous careerists. I just got in touch with Naruto. Although Naruto came to him on the initiative, Danzo couldn't just send someone to ask. He will definitely investigate his life trajectory from birth to the present, and send someone to monitor it for a period of time, and he will stop after confirming that there is no threat. Therefore, Kuroyoshi is not in a hurry to take the fairy crystal. After all, it's something to change your physique. What if there is an abnormal change on the surface of your body when you take it? Didn't it attract Danzo's attention? At the time, even if he did not cause harm to Konoha, Danzo would be interested in the changes in his body, and then make up your own brain. There will be no good end anyway. After morning exercises in the morning, Kuroyoshi was already exhausted, so he soon snored. When I woke up, the sun was about to go down. He glanced around, then rinsed his mind to sober up, then put on the practice clothes, put on the hot-blooded headband and went out for training. Goal: run 2 laps around Konoha. Konoha is very large. Although it is a village, the actual area is equivalent to a quarter of the size of the previous demonic capital. Even if you remove the dead forest, which occupies 1/3 of Konoha, it is still very large. Kuroyoshi used to run a lap around Konoha for more than half a day, but now he has a hot-blooded headband and is full of energy. The lap that used to take more than a day to run is now finished in 3 hours. Although he was as tired as a dog, he didn't feel tired at all because of the hot blood. He just took a short rest and started the second lap. When the second lap was over, the full moon was already hanging high in the sky, and Kuroyoshi was too tired to move his limbs. But the gain was beyond imagination, and he could intuitively feel that his body became stronger. If the system has panel data for the body, then the physical fitness item must be full of +1 prompts behind the screen. The harvest is clear, and the motivation is more full. After regaining some strength by relying on the ring of Kurama, Kuroyoshi dragged his exhausted body home and fell asleep. With the fairy crystals that can change his physique, he no longer needs to waste time refining chakra. There will be more chakras in the body of the fairy than he can imagine. He can spend more time on other aspects of cultivation. One night passed quickly. As soon as the sun showed his head, Kuroyoshi woke up, full of energy again and again. Today, run 3 laps around Konoha. But you have to fill your stomach before that. Kuroyoshi touched his belly and was already screaming. Yesterday, I had such a high-intensity training, but I only ate a bowl of ramen. If it weren't for the bloody headband to make the body tougher, I'm afraid I would have fainted long ago. You have to pay attention to your diet in the future. Kuroyoshi went out, had a big meal, and then continued his usual physical exercises. Time passed slowly, and soon a month passed. This month, Kuroyoshi got up early to exercise as usual, and dragged his tired body home late. But the difference is that the intensity of training is getting higher and higher at a speed visible to the naked eye. People in the village can often see pictures of him running down the street with sweat, or doing push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps and other exercises at a remote training ground while counting. Someone approached with curiosity, and after hearing the count in Kurayoshi's mouth, his mouth opened wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Training ground number 39 has a spacious lawn, dense trees and grasses, a river in the depths, and a lot of training equipment such as target stakes. It is a very quiet practice environment. However, due to the remoteness and proximity to the dead forest, few people come here. But this month, someone from Tenton came to practice, and they came with a lunchbox. One practice is a whole day, and they will not leave until the moon is high. This person is Kuroyoshi. The reason why I went to practice in such a remote place was to avoid Naruto besides not wanting to be disturbed. Perhaps it was because Kuroyoshi didn't look at him with disgusting and indifferent eyes like others, nor did he exclude him like other children. Naruto has been looking for him intentionally or unintentionally after meeting him. This is not a good thing for Kuroyoshi. It's okay if I'm really alone, it's okay to have contact with Naruto. But he has a god-level forging system. He has to look for special materials and build special props. He has secrets. Too frequent contact with Naruto will inevitably attract the attention of third generation and Danzo. If these secrets were exposed, it would be hard for him to imagine what the outcome would be for him. The scene of the encounter with Naruto and two waves of Anbu questioning soon after that, he still vividly remembers. It was also because of the short contact with Naruto that he did not dare to swallow the crystal of life immediately. However, now is the time. Kuroyoshi boasted that he did not excel, nor did he show remarkable value in front of outsiders. He is just one of the many beings of Konoha. Ordinary people like him are not worthy of Danzo sending someone to stand by. After all, ninjas are not Hyuxia cabbage, especially the elites at the roots of Anbu. It is impossible to waste their precious time guarding a worthless ordinary person. After forbearing for a month before deciding to swallow it, Kuroyoshi felt that he was already cautious enough. When the mind moved, the green crystal appeared in his hand. The vigorous vitality irradiated, and the nearby grass grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and suddenly turned into dense grass. Kuroyoshi didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one bite. Chapter 6 Perfect Sage Body. Suddenly, Kuroyoshi felt a heat flow in his lower abdomen, illuminating the surrounding like a flame, allowing him to see his body from a wonderful perspective. He saw the bones of the body were changing sharply, the cells were cheering, the blood was boiling, the heart was beating vigorously, and everything in the body was radiating vitality. The heat flows through the whole body along the veins, and every time it swims, the body seems to have experienced a new life and become more energetic. After a year of refinement, chakra, which is only trivial, is also growing. If at first it was only the traces of water falling on the wall and sliding down the wall, it is now the water falling from the faucet. And the heat flow swims around in the body, chakra will grow a little bit. I believe it will soon change from the fine water in the tap into a stream, then into a river and lake, and finally converge into the sea. Everything is changing on its own, without human manipulation. Kuroyoshi opened his eyes, quickly took off his clothes, and jumped into the river with a puff. The vitality in his body made him feel like he had taken a super tonic. His chest and abdomen were hot, his vision was blurred, his face was hot, and he must be flushed. Jumping into the river at this moment turned the cold water into warm water. Fortunately, this change did not last long. About 15 minutes or so, the heat flow in the body gradually passed, until it disappeared completely, and the cheering of the body ended. Kuroyoshi stood up from the water and quietly looked at the reflection in the river. The skin is warm and moist, strong and powerful muscles are evenly distributed in every part, not bad, not too much, so that the body is neither bloated nor loses the beauty of strength, just like a gemstone. Fortunately, the white skin and cuticle of Satsuki did not grow. Kuroyoshi touched his forehead, feeling the smooth forehead murmur. He squeezed his fist and felt the strength of his body. Very strong, there is an illusion of invincibility. The appearance does not seem to have changed much, but Kuroyoshi can feel that every organ, every part, and even every cell in the body has undergone rebirth, becoming more vigorous, energetic, and tougher. There is so much chakra in the body that I don't know how to describe it. If 1 year's chakra is only enough to use the transformation technique once, then the current chakra can only consume less than 1% if used 1,000 times. Kuroyoshi doesn't know how much Jainin's chakra is, but from the ninja experience left by his parents, he can know that his chakra has surpassed Jnin. I am now qualified to compete for the top of the world. Kuroyoshi murmured to himself with his fist clenched. Yes, just have this qualification. Even sage of 6 paths in Ashura. They are born with a perfect sage body, but they are not invincible at birth. They also experienced a long and arduous practice before they gained invincible strength. Kuroyoshi now only has the same body as them. The illusion of invincibility is always an illusion. If you want to be truly invincible, you need to practice well. Yes, practice harder than before. Kuroyoshi walked ashore step by step, put on his clothes after the body's water dries, and then continued the previous training. He wants to try the difference between the perfect sage body and the normal physique before. Kangji came to the stake, his legs separated in a horoscope, his knees slightly bent, and then he threw a strong punch against the stake. 300 punches, this has been the training goal of Kuroyoshi recently. On weekdays, he can only swing around 260 times in a row, even if he has a bloody headband, he can only hold on to 280 times. But this time, he reached the goal easily, completing 300 straight punches in a row. Moreover, he didn't feel tired at all, instead he had a bright expression on his face. Continue until you can't shake your fist. Kuroyoshi wants to test the limits of his current body. He maintained an unpleasant rhythm and threw his fists, his left and right hands kept attacking, leaving one after another fist marks on the stakes. The breeze was blowing slowly, and the leaves were rustling. Although the child in the forest has a slightly immature face, his eyes are very firm and mature. The chicks seem to be accustomed to this movement, yawning and resting in the nest one by one. As time goes by, the setting sun goes down, and the outgoing birds return to their nests. The movement in the forest finally stopped. Kuroyoshi lay on the lawn and gasped, but there was endless joy on his face. After practicing this day, he has realized the benefits of a perfect sage body. No matter how tiring the practice is, he can always recover his strength quickly. Even if he is injured in the practice, his body will heal itself immediately. And the same exercise intensity has completely different effects on the body. If the ratio of exercise volume to body gain was 100 to 1, then he is now 10 to 1 or even higher. As for chakra, only the transformation techniques Kangji was consumed and he hadn't recovered quickly, and he couldn't realize how strong this ability was. After lying down on the lawn for a while, feeling his strength recovered, Kuroyoshi sat up, patted the soil and grass behind him, picked up the empty bento box and left. Although the perfect sage body is powerful, it must abide by the law of conservation of energy. Even with such a good time, Kuroyoshi felt that his physical strength was almost restored, but his stomach was croaking. He feels unprecedented hunger, and if he continues to exercise, it may be counterproductive. Training must be planned, otherwise it will only get half the result with half the effort. What's more, if there is only cultivation in life, it would be too boring. Today, the body has undergone a drastic change, so you should celebrate it. It's good to eat barbecue once. Kuroyoshi went home happily, washed the lunch box, washed his body aside, and put on a clean dark green kimono before going out with his wallet. At this time night had fallen, and the full moon was hanging high. However, the commercial street on the east side of Konoha is still brightly lit, with people coming and going. Kuroyoshi walked through it and felt the long-lost excitement, and a smile appeared on his face. Unlike the polite smile before, this time it was from the heart. Perhaps it is also related to the good things that have happened over the past month. A few minutes later, Kuroyoshi came to a shop called Yakiniku-kyu. This is a self-service barbecue restaurant. Chiji often visits. As a foodie, he will often visit the restaurant. The taste must be good. Kuroyoshi entered the shop, which was already overcrowded. It seems that we can't taste the taste of barbecue today. Kuroyoshi looked regretful. He has no income now, and eating a barbecue is a high consumption, and it is unlikely that he will have similar consumption in a short period of time. There are still vacant seats over there, but you need to sit at the same table with other people. If the guests don't mind. The waiter said from the side, while pointing to the table in the corner. BBQ's dining table is long and can seat 6 people. The high chair backs block it like a private room. You can only see the scene inside when you walk through the aisle. There were only 2 people at the dining table in that corner. It's just that the 2 are a little fat, occupying half of the space, but still leaving half of the space in a grill. Seeing the 2, Kuroyoshi's eyes lit up and he said, "Of course I don't mind." Chapter 7 Akamichi Father and Son. The young lady waiter led Kuroyoshi to the dining table in the corner, and said to the guests inside very politely, "Hello, because the location is tight, we need the guests to put together a table. Can you sit inside?" Kuroyoshi took this to see the full picture of the 2. Both are fat males, one big and one small. The child is about the same size as Kuroyoshi, with a chubby body, wearing t-shirt shorts and pants on his head. The adult is a middle-aged man with a rough face, colored lines on his face, and his armor full of battle marks. A hedgehog-like hair is scattered behind him, and his body exudes a wild aura. But when he turned his head and saw the smile on his face, the wildness on his body was immediately replaced by gentleness. The faces of adults and children are somewhat similar, and their clothes are embroidered with the family emblem of the Akamichi clan, so their identities are self-evident. Akamichi Dingza and Akamichi Chiji. This was originally a 6-seater seat, as it should be. Dingzao smiled and nodded at the waiter and Kuroyoshi, and then moved his body to sit inside. After moving the position, he didn't forget to teach Chiji to destroy the food, so that he could be polite, and moved his position inside. Then Chiji moved a little inside. It's really just 1 point, the kind that can be measured with a fingernail. It makes no difference whether you move it or not. Kuroyoshi opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. He just bowed politely to Chiji, said thank you, and went straight to the side of Chiji. Everyone likes polite children, and Dingzo smiled and nodded at Kuroyoshi. The pork belly in this store is very delicious, you can ask for more. Thank you, uncle. Well, so good. Dingzo gave a compliment, and then joined the ranks of destroying food. As for Chiji, he was wiping out the food on the plate from start to finish, and he hadn't looked up at all. Kuroyoshi smiled without answering. He leaned on the back of his chair, and while the waiter was holding the charcoal grill, he pulled his hair from Dingzo beside him, but Dingzo, who was focused on destroying food, did not notice. In fact, Ding's hair was too long and the tip of the hair was dragged on the chair. Kuroyoshi pretended to be propped up on the chair, pressed his hair, and pulled one by the way when he changed positions. Dingzo should be aware, but didn't care. Ding! Found the special material giant hair, can forge the special equipment giant bracelet. Is it forging? Although I am curious about the effect of the giant bracelet, in front of outsiders, it is natural whether it is. Kuroyoshi put the hair into kabuto, and the smile on his face became even brighter. After a while, the waiter brought the hot charcoal grill, and Kuriki picked up the menu and made a mess. Anyway, the first time I came, I didn't know what was delicious or not, so I chose the expensive ones. Anyway, it's a buffet, don't eat for nothing. Dingzuo noticed Kuroyoshi's behavior and shook his head slightly, but said nothing. The food here cannot be wasted. If it is wasted, you need to pay the original price. Dante didn't remind Kuroyoshi of his plan. Everyone needs to pay for his impulse, especially young people. If they don't learn a lesson, they won't know how to be grateful. However, Dingzo did not remind, but Chiji on the other side reminded him. If you can't finish the food here, you need to pay the original price. Kuroyoshi was stunned, and then smiled kindly at Chiji. "It's okay, I have a big appetite and can eat well." "Yes, is it?" Chiji glanced suspiciously at the tick on the menu, his round eyes filled with suspicion. This kind of weight is hard to eat even if he eats it himself. But after all, it is a stranger, a kind reminder is enough. Chiji didn't say much, and continued to wipe out the food. This little fat man is really kind. Kuroyoshi sighed inwardly. Food is Chiji's favorite. He won't waste any precious time in front of the food. Even the waiter did not look up when he came to ask questions. But now to remind a stranger to waste precious meal time, I have to say that Chiji is too kind. Soon the dishes came up: pork belly, tenderloin, thigh, both beef and pork, as well as green peppers, enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and other vegetables. All kinds of dishes fill up the vacant table at once. The Dingzo father and son looked over in amazement, and didn't even notice that half of the barbecue was lost. Kuroyoshi didn't care, as if he hadn't seen it. He brushed various meats with seasoning and put them on the grill. After a while, the tender meat smelled and scented, and Dingzo and his son swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Kuroyoshi picked up the chopsticks piece by piece and fed it into his mouth. The movement is not fast, and it can even be called elegant compared to the father and son who are gobbled up by the side. But Kuroyoshi chewed very fast, and a piece of meat would be swallowed in his belly within 2 seconds after he put it in his mouth, so the chopsticks were frequently used. In a short while, the roasted meat was completely wiped out. Kuroyoshi calmly continued to dress the vegetables and meat and put them on the grill. Chiji on the side suddenly asked, "Father, can our Akamichi family also have a normal figure?" "How can it be?" Dingzo gave Chiji a fierce look, and then said a little depressed, "But there are some big stomach kings in this world who can't eat fat. I really envy you." Ugh! The father and son sighed at the same time, then turned their grief and anger into appetite, and continued to gulp the food. Kuroyoshi smiled and said nothing. Of course, he is not a big appetite, but after forging the bloody headband, the amount of training is getting bigger and bigger. If you consume too much, you naturally need food supplements. Today, in order to test the limits of Sage body, he has made a training intensity far beyond the past, which consumes more. But Kuroyoshi is also a little worried about this. He has no income now, and his living expenses rely entirely on Konoha subsidies. But those subsidies are only enough for ordinary life. Now his food intake is getting bigger and bigger, and Konoha's subsidies are no longer enough. How to do? Do you want to find third generation? If you explain the situation, you should give more. Although third generation is not as harmless as humans and animals on the surface, it is a leader with political skills, but he is the leader of Konoha. As a resident of Konoha village, he has been training so hard since he was a ninja, and he must be very happy to see. But if you ask for help or something, Kuroyoshi really doesn't want to go. The favors owed to people are always to be repaid. Kuroyoshi didn't like what he owed others. And he didn't like what others owed himself. Therefore, if it is not a last resort, he will not ask for help. Even if it's just a small thing. But if you don't ask for money from third generation, how can you solve the problem? Kuroyoshi thought while turning over the burnt meat. The parents also left a pension, not much, but it can last for 1 or 2 years. But this money Kuroshitsuji is going to keep it for future purchases of shuriken knives. If you use it now, you won't have money to buy cutting tools in the future. Go hunting? Kuroyoshi suddenly thought of a way. Konoha is in a large forest. Large animals often break in from the forest. There are also many animals in some remote training grounds. If you go hunting animals, you can exercise yourself and solve food problems. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After finding a solution, Kuroyoshi felt more comfortable and had a better appetite than before. A table of dishes was quickly resolved, and then another table was ordered. The barbecue took 4 hours. When Kuroyoshi came out with a satisfied stomach, it was already black and light outside, and Akamichi and his son were unwilling to lose to others in terms of eating, secretly competing with Kuroyoshi, and now they are lying on their stomachs in the store. Thinking of the naive look of the father and son, Kuroyoshi couldn't help laughing out loud, and then limped back home. Okay, you have to admit it. He also ate and supported it. Chapter 8 Uchiha Shisui. It took half an hour, and finally returned home in the dark. Kuroyoshi seemed to lose his strength, and his whole body was lying on the bed. After taking a break, he took out Akamichi Dinza's hair after he recovered some strength. Forge giant bracelets. Ding! Giant bracelet successfully forged. A quaint grey stone bracelet appeared in the hand, and the information of the bracelet also appeared on the retina. Giant bracelet, the wearer can change the size of the body or a certain part at will, and the size varies according to the chakra consumed and the body's ability to withstand it. It's not the ability to store food fat and turn it into chakra. Kuroyoshi was slightly disappointed. Although becoming bigger and smaller is also a very powerful ability, he will definitely get blood from Suzuki in the future, forge another part of the fairy crystals, and obtain Sharingan and even Rinnegan. At the time, with Susanoo, the ability to change body size was dwarfed. But can change a certain part at will, hehe. Kuroyoshi's daydreams continued, and his face showed a smile that shouldn't be at this age. As the night darkened, Kuriki fell into a deep sleep, with saliva flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and a wretched smile on his face. One night passed. The next day, before the sky cleared, Kuroyoshi woke up early. He looked out the window, and the clouds on the horizon were red, as if burning. Today is also a good day. Kuroyoshi patted his face, feeling less sleepy, and went to the bathroom to wash, then changed his clothes and went out for morning exercises with simple seasonings. Starting today, the food must be solved in the wild. It is still number 39 training ground. Kuroyoshi ran all the way here, did some warm-up exercises such as leg presses, and started a new day of training. Everything is the same as usual. It didn't happen that the body suddenly became a sage body, but the training volume was more than 10 times stronger. And, because of chakra's abundance, the practice of ninjutsu is also on the agenda. Transformation technique, clone technique, body replacement technique. Although it is just the basic ninjutsu for ninjas, it is very practical, even cage-level ninjas often use it. But ninjutsu practice is not going well. Kuroyoshi thinks he is not smart, but he is definitely not stupid, but the ninjutsu scrolls left by his parents are not understood in many places, especially some professional vocabulary, which he has never heard or understood when watching anime in his previous life. He didn't know how other traversers learned by themselves without a little foundation and no one taught them, he just felt that he was holding back the traversers. But he definitely does not admit that his ability to understand is on the same level as Naruto. I just didn't teach it. If someone teaches you, you will understand it. It's not like Naruto who needs others to demonstrate it. It must be like this. Kuroyoshi comforted himself. However, although there are many places on the scrolls that I can't understand, I can guess if I don't understand them. Practice the experiment according to the guess. Anyway, there are more chakras, and the recovery is fast. I am not afraid of consumption, and can heal itself immediately if I am injured. Kuroyoshi's current body is almost the same as the immortal body. Even if the heart is pierced, it will recover immediately. If you want to kill him completely, you can only destroy the brain in an instant and make him lose consciousness. Kuroyoshi doesn't believe that practicing the three-body technique can make people explode in place. Thus, Kuroshi's new daily routine began. Morning exercises in the morning, then go to the street to buy steamed buns for breakfast, practice physical exercises in the forest in the morning, go hunting for lunch at noon, and practice ninjutsu in the afternoon. Although the content of practice has increased, it does not mean that the intensity of practice has become lower. On the contrary, it has become higher. Because Kurayoshi wants to complete the training volume of the previous day in half the time. Only with the perfect sage body, Kurama ring, and passionate headband can be completed. Naruto or Xiao Li can't do it. Time flies, and the white horse flies. Soon 2 months passed, and the time came to September 3rd, 53. Today is Kurayoshi's 5th birthday. However, Kuroyoshi has always been alone. For him, even on his birthday, he is the same as usual. At most, he has more meals when he eats. This kind of life in Buddhism, perhaps even God can't pass it through, so I gave him a gift. On this day, Kuroyoshi came to the training ground number 39 to practice as usual. After 2 months of practice, he has made significant progress. Especially in terms of physical fitness, he can now run on the eaves of trees like a real ninja, and ninjutsu has completely mastered the three-body technique. Although many places on the scroll are still incomprehensible, I know how to use it through practice. The harvest is rich, and the motivation is naturally more sufficient. Kuroyoshi immersed himself in spiritual practice, and didn't even look for the prey for lunch. When he recovered, it was dusk. Standing on the edge of the shimmering river, Kuriki looked at the afterglow that was about to fall into the horizon, gently wiping the sweat on his forehead, with a satisfied smile on his face. Suddenly, a black object rushed over the river. Kuroyoshi glanced casually, not paying attention. Although the upper reaches of the river is not in a place where there are many people in Konoha, you can occasionally see human belongings being washed here and then flowing into the dead forest. Think of it as someone living at the farther source. However, when the black object approached with the current, Kuroyoshi clearly saw the original appearance of the object, and the black eyes tightened involuntarily and then spread. This is... Before he could think about it, Kuroyoshi jumped into the water, and Vice Admiral stopped by a black object, and then dragged it ashore. This is a person. He looks like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, with a normal face, his eyes lightly closed, and blood stains running down his cheeks at the corners of his eyes. He wears Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead and Anbu's black tights. Kangji turned over the corpse and took a look, and he found the family emblem of Tuan Fan on the back of his clothes. Seeing this, Kuroyoshi turned the body back and fell silent. Uchiha Shisui. This person, who had to make a choice between the village and the family, chose the village after an inner struggle, but in the end he was betrayed by someone he trusted. Kuroyoshi has never experienced war, so he cannot understand their desire for peace, so he will not pretend to judge whether his choice is right or wrong. However, even though his eyes were dug out, he committed suicide by jumping into the river with blood and tears, and his death was extremely tragic. His face still had a smile on his face. He does not regret doing this. Even if it fails, people who have been trusted will not regret it. If he were given a chance to choose again, even if he knew he would be betrayed, he would still choose the same path. Such people are stupid and innocent, but they are so cute that people can't help but like them. Hey! I probably won't be able to do something like you in my life. Kuroyoshi couldn't help but sigh. He is not a selfish person, but he is not a great person. He is just an ordinary person. He only thinks about the master's own destiny and guards the people around him by the way. He has never thought about unrelated people. Perhaps it is precisely because people like myself are everywhere in this world that wars continue to start. But what does this have? Everyone has their own way, and Kuroyoshi doesn't want to point to other people's ways, and he doesn't want to be pointed at. Chapter 9 Wanhu a Mirror. He reached out and touched the blood stain on Shisui's cheek and wiped a smear of blood on his finger. Ding! Special material Broken Fairy Blood is detected, and Broken Fairy Crystal and Wanhu a Mirror can be forged. May I ask whether it is forged? 2. Kuroyoshi opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered materials that could forge two types of equipment. No, maybe it's not the first time I encountered it, but it didn't trigger. The fluff of Nine Tails, the rocks of Hokage Cliff, and the blood of Xiao Li, according to their own characteristics, should only be able to forge one type of equipment. And Naruto's blood and Akamika's hair. At least there are 4th generation items and Kushina's chakra in Naruto's body, and they should be able to forge their related equipment. And Akamichi Dingza can also forge equipment that converts fat burning into chakra. What is the reason that the system prompts that there is only one type of equipment? Kuroyoshi pondered hard, but at last he could only think of the lack of materials. Naruto's blood is almost a broken nail, and Akamika's hair is only as long as a finger. Although this is not necessarily the case, Kuroyoshi can only think of this. Next time I find Naruto and try some more blood. After figuring out the key, Kuroyoshi chose forging. The next second, a thumb-sized, bloody crystal with weird light and a pair of contact lenses appeared in his hand. Broken fairy crystal, upgradable after the crystal is swallowed, it will change the brain of the user, turning the eyes into degraded fairy eyes. Wanhua mirror, upgradable. These are degraded fairy eye glasses, and the wearer can use Sharingan's abilities. Looking at these two things, Kuroyoshi was silent. Broken fairy crystals and fairy crystals are one type, but one is transformed into a perfect sage body, and the other is just a degraded fairy eye, which is Sharingan. Is the power of Ashura missing? No. Is it the power of Indra? As for Wanhua Jing, this is a pair of Sharingan that does not need to change eyes and has no side effects. If you guessed it correctly, it's Shisui's Sharingan. Kuroyoshi was not going to use the broken fairy crystals. According to his guess, after using this crystal, he will obtain the blood of Uchiha and open his eyes directly, which is the level of Manjiki, or even Shisui's eyes. But Kuroyoshi still has no plans to use it. Not only because of Wanhua Jing's existence, but because he was already preparing to steal the organization from Sasuke to forge a complete fairy crystal. When you fall down, you will get perfect fairy eyes, which is more advanced than Manjiki. Although distinguished heavenly gods is also very strong and has perfect sage body to counteract the side effects of Manjiki. But Atake once said that the effect of pupil technique will be greatly weakened when encountering more advanced pupil technique, or even completely lose its effect. Shisui's eyes are bug, but Rinnegan is even more bug. Even for the Supreme 9-Gold Jade Rinnegan, Sharingan is even stronger than words. Well, the anime doesn't say that Rinnegan, Samsara, is stronger. This is Kurayashi's own brain. But it's definitely better than Manjiki Sharingan, that's for sure. Therefore, Kuroyoshi will not use broken fairy crystals. Because he was not sure whether he would conflict with Sasuke's fairy crystal after using this crystal. But as long as this is possible, he must guard against it. What's more, there is Shisui's Wanhua lens. This contact lens has all the functions of Shisui's eye wheel writing. You can use it as long as you wear it and provide chakra. With this, why bother to take risks? Wouldn't it be fragrant to give to your subordinates or important people around you in the future? Mindful of this, Kangji put the broken fairy crystal into the system space, and then put on the Wanhua mirror to try the effect. Close your eyes gently, calm down, and then type chakra along your eyes. Suddenly, Kuroyoshi opened his eyes abruptly, and his dark eyes turned into blood, and there were 3 black guyus slowly spinning inside. This is the same visual effect as a cosmetic contact lens. Kuroyoshi's eyes are still the original ones, and Wanhua Jing makes him look like Sharingan. Of course, Wanhua Jing does have the ability of Sharingan. Is this the visual effect of Sharingan? Kuriki raised his hands, a little uncertain. He felt that his eyesight had become much clearer, and the small lines on his hands were clearly visible, and even the small traces left by the ants on the ground passing by were not bad in his eyes. Weeb! An eagle called from the sky, and a goshawk flew across the sky very quickly. At that speed, with Kuroyoshi's usual dynamic vision, only the dark shadows can be seen passing by, but at this time, he can see the trajectory of the goshawk clearly, even the wings are fluttering feathers. This kind of control of all income. Marvelous. Let's try Mangeki's power next. This master's feeling of everything made Kuroyoshi a little too excited, and immediately mobilized more chakras to transform Wanhuijing into Mangeki form. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came from the forest in the distance. The speed is very fast, from far to near. Kangji subconsciously withdrew chakra from the Wanhua mirror. In the next second, 4 black shadows sprang out from the canopy and surrounded Kangji. Anbu. Looking at the visitor, Kuroyoshi exclaimed. All 4 of them wore black tights and animal masks, and wrapped their bodies in large black cloaks. In this way, the identities of several people cannot be judged by their body shapes. Murderous spirits overflowed from these people, giving people a cold and suffocating feeling. Kuroyoshi's body tensed subconsciously and made a posture that could counterattack at any time. He glanced at Shisui's corpse on the ground from the corner of his eye, thinking of the goshawk flying across the sky, and suddenly understood everything. He quickly raised his hands and explained, I was just training here. I saw this corpse flowing down from the upper stream and I picked him up. I don't know anything, and I've never done anything. If you don't believe me, go and investigate. Tenten trained here for a few months. This kid didn't lie. I've seen him in the village several times. Every time I was training myself frantically, and I often saw him coming and going here. An Anbu said in a deep voice, then looked at the middle man. A man in a civet mask. Captain, what should I do? Captain Anbu glanced at the scene and pondered slightly, this matter cannot be known to other people, especially the villagers, so. As he said, he looked up at Kuroyoshi, I'm sorry. You may become the mainstay of the village in the future if you practice so hard, but for the future of the village, you can only sacrifice here. Solve it. When the voice fell, Anbu standing behind Kuroyoshi placed his right hand on the handle of the knife, and a body flicker technique appeared behind him. The long knife was unsheathed with the cold light, and the sword pointed at the neck of the young boy in front of him. Captain Anbu had predicted the end. He didn't want to see the scene of cruelty to innocent villagers, so he turned around and prepared to leave. As for Shisui's body, his men would take it with him. However, this time the situation was beyond his expectation. The moment he turned around, he heard the boom, heard the sound of the broken blade, and heard the exclamation of his subordinates. The situation is wrong. Captain Anbu turned back abruptly, and saw that the little devil whose face was pink and tender and could only be slaughtered was covered with golden chakra all over his body, and his dark eyes turned blood. Among them is a black shuriken-like pattern slowly turning. This is not the point is that little devil's expression. There is no panic from the previous fear of being involved in unknown events, but the endless indifference and freezing eyes. Why are you forced to kill you? Chapter 10 The Best Way to Deal with. Kuroyoshi is not an ambitious person, he is not interested in power. In other words, in this world where power is supreme, the pursuit of power seems to him to be a stupid thing. Therefore, there is no idea of unifying the ninja world, dominating the king and dominating the world. However, he died unexpectedly in his previous life, and he encountered the Nine Tails chaos shortly after he was born in this life. He was buried in the rubble and almost died. Therefore, he wants to control his own destiny and climb the pinnacle of power. He never thought of becoming a Hokage, nor did he think of betraying Konoha, or even wanting to help Konoha prosper. After all, he was born by Konoha, and Konoha's ninja also saved his life during the Nine Tails chaos. Afterwards, living in an orphanage and now living allowance is basically a kind of nurturing. In Kangji, gratitude must be repaid, and grudges must be paid. He originally expected to enter the ninja school safely, learn ninja-related knowledge systematically, and then graduate to become a ninja. During the school, I used cheat to shine, give myself a genius and hard-working person, let Konoha's senior management notice him, and give more resources. At least arrange for a teacher who is better and can teach himself ninjutsu. Then I took advantage of cheat and plot advantages to take off to the top, and finally live a life without shame and impatientness with my favorite beauty. During this process, he helped Konoha to become more prosperous than ever. But now the plan is broken. The 4 ninjas at the root wanted to kill Kuroyoshi here, and he had to fight back. With Kurama Ring and Shisui's Mangeki, Kuriki is equivalent to a 9-tails Jinchuriki with Mangeki Sharingan. Although he knows very little ninjutsu now, his physical strength is not enough to support all the chakras of 9 tails, and his combat experience is even 0. But it was enough to deal with a small group of root ninjas. Their combination is at most 1 Jonin and 3 elite Chunin. To deal with the current Kuroyoshi, at least a Jonin at the level of Kakashi must come. However, even if Kanji killed them here and then destroyed their bodies, his peaceful life would come to an end. Although he didn't tell anyone about his practice in training ground number 39, he passed through the village streets every day and many people knew that he was training here. And the 4 elites at the root are missing here. Although he won't be suspicious, they will definitely be transferred for questioning. If the investigation of 3rd generation is okay, at most it will be some interrogation. But Danzo. Regarding Shisui's other eye, he really wanted it. He would find out the news by all means. At that time, neither the truth nor their own secrets can be kept. After all, there are people from the Yamanaka clan at the root, and they can directly access their brain memories. Why are you forcing me? Kuriki asked coldly, forcing me to kill you. The man behind him who attacked him has flown out, slapped flying with his big hand transformed by 9 tails chakra. The weapon broke every inch, and the person spit out blood after hitting a tree more than 10 meters away. Chief Gen slammed his head back to see all this, but he was only a little surprised and calmed down. He stretched out his right hand to Kuroyoshi and said calmly, "The little devil who has never even attended the ninja school can actually use the illusion technique that makes me fall into the illusion. This talent. It's a pity that you died so early, let me go to the roots. The only way to save your life." Kuroshi's indifferent expression was dull, and then he sneered. Does this guy disbelieve the facts he sees, or is he killed by empiricism? You say this is illusion. Is there anything wrong? The elder of the root troops said in the tone of the predecessor, although this illusion is very real, it can be seen that you have a high degree of master of this illusion, but the content of the illusion is a failure. Oh. Kuroyoshi smiled playfully and asked, where is the mistake? Even if you don't know the root, you should know Anbu. Master Hokage's direct troops, everyone in the village knows. Then do you know the full name of Anbu? Tactical Assassination of Special Forces. Yes, it's a special tactical assassination unit. Chief Gen nodded and said, usually responsible for protecting Hokage, collecting intelligence and completing targeted assassinations. So what? It seems that your talent is limited to your body. The commander of Gen pointed to his brain and said, since we know that Anbu is responsible for intelligence work, then we naturally know a lot of intelligence, including 9 tails Jinchuriki and Mangeki Sharingan, the real 9 tails. Jinchuriki is currently elsewhere in Konoha. Ah. Sorry, you don't know what Jinchuriki is, just. Halfway through the conversation, Commander Gen realized that something was wrong. Most people don't even know that Jinchuriki and Mangeki Sharingan are right, but this kid has made such illusion content, then. Thinking carefully, he was terrified, and the commander of Gen raised his eyes to look at Kuroyoshi, who was looking at him with a playful smile. Hey! The long knife behind was quickly pulled out and held in his hand, and the other 2 team members also pulled out their weapons and faced Kuroyoshi. But Gen Chief did not feel any sense of security. He felt a bit dry in his throat, and his body was shaking slightly. This is not illusion? Root Commander asked tentatively. It seems that the ninja at the root is not too smart, AKO. Kuroyoshi smiled playfully, then snapped his fingers, but you guessed it, this is not an illusion. As a reward for guessing right, I will send you on the road. As the voice fell, Nine-Tails Chakra split into 3 big hands and rushed out, grabbing their necks, and then raising them to get their legs off the ground. His neck was pinched, and his feet were off the ground. The root ninjas couldn't breathe, let alone exert their strength. Each of them blushed and their necks were thick, and their hands instinctively slapped Nine-Tails Chakra's big hands. Originally, with their strength, they shouldn't have been choked by the gate without resistance. But it is precisely because they are the roots that they clearly know that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is Naruto, so they are surprised by another Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who has Mangeki Sharingan. This impossible fact surprised the root ninja whose feelings were all hidden deep in his heart, and his calm heart was shaken, revealing flaws. Now it only needs Kurayoshi's strength to twist their necks. However, even though Kurayoshi was angry. But this anger is not the anger that swallows up reason like a volcanic eruption, but the absolute reason that decides whether it is calm or drowning the earth based on one's own will. He didn't think about venting his anger, but about the best way to deal with it. Killing these 4 people would relieve his anger, but he also had to flee Konoha. The peaceful life was broken, the stable growth environment would be lost, and it would become difficult to obtain special materials. Only letting nothing happen at this time is the best choice. Mindful of this, Kuroyoshi controlled the big hand to throw the 3 of them onto the tree, and then the 3 hands were united into a larger hand to slam them against the back of the tree. Then, he split up a hand and grabbed the root of another person who couldn't get up in the distance and trapped it together. What are you going to do? After all, the ninjas at the root have received the training of emotional destruction. Even if the facts in front of them were too panic, they quickly recovered their calm. Although the captain at the root was pushed against the tree by Chakra's big hand, his eyes were very calm, making it hard to see what he was thinking. Do what? Kangji tilted his head slightly, and then coldly snorted, when you mention this, I get angry. The bug ability that I just acquired should be used for characters like you, damn it. Chapter 11 Distinguished Heavenly Gods. As the voice fell, the shuriken-shaped Mangeki spun rapidly, attracting several people as if it were a black hole vortex. Gradually, he lost his spirits, and then returned to normal. Kuroyoshi took back the Nine-Tails Chakra, and Mangeki was also put away, just standing there quietly. Several root ninjas were free. But they did not continue to confront Kuroyoshi, but knelt down on one knee in front of Kuroyoshi. Owner! Several people shouted in unison. Kuroyoshi seemed to have expected it to be so general long ago, and did not reveal any unexpected feelings. He calmly looked at a few people, and said calmly, get up all the time, it won't be good if you are seen. Yes. You haven't found Shisui's body. You have seen Kuroyoshi practicing in training ground number 39, but there is no intersection with it. Clear. From now on, you will still be root ninjas. Obey Danzo's orders. I will not take the initiative to find you. You are not allowed to come to me. If you happen to meet you outside, you don't need to say hello. You have to pretend you don't know each other. Yes. Then his injury. Kuroyoshi pointed to the root ninja who was shot flying when he attacked him first. It's just a small matter. As the leader of the unit said, he nodded to a team member behind. The root ninja walked straight to the injured teammate, and then raised his hand to heal him with healing ninjutsu. Soon, the injury was healed, and as long as the bloodline on the clothes was dealt with, no flaws could be seen. Kangji nodded and said, in this case, you should leave as soon as possible, lest you be discovered. Yes. After a few people responded, the swish sweep disappeared in an instant. Looking at the dark shadows gradually disappearing into the jungle, Kuroyoshi sighed. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Uchiha Shisui Mangeki's pupil technique. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, modify the opponent's will, so that everyone seen by the operator becomes his puppet. But it takes more than 10 years of cooling to use it once. This bug skill was used by Kuroyoshi just now, and the target was only these root ninjas. This makes Kuroyoshi feel wasteful. Because this is a skill on equipment, not your own eyes. If it is your own eyes, you can also rely on the vitality of the perfect sage body to shorten the cooling time, but the equipment on it can't be changed. There is still a difference between Wanhujing and Mangeki. As for whether this is cost-effective, this is of course no need to consider. Staying in Konoha can have a more stable development environment and time, and countless well-known ninjas here can provide special materials forging equipment. Although it is a pity to use distinguished heavenly gods, you can get more and stronger by staying in Konoha. Like Suzuki, like Itaki, like Princess Byakugan, and even. For this, it is worthwhile to use a CD's bug skills for more than 10 years. But I still feel sorry. FK. Kuroyoshi kicked the lawn angrily and greeted Danzo's grandparents from the third generation. After venting for a while, Kuroyoshi put Shisui's body back into the water and let the river wash it into the dead forest. When falling, his body will be eaten by wild beasts. Kuroyoshi admires people like Shisui very much and has benefited from him. He wanted to bury him well. But here is Konoha. And the one who wants him to die is Danzo. If he was buried, no matter how secretive he was, he could be found within Konoha's range with the ninja's search ability. When it falls, Danzo will face autopsy in order to find the remaining Mangeki, and his brain will be invaded by ninjas. Rather than being ruined in this way, it is better to let the beast eat it. After dealing with related matters, half of the sun has sunk into the horizon, and only dim afterglows are left in the sky and the earth. Kuroyoshi tidied up his clothes and left the training ground number 39 unhurriedly. Although what happened just now is a bit unpleasant, but it is always an extra harvest. If you keep your heart calm, you should be happy. And today is his 5th birthday, so I have to celebrate it. Well, let's go to the barbecue queue and have another meal. Thinking of the Dingzo father and son who had secretly fought with him last time, and finally reached the table, a smile appeared on Kuroshi's face involuntarily. I hope I can still meet the interesting pair of father and son. When Kuriki arrived at the commercial street on the east side of Konoha, night had fallen, and the full moon hung high, exuding white brilliance. The streets are brightly lit and people come and go. He stood on the crowded street and looked up, feeling some loneliness in his heart. What? I really hope someone can spend my birthday with me. With such a sigh in his heart, there was a rare silence on Kurajoshi's face. He is only in his early 20s, he is far from being as strong and mature as he imagined. Everything is just a disguise to protect himself. Suddenly, a smiling face like an idiot filled Kurajoshi's sight. You look like a deep-seated woman, are you thinking of me? Luoji slowly became indifferent, and Kuroyoshi looked at Naruto silently for a while, then pretended not to hear, and walked around. Oh! Wait! Naruto reacted slowly, and quickly followed. He walked by Kuroyoshi, as if he had known him for many years. He said, "Don't be so indifferent, I can see that you don't hate me." Kuroyoshi didn't reply, and kept his pace and continued to walk to the barbecue queue. Naruto didn't give up, and continued to follow his side and said, "You won't be able to make friends if you are so indifferent. Didn't you seem lonely just now? Hey, speak, why ignore me? By the way, my name is Naruto, what about you?" As soon as he said this, Kuroyoshi clearly felt the sight of the people around him. He stopped and scanned left and right. Indifferent, disgusted, angry, disgusted, and then left as if turning a blind eye. Kuroyoshi looked back. Naruto bit her lower lip, clenched his fists tightly, staring at the villagers in her eyes, with incomprehension, unwillingness, anger, and a trace of silence in her eyes. Over the years, he has become accustomed to this indifference. But, still can't let go. The usual carelessness is just to protect the fragile armor. Today is my 5th birthday, and I am going to have a meal at Barbecue Q. If you want to come, come together. Kuroyoshi left a faint sentence, and left without looking back. Naruto was startled, the emotions on his face turned into disbelief and then into joy. Yet, Naruto ignored the gazes of the people around him, raised his triumphant right hand to celebrate, then yelled carelessly and chased after him. On the way, Naruto kept talking. But it was all daily nonsense, and Kuroyoshi didn't listen to it at all. He walked in front quietly, feeling the change of sight cast by passers-by. At first, the disgust and indifference were only for Naruto beside him, and gradually, it began to transfer to him. Vaguely, Kuroyoshi heard some bad gossip. Chapter 12 I don't need mercy in my life. Kuroyoshi can hear these gossips, and so can Naruto. He was no longer as careless as he was at the beginning, and closed his mouth, then stopped. Kuroyoshi looked back at Naruto, his expression was very quiet. What's the matter? Kuroyoshi asked. Just forget it. Naruto was silent for a while, and said, I'm glad you can invite me on your birthday, but if you get too close, it will hurt you. You mean those indifferent eyes? Naruto looked at Kuroyoshi with an indifferent expression, hesitated, and nodded, Do you care about them? Kuroyoshi said nonchalantly. Naruto opened his eyes. People want to live for themselves, isn't it tiring to keep caring about others? Naruto opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. Although everyone has their own life values, but isn't it sad to live just for yourself? Living alone can indeed be very chic, but why did you show a lonely expression before? In the forest that day, didn't you also say that you were lonely inside? Kuroyoshi looked at Naruto and looked at his hesitant expression, he sneered, I know what you are thinking, so didn't I invite you? Naruto looked at him puzzled. Friends, relatives, it's enough to have them, other people's eyes, other people's thoughts. Speaking of this, Kuroyoshi showed a deep-minded gaze, to put it ugly, a bunch of guys who have nothing to do with me, how do they think it's my shit? After finishing speaking, leaving Naruto who hasn't recovered, walked to the barbecue queue alone. Everyone has his own way. Kuroyoshi didn't want to point to other people's Tao, but he didn't want anyone to point to his Tao. He is not as great as Naruto, and he doesn't want to get everyone's approval. He just cared about himself and the ordinary people around him. But my way is the most suitable way for me, and no one needs mercy. Kuroyoshi wants to meet Dingzo father and son again at Barbecue Q, and looks forward to having another big appetite game while plucking some hairs by the way to see if he can make equipment that converts fat into chakra. As for Naruto, Kuroyoshi didn't know if third generation was using a crystal ball to spy, so to find the right time for hair removal and bloodletting, it must not be seen that he deliberately went for Naruto's body tissue. It's a pity that the heavens did not fulfill their wishes. Dingzo and his son were not in the store, and they saw Asuma and Hong. The two of them were sitting by the window, talking and laughing, and eating barbecue. Don't know what Asuma said, Hong was amused and laughed from time to time. Cut, dog men and women. Kuroyoshi cursed sourly in his heart, and then found a seat in the corner. He likes to keep a low profile and doesn't want to be noticed. I like to be alone in the corner even when eating. But with Naruto here today, he is destined to attract countless lights. Soon after he sat down, Naruto followed with a beat. Everyone in the store looked at him, and the customers who were eating happily put away the cheers and laughter. Then, as if an illusion, everyone moved their chopsticks again, and laughter filled the barbecue restaurant again. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But no one in the store looked at him, and the waiter did not come over to greet him, as if everyone hadn't seen him. Kuroyoshi stood up and beckoned to Naruto. Naruto was bitter in his heart and walked towards Kuroshi's position with his head down. Behind him, people who didn't seem to see stopped their chopsticks, pointed at Naruto and Kuroyoshi one by one, quietly discussing something. Asuma and Hong, who were sitting by the window, naturally noticed these abnormalities. But they didn't say anything, they just couldn't help but sigh. Asuma lit a cigarette and sighed, the villagers misunderstand the child so much. Why is there such a big misunderstanding? Red raised a question. Do not know. Asuma took a deep breath of smoke, then exhaled it slowly, and continued, however, there is a high probability that someone has deliberately provoked it. He had just returned to Konoha and didn't know much about Konoha's situation. However, as the guardian of the 12 ninjas, Asuma has stayed with the daimyo for several years and has seen a lot of political struggles, and he has just experienced a civil war with internal disagreements. He is now very sensitive to those political methods, and he has a faint smell. Why do you do this? Do not know. Asuma leaned on the back of the chair, spit out a smoke ring, and said, maybe there is something hidden in it, or it may be something that some guys are planning for their own benefit. In short, it's too much. I hope it's the former. Hong sighed, picked up the glass and drank it. As a ninja, she knows what to ask and what not to ask. Although he felt sympathy for what happened to Naruto, he didn't reach out to help. Because she didn't know if doing so would make things worse. However, Hong looked at Naruto and saw that he was chatting with another indifferent peer happily, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Even though everyone hates him, there are still people who are his friends. Asuma followed the red gaze and saw Kuroyoshi, who was chatting with Naruto, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. That kid is good, even if it might be involved in disgust, he didn't abandon his friends. Really, I think so too. The two picked up their wine glasses and slammed them, then drank them with a knowing smile. When Naruto came to the table, there was a new smile on his face. Although he still minded, he didn't want his emotions to affect other people. In a sense, Naruto counts as the virgin. Although I know, how should I call you? Naruto scratched his head and looked at Kuroyoshi, asking a little embarrassedly. My name is Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi leaned on the table with his hands on his knees, palms dragging his chin, and looked at Naruto with his eyes tightly. Hey! Naruto was startled, smiled, and waved, where, how could I be uncomfortable because of this kind of thing? You don't have to worry about me, even if you cry in front of me, my heart will not fluctuate at all. Hey! Didn't you say that you were a friend before? Naruto slammed the table and stood up, yelling in dissatisfaction, I feel so uncomfortable in my heart, don't you care about it? No, don't talk nonsense, and the second fool doesn't need to care. What are you talking about? Because the second fool will forget the sadness by himself, and then look for new happiness. You are talking about Urha. That's right, I suddenly found that you and Urha are quite similar. Nani? After the noise, Naruto relaxed a lot. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling lamp with a smile on his face. The indifference of the villagers, which had been lingering in their minds, finally temporarily disappeared from their minds. Thank you, Kuroyoshi. Thank me for what? Kuroyoshi, who was seasoning the tenderloin, looked up at him strangely. Anyway, thank you. Neuropathy. Kuroyoshi murmured a little, and silently put all kinds of meat and vegetables on the grill. Chapter 13 Friends. After a while, Naruto's eyebrows tucked slightly, looking a little tangled. What's wrong with you? Kuroyoshi raised his eyes and asked. Naruto opened his mouth, and stopped talking. After hesitating for a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Kuroyoshi with a firm gaze. Kuroyoshi, do you know why the villagers treat me this way? Kuroyoshi looked at him weirdly, as if looking at a fool, which made Naruto very uncomfortable. Hey, what do you mean by the look in your eyes? Naruto slapped the table, protesting dissatisfiedly. Nothing, just found out that you are stupid than you thought. What did you say? Kanji flattened his mouth, flipping the barbecue, and said casually, the whole village treats you this way, so naturally the whole village knows the reason. You still ask me, don't you think there is more to say just now? Then you. Why don't I hate you? How do you know what I want to say? Naruto looked at Kuroyoshi, his eyes widened. Kuroyoshi smiled, put a piece of roasted pork belly into his mouth, chewing it, and said, all the things you want in your heart are written on your face. Have I exposed my inner thoughts so easily? Naruto was like a deflated balloon, his whole body slumped, unable to lift any strength. However, in the next second, he immediately regained his energy. Since you know the reason, why don't you hate me? He stared at Kuroyoshi tightly, nervous and puzzled. Why hate you? He looked up at Naruto with a weird look. Aren't your parents killed by 9 tails? Then why don't you hate me? They all say I'm a demon fox. Naruto looked a little excited and yelled at Kanji. Kuroyoshi ignored it, but swept around indifferently. Everyone in the store was attracted by Naruto's roar, and the look in his eyes became even more disgusting. Faintly, I also heard words like sure enough, he is a demon fox, and he has no education at all. Naruto also noticed the surrounding situation, immediately lowered his posture and cast an apologetic look at the surroundings, then looked back at Kuroyoshi, who was eating barbecue like a okay person, and asked in a low voice, why, you said it. There is no need to engage with the underground party. Kuroyoshi swallowed the meat in his mouth and slumped his mouth nonchalantly. He didn't know whether he was dissatisfied with the taste of the barbecue or he didn't care about what Naruto said. This attitude irritated Naruto. Forget about the situation just now, and prepare to shout loudly. Then are you a demon fox? Kurayoshi's flat voice made Naruto suffocate his lips and swallowed it back. He looked at Kuroyoshi in a daze, looked at him in disbelief and expectation, and asked, what did you just say? Kuriki looked up at him and asked nonchalantly, are you a demon fox? No, it's not. That's not enough. But they all. 5 years ago, I saw the demon fox running across the ruins that buried me. I can be sure that the demon fox is not you. Yes, is it? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto actually didn't want to mention this to Kuroyoshi at all. Because he was worried that Kuroyoshi would become like everyone else when he knew that others would treat himself as the queen of the demon fox. However, on the street before, Kuroyoshi said he was his friend. Ahem. Well, I didn't say such a thing, but I did say something like this. Naruto believes that since he is a friend, there should be no concealment. Although he was worried that Kuroyoshi became disgusted and even hated himself after knowing this, he still told Kuroyoshi. Fortunately, Kuroyoshi is different from everyone else. The boulder in Naruto's heart fell, no more scruples, and he happily ate the barbecue. While eating, he shared some happy things that he had encountered with Kuroyoshi, like talking about tuberculosis. As an audience member, Kuroyoshi listened to Naruto's talk quietly and responded with 2 sentences from time to time. Although the mental age is different, it makes Kuroyoshi not interested in Naruto's topic, but this is the first time someone has accompanied him on his birthday in the 5 years since he came to this world. He felt the long-lost warmth in his heart and was very happy. After eating this barbecue for 3 hours, the street was already dark. The two said goodbye at the door of the store, and then went home separately. On the way, he thought about the trouble he would cause after approaching Naruto, and then smiled disapprovingly. He is no longer the one he was a month ago. With the perfect sage body, he can withstand more 9 tails chakra, and with Shisui's Mangeki, he can notice anyone lurking around him. The master's capital is different, so naturally there are more choices. After half an hour, Kuriki returned to his apartment cabin. Just opened the door, a small, slightly rickety figure, standing by the window with his hands on his back, was greeted by the figure. Kuroyoshi wiped his eyes and looked at the figure inside again. After confirming that it was not an illusion and no vertigo, his mouth opened wide. Grandpa third generation. Hearing an exclamation, the people inside turned around. He was gray-haired and wrinkled. He was wearing a red kimono inside and a white coat outside. He had a hat with the word fire hanging around his waist, and he was holding a smoking pipe in his hand. It is Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Kuroyoshi, the wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face were squeezed together, showing a kind smile. Kuroyoshi is back. No, why did Grandpa third generation come to me? Kuroshi's mouth opened wide, and he hadn't recovered from the incident of third generation running to his own house in the middle of the night. Why, isn't it welcome? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and teased, the wrinkles on his face crowded into a pile. No, but I didn't expect Grandpa third generation to come to my house so late. You sit first and I will boil a pot of water for you. With that said, Kuroyoshi picked up the kettle on the table and prepared to collect water in the bathroom. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly raised his hand to stop it. It's so late, no more. It's okay, I want to drink it myself anyway. Kuroyoshi filled up the kettle and set it alight on the stove. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, and said, I will disturb you so late, there are two main things. What's up? One is to say happy birthday to you. Nonsense. Kuroyoshi didn't care, but on the surface he was very happy to thank him. Thank you, Grandpa third generation. Then the second thing, this is a gift. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 2 envelopes and 2 scrolls. This is. Kanji took it suspiciously, pinched the thickness of the envelope, and opened the thick one with a thick stack of banknotes inside. What's happening here? Kuroyoshi looked at third generation, his eyes widened. Is it that the world has also begun to popularize birthday red envelopes? But this is too much. Although I haven't counted them in detail, the 1,000 yuan bills are at least tens of thousands of taels. You must know that the most common ramen in Yule is 60 taels, and the tonkatsu ramen and char siu ramen are between 70 and 80 taels. Tens of thousands of taels of bills, even with his current appetite, are enough to spend a month. Chapter 14 The Trial and Gift of the Third Generation's Purpose. Grandpa third generation, is this? Kuroyoshi held the envelope full of money and looked at third Hokage dumbfounded. This is your living allowance this month. Yuanfei Hiruzen said. Ba Hag took a puff of smoke, his face was full of vicissitudes of life, and the wrinkles of the years stretched out, and his face was full of smiles. After a long time, he spit out a smoke ring and continued, I can see your hard work during this period of time. With such a large amount of training, you can't have enough food to support you. In the future, your living allowance will be increased to this level. Oh, that's how it is. Kuroyoshi accepted third generation's purpose and took the money out and put it in the cupboard of the bedside table. After all, he performed amazingly during this period. Whether it is perseverance in practice or the potential for progress, it is worthy of high-level attention and training. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded faintly, look at other things. Kuroyoshi nodded, and opened the remaining envelopes and 2 scrolls one after another. Inside the envelope is the admission notice to the ninja school in April next year. The scroll contains the tips for practicing the control of chakra, and the seal scroll containing the shuriken, kunao, and katana. Third generation, smoking a cigarette from the side, said, if you want to become a ninja, it's not enough to exercise your body. You have to use Master Ninja and Ninjutsu. These can help you go further on the road of ninja. How do you like it? Like. Kuroyoshi raised his brows and thanked third generation slightly, thank you, Grandpa third generation. Just like it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, then next year's ninja school starts, are you going to? Does this still need to be asked? Kuroyoshi clenched a fist in front of his chest, with a firm gaze, I will definitely become the strongest ninja, and I will definitely not let the things that happened 5 years ago happen again." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief, took a deep breath of cigarette, and exhaled it happily. "Then I wish you success in your dream." He looked out the window and continued, "It's getting late, the old man won't bother you, and take a good rest." Grandpa third generation walked slowly. Kurayoshi waved goodbye to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, turned, and walked outside the door. When he reached the door, his body suddenly stopped. He turned his head and asked suddenly, "What do you think of Naruto, Naruto?" Kuroyoshi replied subconsciously, "Very good, like a second fool." After speaking, I realized that it was a bit rude to say this in front of him, and wanted to explain, but saw third generation twitching at the corner of his eyes, murmured a few words, and then left with a big laugh. "Old fox." Seeing the back figure drifting away and then completely disappearing into the dark night, Kurayoshi wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and he was completely relieved. He can be sure that the last sentence of third generation is not a temporary intention, but a deliberate test of his true reaction. Third generation and Danzo are both old and cunning. Although they act in different styles, Danzo can't keep up with third generation in terms of cunning. Your contact with Naruto will attract the attention of Danzo and third generation. The third generation project must have been investigated, and I must have used the crystal ball to observe my own situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know the extent of his cultivation. But he was still uneasy, and he wanted to come and try it himself. This should be related to the talent I showed. Kuroyoshi probably guessed it. He started working hard a long time ago, but at that time he was young, without a bloody headband and perfect sage body, and the amount and progress of his practice were not satisfactory. An ordinary imp without any merit, even if he is ambitious and unruly, will not attract attention, because the incompetent guy will not pose any threat. Even if he comes into contact with the important Jinchuriki, at most he asks his subordinates to investigate. But Kuroyoshi has made rapid progress in the past 6 months. Not only has the amount of training increased daily, but the potential that he has shown is also amazing. Such excellent performance has to be eye-catching. Whether it is to cultivate talents for the future of the village or to prevent some bad things from happening, as a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen should show his due attitude and methods. The temptation just now should be a test. And he finally left with a big laugh, indicating that he passed the test and will receive a lot of care from the village in the future. Kuroyoshi is very fortunate that he came to the third generation project. When the third generation comes, it means that he is a person who is important and cultivated by him, so Danzo will not send anyone. In other words, you will be warned for the purpose of third generation and are not allowed to reach out to yourself. Although Danzo often violates the power and the yin, he still will not disobey the third generation in such trivial matters. Both of them are treacherous and cunning, but they act in different styles. In the face of possible problems, third generation aims to investigate thoroughly, and Danzo directly kills the buds of possible problems. If it comes from the roots, then Kuroyoshi has only one way to kill an defect. Fortunately, it is third generation. After a while, after calming down, Kuroyoshi began to count the things sent by third generation. The money is 50,000 taels, the ninja is 12 shurikens, 3 kunao, a 3-foot-long samurai sword, and a copy of the ninja care instructions. Ninjas are standard products, neither bad nor high-quality goods. There are a bunch of popular products, which are enough for practice and normal tasks. It's the scroll that can be used to seal things, so Kang Haibao can't put it down. His system space can only store forged props, and external things cannot be stored. Now that he has a scroll that can store things, it will be much more convenient in the future. In addition, the content of the scroll that records the practice of chakra manipulation is familiar to Kuroyoshi, which is climbing trees and treading water. Kuroyoshi was not surprised either. After all, it was an inheritance, and it was strange that the method was different. But when Kuroyoshi was surprised, there was a gray hair in the scroll. It should be dropped when the third generation project was written. Thinking this way, Kuroyoshi picked up his hair. Ding! Found the special material. Educated hair can forge the special props. Book of all knowledge, is it forging? The Book of all knowledge. Kuroyoshi's eyes widened. The name of this thing is very awesome, and then I think of all the secrets of ninjutsu in the third generation meeting Konoha. If nothing else, this book must be a record of the ninjutsu that third generation had learned throughout his life. Damn, this is really going to take off. Kuroyoshi has no shortage of hardware and software. This omniscient book is just right. Forging. The next second, a thick brick book appeared in his hands. The cover of the book is brown, with a pattern of steep mountains and rivers, and a big eyeball in the middle. The Book of all knowledge. After opening, you can view the scene within 30 kilometers in diameter centered on the holder. What? Chapter 15 The Book of Omniscience. Kuroshitsuji was dumbfounded, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. He glanced around and reconfirmed that the information displayed on the retina was not wrong with what he had seen before. It's the peeping of Yuan Wangjing technique. The corners of Kuroshi's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. At first he expected that he was dazzled, but now it seems that what he expected is a bit different. As the leader of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, Third Hokage has a bad hobby, that is, he likes to use a crystal ball to peep into the female bathhouse. This book must be a special prop forged from this bad hobby. Although the props that can view the 30-kilometer scene with the owner as the center are also awesome, there are chances to obtain the investigating props in the future, and obtaining ninjutsu one day later will waste an extra day of practice time. What Kuroyoshi urgently needs now is ninjutsu, not detection tools. However, it was originally a surprise. Although he failed to meet his expectations and his mentality collapsed a bit, he quickly adjusted back. After checking the function of the Book of Omniscience, I threw it into the system space, then sorted out the items given by third generation, and put the items other than the ninjutsu scroll in the cabinet. After doing all this, Kuroyoshi sat back at the desk and opened the ninjutsu scroll controlled by chakra, slowly looking. The higher the ninja's control over chakra, the easier it is to master ninjutsu. Some high-level ninjutsu requires ninjas to have absolute control over chakra to learn. Kuroyoshi has already practiced to the point of learning ninjutsu. Chakra's control practice is imminent. If you read the practice content today, you can start to practice tomorrow. Shouldn't he be called Dr. Ninja? There is no professional vocabulary for this practice method handwritten by third generation. Many complicated and difficult places are explained with simple and easy to understand metaphors. Kuroyoshi can understand it after reading it. There is a cloud of mud with the ninjutsu scroll left by his parents. Difference. Obviously, third generation also knew that Kuroyoshi had not received systematic ninja training and did not understand a lot of professional knowledge, so he wrote this training method deliberately. Time always flies quickly when people are concentrating. After Kuroyoshi finished reading the contents of the scroll, it was 12 o'clock at night, and the sound of wind sweeping the leaves echoed outside the window. Kuroyoshi yawned and stretched, then went to the bathroom to take a bath and slept. No words for a night. At 7 o'clock in the morning the next day, Kuroyoshi woke up on time. He sat up and opened a corner of the window to look out. The grey sky and the leaves blowing to the Buddha with the breeze made people feel a bit of coolness. Autumn. Kuroyoshi looked at the scenery outside for a while, then sighed with emotion. He remembered being born in this world, and when he opened his eyes for the first time, he saw outside the window the breeze and autumn leaves flying in the sky. It's been 5 years since I came to this world unknowingly. For the past 5 years, he has been carrying a heavy load, and the tremendous pressure has made him breathless. Until now I think about it, Kuroyoshi still has lingering fears. Had it not been for the accidental use of cheat at Hokage Cliff 3 months ago, I would have been overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure. Thinking back to the 3 months of Cheat's efforts, it went smoothly and in sharp contrast with the previous experience. This is really a dreamlike feeling. After sitting on the bed with emotion for a while, Kuroyoshi lifted the quilt and went to the bathroom to wash. The practice of a ninja is very difficult. If you want to become a strong ninja, you have to practice day after day, rain or shine. After a while, the washing is over. Kangji put on a clean set of practice clothes and went out. Today, he is going to practice the control of chakra and strive to complete the practice in 1 week. The process of practice is boring, and there is nothing to talk about. It is nothing more than a process of trying again and again, summing up lessons after countless failures, and then succeeding. Kuroyoshi completed the tree walking training in 1 week as expected, and his control of chakra reached the point of arms command. However, he has no other ninjutsu to practice, so after completing the chakra control training, he spends his free time to practice the ninja master. Throwing equipment, Kunao fought close with the katana. Although no one teaches, but if it is just the basics, there are many books in the library that record practice methods. Relying on self-study and hard training with the books in the library, Kuroyoshi has also changed from a complete layman to a little proficient in the master of ninja. A little bit of time passed, and soon a month passed. During this month, Kuroyoshi practiced physique in the morning, ninja master in the afternoon, and wandered in the downtown Konoha in the evening, trying his luck to collect some materials. Because of the recovery of Sage Body and Kurama Ring, his training intensity is amazing. With the effect of the bloody headband, half a day is more than others. And the talent of Sage Body makes the physical fitness grow very fast. At present, in terms of physical fitness, he is also among the best in Genin, and chakra is also growing naturally every day. By now, his chakra has surpassed the average Genin. Kuroyoshi compared the root unit commander he met at training ground number 39 that day. His chakra was about twice as large as his. As for the material collection, I can only say that it is not ideal. Konoha is too big, and the ninjas' whereabouts are erratic. It is difficult to meet people with material potential. But it's not completely unprofitable. 3 days ago, when Kuroyoshi was eating noodles at Yul Ramen, a hair was picked out of the bowl. He beat the uncle by hand. He originally wanted to get angry and asked the uncle to change a bowl, but when he stirred up his hair, the system's prompt sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Found the special material. The latter, you can forge the special props behind the scenes boss, whether or not to forge. Kuroyoshi hurriedly ran to the toilet to forge things out, but as a result, he had a stick like an Ultraman voice changer in his hand, and the message of the item appeared on his retina. Behind the scenes boss, you can transform into a powerful 6 paths boss. You can only transform when everyone thinks you are an ordinary character. It has to be said to be very strong to be able to turn people into a 6 paths level boss. But the conditions of use make this thing very tasteless. Make everyone think that I'm an ordinary little character. How is this possible? I am not Satsuki, a happy one. Seeing the explanation of this thing, Kuroyoshi was also speechless for a while. But it's better than nothing, and it's better than nothing. Konoha 53 years, October 10th. It's just 6 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion, and it was also the memorial day for countless victims. On this day, Kuroyoshi didn't practice cultivation, but put on a black yukata for the memorial and walked towards the memorial monument. He is going to worship his dead parents. Chapter 16 Worship. The sky was gloomy, with large chunks of dark clouds, pressing the sky very low, and weighing people down like a broken wall about to collapse. Kuroyoshi walked peacefully on the street, surrounded by many villagers who also wore black clothes and walked in the same direction. Everyone didn't speak, and walked forward in silence. The light in the depths of the eyes was dim, full of sorrow. Call. The autumn breeze blows, and the fallen leaves are withered. The sky above Konoha was shrouded in sorrow. Kuroyoshi did not go directly to the memorial monument, but stopped at a flower shop on the way. It is natural to have flowers to pay tribute to the parents who have passed away. He stopped and glanced at the door, then stepped inside. All kinds of fragrant floral scents came, and the shop was filled with all kinds of flowers in an orderly manner. "Welcome." A nice female voice sounded inside. Kuroyoshi heard the sound and saw that there was a small loli standing inside the counter. She is about the same age as herself, with short blonde hair, purple-based clothing, big eyes, and watery, very cute. At the first sight of this man, he recognized it. Yamanaka Ino, a new generation of Inoshika CH members. "Excuse me, do you want to buy flowers?" Ino looked at the clean and beautiful boy in a black yukata in front of him, feeling a little idiot in his heart. This man is really good looking. "I want a bunch of carnations," Kuroyoshi said indifferently. Hearing Kuroyoshi's demand, Ino was taken aback and reacted immediately. "Okay, just a second." 48 years after Konoha, many people come to buy flowers every year today, so prepare in advance. Ino trod into the back room and brought a bunch of carnations to Kuroyoshi. "Thanks." Kuroyoshi handed the money to Ino, then turned around and walked in the direction of the comforting monument. Sure enough, it is worship. Looking at the direction Kuroyoshi was leaving, Ino had such an expression on his face. Carnation's words were mourning and longing, coupled with the black bathrobe and silent expression, she guessed it naturally. Only. Is he alone? Did his parents die? Obviously about the same size as me, but I have to face everything alone. However, he is so good looking, I don't know his name yet. For a time, Ino was thinking a lot. Konoha Forest, deep. There is a huge stone stele with the names of the dead. This is a memorial monument, on which the names of all heroes who sacrificed for Konoha are engraved. The memorial monument is not complete. The First Ninja War, the Second Ninja War, the Third Ninja War, the Nine Tails Chaos and various crisis missions. Konoha had too many ninjas who died silently, and until now, they couldn't find their bodies and names. Many flowers were placed around the stele, which were worshipped by other villagers. When Kanji came with carnations, there was already a person standing in front of the stele. She was also wearing a black yukata, with silver hair and a mask on her face. The front bangs drooped down to cover her left eye. Hitaki Kakashi. Kuroyoshi said the man's name silently in his heart. He will come to worship his parents every year and today, and every time he meets Kakashi who came first here, he is not surprised to meet Kakashi here today. Coming to Kakashi's side, quietly placed the flowers on the ground in front of the monument. Quietly. Staring at the names of parents on the memorial tablet. The body trembled slightly. When he was born into this world, Kuroyoshi was very resistant to his new parents at first. After all, he already had parents in his previous life. But in the following month, his parents worked tirelessly and took care of him so that he could feel the love they have for him. Especially on the day of the Nine Tails Chaos, in order to protect themselves, the two used their bodies as bait and tried to distract Nine Tails, but they were swept away by one tail bus and the whole street before they even ran a few steps. Although he has only been with him for a month, Kuroyoshi loves his parents very much, even if they have never said a word. There are too many unfortunate people in this world. Kakashi said suddenly. His exposed pupils quietly looked at the stone tablet, with sadness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Ah, there are too many unfortunate people in this world. Looking at the name on the stone tablet, Kuroyoshi couldn't help but clenched his hands. So I want to be the strongest, and I want to prevent myself and the people around me from being the unfortunate person. Kakashi glanced at Kuroyoshi flatly, turned around and left without stopping too much. Kuroyoshi ignored it, but stood quietly in front of the stele. Recalling the bits and pieces of that month, I also had it in my previous life, but I never noticed the trivial things in daily life. Looking back now, he could feel a touch of warmth. Before you know it, time goes by. When Kuriki recovered, the sky was already dimmed. He glanced at the moon poking his head out of the clouds, his hands clenched once again. In this life, I must live without regrets. Tonight is the full moon, and the silver brilliance spreads over the earth, adding a mysterious coat to Konoha. Kuroyoshi sat at the desk, with his left knee resting on the table, palms on his cheeks, and his eyes staring at the moon in a daze. He can't sleep. Going to worship his parents today reminds him of the past. Not only this world, but also past lives. At that time, he was still an ordinary teenager, always surrounded by friends and relatives, and now. Although they think of Naruto as a friend, the differences in their mental age and thinking make them have no common topics. He doesn't want to go to Naruto, and he always hides in the remote training ground alone to practice. Only. My heart is always empty. Still can't resist loneliness. Kuroyoshi sighed with emotion. He is not a lonely person, but he knows that the turmoil that is coming in the future will force him to move forward with a heavy burden. Because this is a cruel world. Without power, there can be no happiness. However, such a lonely life won't last long. With a god-level forging system, it won't take long for him to have the power to dominate his own destiny. When you fall, you don't have to practice so lonely every day. Come on, Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi clenched his right hand to cheer for himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the clouds on the horizon fluttered and blocked the moon. The sky suddenly darkened. Outside the window, a person suddenly appeared on the telephone pole opposite. He squatted on the telephone pole, his blood-red eyes watching here quietly, 3 black go-jade slowly spinning in his eyes. Kuroyoshi felt the gaze falling on him, and suddenly looked up. Empty. Only the wind is blowing. Is it an illusion? Kuroyoshi had some doubts, and was about to take out the Book of All-Knowing to check it out. Suddenly, he felt a change in the airflow in the room, as if there was an additional person. The action suddenly stopped. Kuroyoshi turned around abruptly, wiped his right hand in the ninja bag on his back, hooked out a kunai with his middle finger, took advantage of the momentum to rotate, squeeze it, and then threw it. Boom! Kiwa wiped the man's ears on the wall on the side. Who are you? Kuroyoshi looked up and down at the uninvited guests who suddenly appeared in the room, his eyes full of vigilance. Chapter 17 Uchiha Atake. The visitor wore a black tights, his face was covered by a civet mask, he was tied with a shoulder-length ponytail, and he carried a long sword on his back. It's Anbu. Kurayashi's heart sighed when he saw the attire of the visitor clearly. Why did someone from Anbu sneak into my room? Is the secret being wiped out, or is it some other reason? Is this person Anbu or Root? Kuroyoshi's eyes turned in a circle, and his brain was spinning fast, thinking about what he had done recently. Didn't make any suspicious behavior. At this moment, the man suddenly moved. The tip of his right toe touched the ground lightly, his body was like a thunder, and he rushed to front of him in the blink of an eye. The long knife behind him had already been pulled out, and it was slashed in the middle of Kuroyoshi. So fast! Kuroyoshi was shocked, too late to think about it. Nine-Tails Chakra quickly wraps his right hand and can stand in front of him. When Metal cried, sparks flew everywhere, and the knife was firmly grasped in the palm of Chakra's wrapped hand. The person's pupils shrank slightly, and said calmly, Nine-Tails Chakra, why do you have this kind of thing? I appeared at my house rashly, but asked this kind of question. Kuroyoshi smashed the blade abruptly, taking advantage of the force to offset and losing balance for a short time. His left hand also wrapped Nine-Tails Chakra and grabbed the man's abdomen. Boom! The person's right foot slammed on the ground, the solid thick wooden floor was crushed, and the whole person flew back, with clothes fragments and blood floating in the air. 5 blood stains were caught on his waist and abdomen by sharp claws. Hit it! Kuroyoshi was a little startled. You know, his age itself is deceptive. At this time, under the blessing of Nine Tails Chakra, he exploded with strength and speed no less than Jainin. This kind of sudden attack, even Jainin had no time to react. But he avoided it. This person is either a ninja at or above Kakashi's level, or he knows in advance that he can explode with such power. But he did not completely avoid the attack. If you know in advance that you can burst out such power, it is impossible to be unprepared. Therefore, the guy in front of you is the former situation. This guy is a master. Kangji was more vigilant in his heart. The one who a mirror opened, his eyes turned bloody, the three Goyu Jade slowly turned inside, and the golden chakra appeared on the surface of his body. Be fully prepared, Kuroyoshi asked again, who are you anyway? The man did not answer, covering the wound with his right hand, and looking at Kurayashi's eyes shrank for a while. Shock. This is the emotion that Kuroyoshi read from the opponent's eyes. But even in the violent mood swings, there is still no overreaction. This guy is very cool-headed. Kuroyoshi's importance to this person in his heart once again raised a level. Do you think no one knows what you did secretly? The man suddenly said, his voice flat, and he couldn't judge the master's emotions from it. Kuroyoshi's complexion remained unchanged, but his heart jumped fiercely. There is only one thing he does secretly, and that is to find special materials and forge special props. Did someone discover that I could forge special props? No, if he knew that I would forge special props, he would not be so surprised after meeting Nine Tails Chakra and Wanhua Mirror. This guy is cheating on me. Kuroyoshi sneered, trying to expose his methods, not wanting the person to continue to say, a month ago, training ground number 39. As soon as this remark came out, it was like a thunder and exploded, setting off a wave of waves in Kangji's heart. You were peeping in the dark. Kuroyoshi pointed at the man in disbelief, his eyes widened. But the next second, he realized that he had been fooled. If this guy was peeping in the dark, how could he be so surprised by his Nine Tails Chakra and Wanhua Jing? Either things were coming to an end when he came, or he was doing a random set based on the intelligence he often practiced in the training ground number 39. In other words, this seems to be a reminder or a lie to him. Sure enough, Kuroyoshi saw the man's thoughtful look in the eye hole of the civet mask. Compared with these experienced ninjas, I am still too tender. Kuroyoshi took a deep breath, and his brain gradually calmed down. He had already decided that he would not answer any words from this guy, and made up his mind to catch him. He wants to know what the hell this guy came from, and what he meant by coming here. Under Mangeki Sharingan, no one can keep the secret. Seems to feel the change of Kuroyoshi. The man turned his attention to Kuroyoshi again, and said calmly, I am not malicious, I just found something surprising, I just want to verify it. Kuroyoshi sneered and didn't respond. The man didn't care, and said in a calm tone, I know you won't believe it, so take a step back and calm down. When you calm down, I will come to you again. As he said, his index finger and middle finger of his right hand were put together in front of him. It's not that easy to run. Nine Tails Chakra derives two big hands from his shoulders, and grabs the person swiftly like the wind. Facing the menacing chakra hand, the man didn't panic at all. He smiled at Kuroyoshi and said, I will give you a kind reminder. Sometimes, even if you don't say anything, a lot of information will be exposed. After speaking, the sound of bang turned into smoke and disappeared into the room. Boom! Chakra pierced through the smoke with his big hands, punching through the wall. Through the entrance of the hole, Kangji saw an agile figure flying up and down on the street, but it disappeared from his vision for a moment. What's the noise in the middle of the night? The neighbor's aunt's roar came from next door. Kangji, who was about to catch up, hesitated and put away the Nine Tails Chakra, and then the humans and animals sneered harmlessly, Ahaha, I'm cultivating, sorry. It's Kuroyoshi. It's been in the middle of the night, let's go to sleep. Okay, Okay. Kuroyoshi let out a sigh of relief when the light in the next room was turned off from the window. The movement just now has attracted the attention of neighbors. If you chase people in a nine-tails coat, you will definitely make a noise. Without nine-tails chakra, he couldn't catch up, so he gave up chasing. At least, judging from that person's tone, he is not from third generation and Danzo, nor is he the kind of guy who is 100% assured of Konoha. Think I don't chase, I don't know who you are. Kuroyoshi smiled, took out the Book of Omniscience from the system space, and opened it. A virtual map of Konoha is projected a finger distance above the page. There are dense balls of light on it. Most of the light balls stand still, but some are moving. Kuroyoshi found a map near him, and a ball of light was moving away from here at an alarming speed. Found it. A smile appeared on Kuroyoshi's face, and then he reached out his hand and pointed at the ball of light, and a picture suddenly appeared on the ball of light. In the picture, a person wearing EPUB black clothes and a civet mask with a scratched abdomen is moving fast, and the ponytail bound behind his head rises high with the fast movement. A name was also displayed on the ball of light. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 18. Uchiha Itachi? Kuroyoshi was stunned, suspicious of the name displayed in the Book of Omniscience. But as the ball of light representing Uchiha Itachi went around a long way back to the Uchiha mansion, Kuroyoshi finally accepted this fact. Stronger than ordinary Jonin, calm and smart, EPUB with a ponytail behind his head. These characteristics are consistent with Uchiha Itachi, and it is understandable that he did not tell Konoha's senior management about him. When it comes to loyalty to Konoha, Uchiha Itachi has nothing to say. But loyalty to Konoha does not mean loyalty to Konoha's senior management. Maybe it was the same before, but after Uchiha Shisui's incident, he must be able to realize that Konoha is Konoha, and the high level is the truth of the high level. Although he is still on the side of the high level, he has guarded against Danzo and even third generation. He didn't tell Konoha's senior management about himself. It should be the reason why Uchiha was preparing for the coup d'état. Kuroyoshi fell into deep thought. The animation did not specify the exact time when Uchiha was annihilated, but judging by the plot, at least after Sasuke entered the ninja school and participated in the grade assessment to get the first grade. In other words, there is at least half a year. At this time, Uchiha Itachi should be still looking for a peaceful solution between the two sides. He discovered his secret but did not tell the Konoha executives, that is to say. It has been determined that the Uchiha rebellion cannot be resolved peacefully. Have you begun to find a way out for Sasuke and his family? Kuroyoshi pondered slightly. Uchiha Itachi destroyed his own family for Konoha. Whether this matter is distorted, let's leave aside for the time being, but Kuroyoshi thinks this is the most correct choice. Not for Konoha, but for the Uchiha clan. He once watched senior Hokage fans talk about this on a Hokage forum. Those people took out information that was not explained in the animation, only the formula book or even the author's interview. After Uchiha was exterminated, their Sharingan was divided between Danzo and Obito. Obito embedded the collected Sharingan on the wall of his residence. There were about 20, and Danzo also had about 20. In other words, there are only about 20 people from the Uchiha clan who have opened their eyes. Kuroyoshi doesn't know exactly how many people are in the Uchiha clan, but according to the mansion where they live, there are about 1,000 people at most. Excluding old and young women and children, the number of people who can become ninjas is only about 100 people. 100 people want to overthrow the rule of third generation and Danzo. Kuroyoshi really doesn't know how many people are under third generation Danzo, but third generation is now deeply loved by Konoha. In one word, at least 90% of ninjas will die for him. And Konoha Hikaruchnin is about 10,000. The only possibility for Uchiha's coup to succeed is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. But he chose the third generation side, and later he was snatched and committed suicide. Uchiha had no chance at all. Even if they have 2 pairs of Manjiki now, it's useless. No, 10 pairs are not necessarily useful. Because the intelligence is also crushed by the Konoha high level. Uchiha thought that Konoha didn't know his plan and was arrogant and ignorant. But Konoha knew their clan's every move. If Uchiha Itachi chooses to stand on Uchiha's side, the end result will be Konoha's loss of some Geninchinin, plus the Uchiha clan extermination. It is possible that the third generation item and Danzo will be spelled out. But this possibility is unlikely. Then other countries will seize the opportunity to enter, and Konoha will once again fall into the flames of war. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi chose to stand on Konoha's side, and keeping Sasuke's life was the most correct choice whether for his own ideas or for the future of the family. Kurayoshi can already simulate the situation of Uchiha Itachi. A month ago, Uchiha Shisui was attacked by Danzo at Nanga Shrine and took one eye. After that, he ran away, met Itachi at a waterfall, gave him the incident and the remaining eye, and chose to commit suicide by diving. Shisui here is desperate. He who has lost one eye cannot use the group distinguished heavenly gods, and cannot change the will of all the people of the tribe or the high-level Konoha. He can no longer stop the fighting between the two sides. But he still had hope in his heart, and he didn't want his existence to detonate the battle between the two sides in advance. Because he was alive, Danzo would not let him go, and the two sides went to war. If he was killed by Danzo, the tribe would know that they were preparing for a coup d'état and they would initiate a coup d'état in advance. Therefore, he can only commit suicide in exchange for time, hoping that Itachi can find a peaceful solution in the desperate situation. Itachi inherited Shisui's will and determined to continue Shisui's path. In order to ensure that Shisui's corpse disappears completely, follow it all the way. However, some things were delayed due to the opening of Manjiki or other reasons. He tracked down to training ground number 39 and found 4 scenes where the roots were kneeling to him and shouting for the master. He knew his secret, but not much. And because he didn't let Gen take Shisui's body, and Danzo's betrayal of Shisui, he didn't tell Konoha about this matter. When Uchiha decided to rebel, he had been thinking about ways to peacefully resolve the conflict between the two. He focused on both Uchiha and Konoha, but there was nothing he could do. Now I suddenly see a third party outside of the two parties. Although I still don't know who I am and what is the relationship with the root ninja, there is another direction. For the next month, he tried to think about a peaceful solution to the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha, and investigated himself secretly. After confirming that he was not a spy from another village, he decided to test it out. In order not to reveal his identity, he did not use Sharingan and was hurt by himself. But while Uchiha Itachi was surprised, his heart was happy. Because the more unusual you show, the more possibilities you have. Later. This guy wants to find a peaceful solution from me. Kurayoshi pinched his chin in thought. After all, I had 9 tails chakra when 9 tails Jinchuriki existed, but I had Sharingan instead of Uchiha. And it's easy to use, it doesn't seem to be captured. This incredible thing happened to a 5-year-old child, and it was normal to make him see hope. So, he will continue to investigate me for a while, and after the investigation fails, he will take the initiative to find a showdown. Kurayoshi analyzed the cause and effect, and after what might happen later, a smile appeared on his face. Knowing that he might be investigated in the future, it is impossible for him who possesses the Book of Omniscience to show his feet. And, looking at the blood splashing on the wall, Kurayoshi smiled even more. He swiped upwards, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Found broken fairy blood, you can forge special props broken fairy crystal, Wanhu a mirror, never ending, heart of peace, father and son of filial piety, and brother bonds. What the hell is this? Kurayoshi was stunned. Chapter 19, obviously a bumper harvest, but I feel very heavy. The rule to become a special material is to have special abilities or rumors. If it is a human, then personality and experience will also be involved. For example, hand hitting the uncle. The behind-the-scenes boss was because when the animation was not over, many people guessed that he was the big boss, and some people guessed that he was Sage of Six Paths, who will be an important person for Naruto in the future. After the animation was over, this speculation became a widely circulated one. Many netizens picture Six Paths and Satsuki. I heard that the animation company knows that Genkou has created an original animation, but I don't know if it is true or not. These stocks make the body tissue of an ordinary person's hand-beating uncle possess the characteristics of forging special props. Uchiha Itachi has a lot of abilities and stocks. What kills all things in a second, a dozen 7, stupid Odoudou, laughter 4 masters and so on. He left a lot of blood here. Kuroyoshi had long expected that he could forge a lot of props, but forget the broken fairy crystallization and Wanhua mirror. What the hell is this endless filial piety sword, brotherly bondage, and the heart of peace? What about my 10-fist sword that can seal everything? What about my invincible Yata mirror? What about my Yasaka Goyu that is comparable to tailed beast bomb? Are these 3 kinds of pupil surgery that comes with Uchiha Itachi Mangeki? But Orochimaru clearly said that the 10-fist sword is a kind of grass pheasant sword. He has been looking for it, which at least shows that the 10-fist sword is a treasure, not a pupil technique. Does Itachi have not obtained these things, or is the blood not enough to forge everything? Or is it that external objects cannot be forged through the host's body tissue? The things he wanted didn't appear, instead there were a bunch of props whose names were messy. Kuroyoshi just wanted to explode. However, thinking of the neighbor's aunt who was only waking up next door, he forcibly held back. Forging. I read a silent sentence in my heart, and then the blood disappeared, and there were 6 more things on my hand. The size of a thumb, the broken fairy crystal looks like a blood-red crystal. Wanhua lens, which looks no different from ordinary contact lenses. A heart of peace that exudes a soft light, transparent for a while an entity, loving looking. The blade of the sword is blood red and cold, and it is a filial piety sword with a handle that is about 4 feet long. A pair of ordinary-looking silver stud earrings, brotherly bondage. A piece of pitch black, circling constantly, like an endless air mass, never ending. Kuroyoshi looked at the appearance of a few items for a while, unable to see what was famous, so he immersed himself in the information given by the system. Broken fairy crystal, upgradable after the crystal is swallowed, it will change the brain of the user, turning the eyes into degraded fairy eyes. Wanhua mirror, upgradable. These are degraded fairy eye glasses, and the wearer can use Sharingan's abilities. Heart of peace, the miracle caused by the strong desire for peace can revive the dead. Note, only the deceased who loves peace and keeps the body intact can absorb it, only one person. Sword of filial piety to fathers and sons, after the sword bearer kills his parents. He will gain powerful strength, but at the same time he will also be burdened with sins that can never be redeemed. Note, only those who have a harmonious family and a deep relationship between father and son are effective. Brother bonds, the 2 parties wearing ear studs can sense each other's thoughts and thoughts. Never ending, after absorbing, he will carry an extremely heavy weight. The weight cannot be removed, and it will increase over time until death. Ding! It is detected that the host has 2 broken fairy crystals, which can be merged and upgraded. Whether to upgrade or not. Ding! It is detected that the host has 2 Wanhua mirrors, which can be integrated and upgraded, whether to upgrade or not. Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi was silent. If it were the usual, he would definitely complain about a few useless items, but now, his heart is heavy and he can't speak. Special materials are only available because of their special abilities. If the special material is a person, it will be composed of that person's experience, personality, and rumors, and the props created are also generated based on these conditions. These 6 props fully reflect Uchiha Itachi's current physical, mental, and current situation. Extraordinary ability, family harmony, longing for peace, carrying heavy burdens, and the consciousness of killing parents and the inability to make decisions. Call. Kuroyoshi took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. His eyes became firmer and firmer. This is a manifestation of being weak and unable to determine my own destiny, just like when I could only lie in a swaddle and watch the house collapse and bury myself, and watch 9 tails cross over my head from the gap, this feeling of powerlessness. I definitely don't want to experience it again. Kuroyoshi clenched his fist. Upgrade Wanhua Mirror. The Wanhua Mirror in the hand and the Wanhua Mirror on the eyes flew out automatically, and then attracted each other close to each other. Then, the soft light bloomed, making it hard to see what was inside. About 5 seconds, the light disappeared. A pair of new contact lenses was revealed. Kuroyoshi stretched out his hand to catch it, and the message of Xin Wanhuajing appeared in his retina. Eternal Kaleidoscope, these are degraded fairy eye glasses, and the wearer has the ability of Sharingan. The introduction has not changed except for the name. Kuroyoshi put on the glasses and immediately knew the specific changes. It is probably the eternal Mangeki after Shisui and attack as Sharingan merge with each other. The glasses also have the pupil technique of Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and distinguished heavenly gods. And because of the fusion of the two, the pupil power has become stronger. All abilities have changed and become stronger. Such as Susanoo. The Susanoo used in the Wanhua mirror originally forged with Shisui's blood is green, but the Susanoo used after being upgraded to the eternal Wanhua mirror has become a red and green color, and possesses the characteristics and abilities of 2 Susanoos. And before, only ordinary Susanoo could be used, and at most, Suzuo could be covered with a layer of armor, but now he can use the full-body Susanoo, which is the kind that grows Tengu nose and wings. But there is no Shikwen sword, and there is no Yata mirror and Yasaka Kyengu. It seems that these 3 are not the pupil technique. But the treasures Uchiha Itachi will find in the future. Kuroyoshi guessed. But even so, as soon as Susanoo came out, no one could stop Konoha in this era except Guy bursting into 8 Gate. Of course, the use of Susanoo will bring huge pain and burden to the body. Using Kurayashi's current physical quality, even Suseo, who has only a bone frame, will instantly crush his body. In addition to Susanoo, Amaterasu's activation time has become faster, and Tsukuyomi's farthest cast range has changed from the farthest 5 meters to 7 meters. The cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods has changed from 10 years to 5 years. After understanding the effect of the eternal Wanhua mirror, Kuriki also probably knew the effect of the fusion of the 2 broken fairy crystals. It is nothing more than the crystallization of Mangeki with Uchiha bloodline and awakening from Shisui Mangeki Sharingan with Uchiha bloodline and awakening Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to the eternal Mangeki. Kuroyoshi remembers that in the animation, the Mangeki of the brothers must be merged to be upgraded to the eternal Mangeki, and the god-level forging system changed the requirement of the Mangeki of the brothers to any Mangeki. However, the animation did not clearly state that Mangeki, a brother, is needed. It's just that Suzuki and Madara's eternal Mangeki were upgraded by changing the eyes of their brothers, so whether the pupil power of Mangeki absorbed by other people can be upgraded is an uncertain factor. Maybe it can be upgraded by doing this, but not necessarily. Chapter 20 Yakushi Kabuto. For the time being, Kuriki had no plans to fuse the 2 broken crystals to upgrade. Because Uchiha Itachi will come to him for a showdown soon, trying to find a peaceful solution to the 2 from him. He hasn't decided whether to help Itachi. It's not pity. Well, there is an element of compassion in it, but it is more because I have a lot of things that I lack. He didn't know whether he would choose to trade with Itachi or what other options. If you want to help, then only Shisui's fairy crystal can help. Anyway, things won't run. If you want to integrate and upgrade, you can do it at any time. There is no need to rush for a while. After sorting out everything, Kuroyoshi threw the rest of the props into the system space, and then went to sleep. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Kuroyoshi was awake coldly. He sat up from the quilt, opened the corner of the curtain, and looked outside. The cold wind was hanging from the grey sky. Kuroyoshi couldn't help but sneezed. It is the end of autumn and the weather is already very cold. The hole in the wall allowed the cold wind to wreak havoc in the room all night. He caught a cold, his head was dizzy and he couldn't concentrate. Snee. After sneezing again, Kuroyoshi wiped off the nasal mucus, dressed and washed, and then walked to the hospital. Let's get rid of the cold first. About half an hour, Kuroyoshi came to Konoha Hospital slowly. Because it was still early and the weather was getting colder, there were not many people in the hospital, and only a few nurses on duty occasionally passed by. Kuroyoshi came to the front desk and said to the nurse on duty, "Hello, I have a cold, can I help you hang up the bottle of water?" The doctor hasn't gone to work yet. Only a few medical ninjas who graduated from school this year are doing internships. Would you like to show them? The nurse sister said apologetically. A medical ninja who just graduated. Kuroyoshi thought for a while and nodded in agreement. After all, it's just a small cold, even a medical ninja who is still internship can't go wrong. After all, the medical ninja during the war did not have an internship at all, and went directly to the battlefield. Kuroyoshi still trusted Konoha's cultivation of the medical ninja. After going through the formalities, Kuroyoshi followed the instructions of the nurse and went to the ward 9 on the second floor to wait. After waiting for about 2 minutes, a boy with silver hair, round eyes, and Konoha shinobi forehead protector walked in. He is about 150 centimeters tall and about 12 years old, holding a thermometer and other medical equipment in his hand. When he saw this person, Kuroyoshi quickly lowered his head. He was so familiar with this person that he showed an unnatural expression when he saw him. In order not to be found out, he can only lower his head. Because the opponent is an elite spy named Yakushi Kabuto, a master of dreams who walks in many countries. What's wrong? Yakushi Kabuto closed the door and came to the bedside with a gentle smile to comfort him. Don't be afraid, it's just a small cold. It will be cured soon. Really? Kuroyoshi raised his head, the expression on his face turned into a bright smile. Then I beg you. Yakushi Kabuto pushed down the round frame glasses, the lenses reflected cold light, making it impossible to see the expression inside. The reflection flashed away. And Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, "Take your temperature first." Then take your body temperature and heartbeat. Yakushi Kabuto was smiling throughout the whole process, and he was very gentle and humble when asking questions, perfectly disguised as a gentle brother. If it hadn't been known in advance that this guy was the actor, Kuroyoshi would definitely be deceived. Okay, it's just a common cold. Are you going to take medicine or an infusion? Yakushi Kabuto put away his stethoscope and said with a smile. Infusion. Kuroyoshi thought for a while and said. Although the common cold is easy to cure, in his opinion, the infusion will heal faster. He doesn't want to waste time on the cold. Then wait a minute, I'll dispense the medicine. After speaking, Yakushi Kabuto turned and opened the door and left, closing the door by the way. Kuroyoshi looked at the door of the ward and fell into deep thought. I ran into this guy when I went to the hospital by accident. Was it a coincidence or was it calculated? It should have both ingredients. After all, he himself did not know that he would be sick today, so it is unlikely that Yakushi Kabuto will deliberately stay in the hospital today to wait for his arrival. Probably as Orochimaru's spy, Yakushi Kabuto is hiding in the hospital with mixed qualifications. Then, as an intern medical ninja, after seeing my medical record data sheet, he offered to give me a diagnosis. As for the reason, it should be an outstanding performance in the past few months. After all, he is an elite spy, and observing Konoha's potential newcomers is also one of the main tasks assigned to him by Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Kuroyoshi let go. In terms of time, Yakushi Kabuto has just returned from Otanin village. In a short period of time, he will not engage in moths. After all, as a spy, it is easy to expose what attracts the attention of others. It's just that if you perform too well in the future, you have to worry about Orochimaru looking for a container for yourself. But that's something for the future, and whether Orochimaru can beat himself is still two different things. About 2 minutes later, Yakushi Kabuto returned to the ward with 2 bottles of potion. He inserted the needle into the medicine bottle, then hung the medicine bottle on the hook above the hospital bed, then took the needle and said, "Extend your left hand, I want to pierce it in." Kuroyoshi nodded and stretched out his left hand. Yakushi Kabuto touched Kurayashi's left hand, found the blood vessel position and inserted the needle directly along, and then fixed it with medical tape. After doing all this, Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, "Well, when the potion is almost finished, you can press the button on the bedside." "Thanks. It's okay." Yakushi Kabuto pushed down the glasses, the lens reflected light. "I listened to your heartbeat before, and the beating sound was very strong." "Hey." Kuroyoshi looked at him strangely, wondering what he meant by suddenly saying this. A strong heartbeat represents vigorous vitality. It stands to reason that your heartbeat is unlikely to cause colds and other illnesses. "Then what?" "I suggest you do a full body examination." "Body check." "It's not a troublesome thing. It's just a blood test. If you want to do it, I can take a blood test now, and the result will be available after you finish the water." "That's it." Kuroyoshi lowered his head, letting his bangs block his eyes. "Do you want to do it?" Yakushi Kabuto looked at him with a smile. "No need." Kuroyoshi raised his head again, squinted his eyes and smiled. "It's just a small cold, and it will be better soon." "That's it." Yakushi Kabuto spread his hands with regret. "Then I will leave, and call me when the potion is over." "Yeah." Kuroyoshi nodded. Persevering, Yakushi Kabuto turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." Kuroyoshi stopped him suddenly. Yakushi Kabuto paused, then turned around and looked at him suspiciously. "Is there anything else?" "Come here." Kuroyoshi beckoned to Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto hesitated, but came over anyway. "Head down a bit." "What's the matter?" Yakushi Kabuto was puzzled. "Don't ask, just get down to know." "All right." Yakushi Kabuto hesitated, then lowered his head. Kuroyoshi reached out and pulled 2 hairs on his head. Chapter 21 Wishing Crystal Ball. "What you do?" Feeling the pain from his head, Yakushi Kabuto jumped back like a frightened bird. Pulling a distance away, he stretched out his hand and fumbled on his head, trying to figure out what hands and feet had been done to his head, and at the same time stared at Kuroyoshi vigilantly to prevent his next move. But Kuroyoshi did nothing. He raised his hands, shook the hair in his hand to Yakushi Kabuto, and said with a smile, Just now I saw something dirty on your head, so I wanted to help you remove it, but I accidentally pulled my hair off. I am so sorry." "Really?" Yakushi Kabuto stared at Kurayashi's face suspiciously. "Of course." A faint smile appeared on Kuroyoshi's face. "In that case, forget it." After hesitating, Yakushi Kabuto said. After speaking, turned and left. When I opened the ward, I paused for a while, then turned around and said, "Pay attention to the liquid in the medicine bottle. Just press the bedside button to call in advance when it's over." "Understood." Yakushi Kabuto nodded, walked out of the ward, closed the door and left. He walked in the hospital corridor without rush, his back straight, and his thick round glasses gleaming. The child's heartbeat is too strong, and his vitality is rare in his life. Such a physique must meet the requirements of Lord Orochimaru. Ward 9. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Kuroyoshi took out Yakushi Kabuto's hair again, and the system prompt sounded in his mind in time. Ding! Special material dream hair is detected. Special props false mask and wish crystal ball can be forged. Whether or not to forge. Forging. In the next second, a white mask and a blue crystal ball the size of a grapefruit appeared in the hand, and the information of both appeared on the retina at the same time. False mask: the wearer can change into anyone he has seen, regardless of height, weight, gender, temperament, and breadth, and will not be seen through by pupil technique. Wishing crystal ball: just make a wish to it, it will satisfy any wish of the holder, but the way of satisfying the wish may be a little different from what you expect. Kuroyoshi threw all the props into the system space, and then sat on the bedside meditating. These two props are obviously based on the life experience of Yakushi Kabuto spy and the stock of the Master of Dreams. The role of false masks is obvious, which is to hide identity. The system said that the pupil technique cannot be seen through, not that so and so pupil technique, it should be that any pupil technique cannot see through. It doesn't matter if it is Sharingan or Byakugan or Rinnegan. And the wishing crystal ball. This thing seems to be heaven-defying, but the introduction mentioned that the way to satisfy the wish is different from what I expected, so Kuroyoshi dare not use it. Kuroshi's previous life has seen similar things in many fantasy works. Although every person who makes a wish has realized his wish, he will become more miserable and regretful as a result. The more ambitious the promise made, the more miserable it will end up. The more you get, the more you lose. There is no doubt that this wishing crystal ball is such a scam. But what if it's not what you think? Although the system introduction has been written very clearly, the temptation to realize any wish is too great. Even knowing that there is no good thing in the world that can be reaped without giving, Kuroyoshi can't help thinking like this. What if this crystal ball is really an artifact that can realize any wish? It would be a pity if you don't try it. This kind of thinking became stronger and stronger, and gradually swallowed up reason. Suddenly, there was a pain in his left arm. Kuroyoshi suddenly woke up. He glanced at his left hand, the blood was flowing back down the needle while the medicine bottle was empty. Unconsciously, he struggled for a long time. Call. Kuroyoshi sighed deeply, then pulled out the needle. The pinhole in the hand healed instantly. He squeezed a fist and opened the door to leave after feeling no strangeness. As for the wishing crystal ball, he is going to try the water with a small wish first, then, even if there are any accidents, he can accept it. If the wall at home is broken, make a wish to make the wall intact. Coming out of the hospital, when passing by an unmanned alley, Kuroyoshi took out a crystal ball to make a wish. Leave the walls of my house intact. The crystal ball flashed a purple light, and then calmed down. Is that all right? Kuroyoshi was a little skeptical. Isn't it possible to make a wish or something with the appearance of the dragon in Dragon Ball? Why did the wishing ball flash once and there was no movement? But it's a different thing after all. Although Kuroyoshi suspected that the wishing ball was a parallel product, he did not question its effect before seeing the result. After all, the effects of the warm-blooded headband, Kurama ring, and Wanhua mirror were all real, without any moisture. Putting away the wishing ball, Kuroyoshi continued to walk home. About half an hour, Kuroyoshi returned to the door. However, the original apartment building has become a ruin. This is my house. Kanji stood in front of the ruins with doubts on his face. Looking forward through the ruins, the whole street leading to the outside of the village was destroyed, and countless villagers and ninjas rummaged in it for useful things. Kuroyoshi, you are back. It was a familiar voice from behind. Kuriki looked back and saw a fat ant in an apron came over with a bag of sundries. Kuriki quickly asked, Aunt Yuxu, is this my apartment? This Aunt Yuxu is a neighbor of Kurakishi, the one who was woken up in the middle of the night last night. Yes, a 3-meter-high bear broke into the village from the forest before, and was destroyed everywhere along the way. Our apartment was demolished by this beast. Hey! Kuroyoshi was stunned. He knew that some animals in this world were as big as hormones, and Konoha was also built in dense forests, surrounded by many huge beasts. However, Konoha has a full range of perception barriers, and there are a large number of guard ninjas on duty in the village 24 hours a day. Even if a beast breaks in, he can find the expulsion immediately. How could it be so destructive? Aunt Yuxu knew what Kuroyoshi was surprised, and said, "A ninja just came over to explain. It seems that the guardian enchantment has been arranged for too long. In order to prevent the entry and exit nodes from being touched by the enemy, she is updating and upgrading, so she didn't notice." Then us. Kuriki pointed at the ruins in front of him, a little at a loss. "Don't worry. Lord Third Hokage has already said that this is an accident caused by the village's dereliction of duty. All the losses will be compensated by the village. You can go to the Hokage building to register the property damage." Oh. After Aunt Yuxu finished speaking, she took the bag and left, but Kuroyoshi was still a little confused, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. He looked at the ruins in front of him, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. This high probability is the result of the wishing crystal ball to help him fulfill his wish. According to Aunt Yuxu, as long as he goes to the Hokage building to register, the village will compensate him for a house that is intact, and the old furniture may also be replaced with new ones. But just because the wall broke a hole or two, a street was destroyed. Aside from the property damage caused by this, some of them must have been injured, and maybe some people may have died. Chapter 22. Kuroyoshi didn't go to the Hokage building to register the property damage, but kept rumbling through the rubble. Time gradually passed, and the shining sun rose to the center, shining on the earth. Kuroyoshi opened a piece of gravel and finally found what he wanted. A photo. Only a large part of the photo is missing, and only one person's legs can be seen. Kangji continued to search through the ruins, and pieces of rubble were turned out and thrown away. He has a cold, and he has just finished the infusion, and he is not in good condition. His head was dizzy. But the picture he was worried about kept him digging and searching. Finally, when the moon was hanging high, he finally found all the fragments of the photo in the ruins. Putting all the pieces together, a picture of an ordinary but pretty young couple holding a baby appeared in front of them. Kuroyoshi stretched out his hand and stroked the photo. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Finally, the gathered photos were blown away and flew away. Kuroyoshi quickly stood up and reached out and grabbed it in the direction where the photo flew away. It's just that there are too many fragments. Although 1 or 2 fragments were caught, more of them flew away with the wind. He was startled. Looking at the photos flying in the sky and rising until they completely disappeared into the night, I dropped my head and hands as if losing strength. Ah! There are some things that you won't return if you lose them. Kuroyoshi whispered to himself. He stood still in the dark, letting the cold wind blow the Buddha without moving. I do not know how long it has been. Kuroyoshi raised his head. In the sky, stars are shining around the full moon. I don't know if it is an illusion, or it is the original way. Kuroyoshi found 2 particularly dazzling stars, feeling very affectionate, flashing at him. Is it you? No, I didn't think about you, but somewhat lonely. Well, I will take care of myself. Don't worry, you will definitely find a beautiful and virtuous girlfriend in the future, don't worry. Well, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about it. Kuroyoshi said to himself to the sky, until a dark cloud came and blocked the starlight. There was a relieved smile on his flushing face. It's faint, very quiet, and it makes people feel at ease at first glance. The long-lost farewell is over, then go to Grandpa 3rd generation to register the property damage. Do you want to report more? Kuroyoshi walked towards the Hokage building with a faint smile, as if he had encountered something very happy. After he left, Uchiha Itachi came out from behind a big tree not far away. He looked at the back of Kurayashi's gradual departure, his eyes gleaming with complicated expressions. He doesn't know what secret Kuroyoshi is hiding, but he can be sure that Kuroyoshi is not a spy who has been inserted in other villages, and he can be sure that he is a good person. However, good people do not necessarily only do good things, and bad people do not necessarily only do bad things. What's more, the world is not purely composed of black and white. He is not sure what position Kuroyoshi is and what his attitude is after knowing the Uchihaku. Ask him for help and can I get help, or is he capable of helping me? Perhaps because a beast broke into the village and destroyed a street, the Hokage building is still lit. Kuroyoshi came to the Hokage building, and after reporting his identity to the guards, he was let in. After walking through the long and narrow corridor, stepping up the spiral staircase at the end, and walking for a while, Kuroyoshi finally came to Hokage's office. After finishing the dress and mood at the door, he knocked on the door. "Please come in." The old but powerful voice of third generation heard from inside. Kangji pushed the door and entered. There are two Anbus standing at the desk inside, seemingly discussing something with third generation. Seeing Kuroyoshi coming in, several people turned their eyes to Kuroyoshi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of wrinkles piled up, showing a kind smile. "It's Kuroyoshi, I'm wondering when you will come. The residents of that street have not come to register the property damage. I was delayed by something." Kuroyoshi scratched his head, then put his hands between his legs and bowed to third generation's eyes and apologized. "I'm very sorry, I've been here so late and caused you trouble." "Don't be so polite, it's not a big deal." Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe in his mouth, rummaged through the documents on the table with both hands, and then took out a form from inside. "Konoha doesn't have any extra single rooms now, so I will pay you this yard as compensation. The furniture and daily necessities in it have been prepared for you, so you can just live in." With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the form to an Anbu in front of him. "You take Kuroyoshi to that yard." "Yes." Anbu took the form and looked at Kuroyoshi. After a brief stupefaction, Kuroyoshi bowed again to third generation. "Thank you very much. There is no vacant house." Haha. The ninja's hands-on ability is not fake. Even if there is no spare house, one can be built for you in an hour. The so-called single room with no vacancy is replaced by an independent yard, which is just a means to buy people's hearts. It seems that I still underestimated my talent and will. "Thanks for what?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of his pipe and smiled slightly. "As Hokage, I let this happen under my nose. This is my dereliction of duty. You can live in with peace of mind." "I see, Grandpa." Third generation waved goodbye to third generation. Kuroyoshi followed Anbu in front of him and left the Hokage building. The two of them walked all the way west, about 3 kilometers, and walked in on a side road in a street. About 100 meters or so, a small courtyard came into view. This yard has been around for a few years, and the walls are all black and white in the old-fashioned style. However, judging from the lack of cracks on the wall and the brand new gate, the yard is obviously renovated. "This is the yard." Anbu handed over the document sheet in his hand, with a bunch of keys on it. "This is the deed of the house and the keys inside. The furniture and daily necessities have been prepared, so you can gradually familiarize yourself with it." Kangji received the deed and key, and said thank you to Anbu. Anbu didn't care, just nodded, and walked away. Kuroyoshi stood at the door and looked around. There were no other houses around, only sparse vegetation. Behind the yard was Hokage Cliff. Of course, not directly below. Going out from the trail is the commercial street, where the flower shop of Yamanaka Ino's house is located. This lot. Kuroyoshi put one hand on his chest, and fell into thought while pinching his chin with the other. Although Konoha's current housing prices are not as high as it was during the blog post, as the largest village in the ninja world, it is also located in a commercial street near the Hokage building. You don't need to think about it, and you know it's valuable. This is really a waste of money. Kuroyoshi shook his head, not thinking about these messy things. He just needs to keep getting stronger. He can have everything if he has power. The rules of this world are so simple and cruel. Chapter 23 Ino. The courtyard is not very big, it belongs to a single courtyard. Entering from the gate, there is a path leading to the house inside, and various things are placed on both sides of the path. Through the pupil power of Wanhu, a mirror, Kuroyoshi could see clearly at night. On the left is a lawn with stone tables and chairs. There is a small piece of green bamboo behind, and there is a small water hole inside. There is a rockery in the pool, and Jinglu is placed on the side. The water in the pool flows backwards from behind the rockery through the design, flows down from the front, and finally falls into the startled deer, making the bamboo joints afraid of hitting and making a slight clicking sound. On the right side of the trail is a flat ground with 3 targets erected on it. There are many exercise equipments, such as stone locks, farther away near the wall. Obviously, the open space here is usually a place for exercise. Immediately walk more than 10 meters along the trail, and there is a Japanese-style house. Use wooden piles to build the foundation, with a corridor and paper doors. Kuroyoshi looked around, and the house was about 200 square meters. He stepped onto the corridor without rush, then opened the paper door and saw the environment inside. The floor is tatami mats, it is very empty and there is no furniture, only a knife stand is placed in the center of the innermost wall against the wall, and 3 samurai swords are visited on it. It looks like a dojo for spiritual practice. There is a door on each side of the wall. I think the house is divided into 2. Kuroyoshi looked in the 2 rooms. On the left is the kitchen, with everything you need for kitchen supplies such as refrigerators and rice cookers, and a door to the backyard. On the right is the bedroom, the floor is tatami, there are desks and cabinets. There is no bed, but there are a few quilts in the cupboard. I want to sleep on tatami mats on the floor. It's late now, Kuroyoshi has a cold himself, and hasn't eaten for another day, so sleepy at this time. So he just took a look at the environment, took out the quilt from the cupboard and spread it on the tatami, and fell asleep. No words for a night. Early the next morning, Kurayoshi's biological clock made him wake up on time. The cold is gone, at least I don't feel dizzy or runny nose anymore. But his stomach was grunting. Kuroyoshi touched his belly, found a set of clean clothes in the cupboard, changed it, and then went to the bathroom next to the kitchen to wash. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and other things, 3rd-generation items are also available. But there is no food in the refrigerator in the kitchen, so Kuroyoshi can only go out for breakfast. Of course, you can also buy ingredients and make them yourself. But he was hungry all night, so naturally he wouldn't waste time buying ingredients to make it himself. After washing up, Kuroyoshi opened the door and left. Following the trail all the way to the street, the tranquility was instantly replaced by various noises. The street neighbors who greet each other and the vendors who open their doors to do business. Although it is early in the morning, the streets have become very crowded. It deserves to be the most prosperous area in the village. Kuriki sighed in admiration and mixed into the crowd. He ordered a lot of dumplings in a dumpling shop, with all kinds of flavors, bite by bite. And feasting on them, and everyone else was stunned. Isn't this dumpling a dessert, but some meat? Kuroyoshi ignored the gazes of others, and just kept destroying the food in his hands. Even though the dumplings can be very greasy after eating too much, he can't take care of so much after being hungry for a day and night. He just wants to fill up his stomach early. After half an hour, Kuroyoshi stroked his swollen belly and leaned back on the chair with a contented expression. The table was full of empty plates. Full, full. Kuroyoshi smiled contentedly, then checked out and left. There was no training for a day yesterday, and today I have to double up to make up for it. However, as soon as I left the store, I heard a silver bell-like sound of surprise from behind. Hey! It's you, the one who came to buy flowers that day. Hear the sound, look back. I saw Ino wearing a purple-based costume looking at him with surprise on his face. Kuroyoshi looked around, pointed at himself, and wondered, "Are you referring to me?" "Yes, it's you." Ino nodded and said, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon." "My name is Yamanaka Ino, how about you?" "My name is Kuroyoshi, what's the matter?" "It's okay, I just happened to go to my mother's flower shop to help. When I saw an acquaintance on the way, I came up to say hello." "Acquaintance?" Kuroshi's mouth twitched, and he secretly said, "Are there any acquaintances who don't even know their names?" But the other party said so, he can't reach out and hit the smiley person, right? That's it. Kangji paused and said with a smile, "I moved to this street recently, so I should see it often in the future." "Really, that's a fate." Ino's happy eyes narrowed into a gap, like a crescent moon. "I still have to go to practice, see you later." Kuroyoshi waved to her, then turned and ran to the training ground number 39. He was familiar with that place and didn't want to change place. And Ino looked at the back of Kurayoshi's departure and thought for a while. Practice? Is Kuroyoshi going to be a ninja? We are about the same age, will it be the same class? If so, I hope to be in the same class so that Tenten can see him. In other words, when I first met Kuroyoshi, I just thought it was pretty at first glance, but the face became more and more attractive, so handsome. Kuroyoshi didn't know that Ino was idiotic about himself. He came to training ground number 39 to start a new day of training. The training is still physical exercises and cutting tool exercises, the process is boring, there is nothing to say. Kuroyoshi himself felt bored. Now his foundation has been very good, and if he continues this exercise, he can only improve slowly like Xiao Li. Even if he has a sage body, he can persist in higher intensity training and improve faster than Xiao Li, but it is still much slower than practicing ninjutsu. If he learns ninjutsu at this time, his combat power will make a leap forward. Unfortunately, no one teaches him now. He can only exercise his physical skills and the master of the blade, day after day, and begin to accumulate slowly for a long time. But he was not in a hurry. As long as he shows enough potential during the ninja school, after graduation, third generation will definitely arrange for him a great teacher. Moreover, although progress in this practice is slow, it is relatively speaking. Although the training of physique and physical skills has entered a little bit of accumulation, his ninja master has only practiced for about a month, and this does not have the essence of the master. The ninja master is very particular about what makes perfect. The more you practice, the more powerful it becomes. Although it can't be compared with learning ninjutsu, it can still bring a high level of combat power improvement. And day-to-day basic training will allow him to lay a deeper foundation, and then learning other things will become easy. What's more, he still has cheat. In this way, Kuroyoshi resumed the boring routine of training, eating, and sleeping every day. As time goes by, the white horse flies. When the time came to December, the weather became colder and Konoha put on a new white coat. On this day, the sky is snowing. Kuroyoshi is still practicing in training ground number 39. He is doing push-ups with his upper body naked, counting himself while doing it. In the white world, as long as he counts and gasps. Suddenly, a shout from a distance broke the peace. Kuroyoshi, Kuroyoshi. Chapter 24 Pulling Hinata's Hair. Accompanied by the sound, a hurried figure rushed in. It's Naruto. Because of the winter, he also changed out of the 10,000 years yellow sweatshirt. 2 sweaters were added, and a thick down jacket was put on the outside, and a scarf was wrapped around his neck. He came rashly and almost fell on the way. Kuroyoshi, it's not good. Naruto stopped in front of Kuroyoshi, kicking with both hands on his knees. Kuroyoshi glanced at him, but his movements didn't stop. Although Kuroyoshi Ishin was immersed in training and did not find Naruto much, but Naruto often came to him. Although Kuroyoshi doesn't talk much, for Naruto, Kuroyoshi is the only friend he can talk about, and he will come to him for anything on weekdays. After a short breath, Naruto's breath calmed down. He looked at Kuroyoshi and said urgently, "Kuroyoshi, come with me, I see someone being bullied." Kuroyoshi didn't stop exercising, just glanced at him strangely. "What's up with me?" "No, someone is being bullied over there," Naruto said puzzledly. "So, what's the matter with me?" Kuroyoshi gave him a blank look and continued, "We know each other for a short time, don't you think I'm a type of helping each other? But the accident on the street last time, didn't you just help out? That's different." "What's the difference?" "It was an irresistible accident and was bullied. If the person does not resist, even if he rescues him once, it will only make him bullied even worse next time." "Hey!" Naruto was dumbfounded. With a simple mind, he subconsciously thinks that when he encounters bullying and weak things, he can help him. "Naruto, things like being bullied happen everywhere. You can't show up in time every time someone is bullied. If you don't want to be bullied, only the person concerned has the courage to resist." It turned out to be so. I understand it completely." Naruto embraced his chest with both hands and nodded in agreement. "You know a hammer?" Kuroyoshi flipped over Byakugan and refocused his attention on the exercise. Sweat ran down the evenly raised muscles, melting the snow on the ground a little bit. However, Kuriki Ishin wanted to exercise, but Naruto didn't stop. "Although what you said is very reasonable, I still can't save myself, so, Kuroyoshi, come with me. You can't die without saving, you can go and help, what is my business? They are crowded, I can't beat them." "Can't beat, you still go to Nosy. I want to be Hokage. If I can help at a critical time, I will definitely get the approval of the rescued. Weak scum can't be Hokage. Windy, I will be stronger in the future." Cut. "Hey, what's the matter with your disbelieving eyes?" "Nothing." After a quarrel with Naruto, Kuroyoshi was still dragged to help. The incident occurred in a small park not far from the training ground. When the two arrived, they happened to see a little girl surrounded by 3 little boys about their age. At this moment, a mocking voice was spit out from the fat man in the middle, "I heard that you are the daughter of the Hyuga family, so use a Byakugan to see it. If you don't do it, don't look here. Disgusting eyes, you are actually a monster, Byakugan monster." The little girl has short lavender hair with full ears, pure white eyes, and a cute face like a porcelain doll. She looked at the 3 people in front of her with a weak expression. At this time, hearing the aggressive tone, a pair of big eyes could not help but clouded with mist. "Is her?" Seeing this girl, Kuroyoshi was stunned. Is this the so-called bullying incident? Kuroyoshi didn't know what to do for a while. This is a trigger event related to Naruto's lifelong events in the future. If you rashly intervene, perhaps Naruto's future wife will be gone. That's right, this little girl who was bullied is Hyuga Hinata. How to say? When I watched anime in my previous life, I also lusted after I crossed into the anime world, and then grabbed XX female characters to be my own wife. But after traveling to this real world, there is no such idea. Kuroyoshi didn't know why. Probably this is a real world, everyone has the same reason. When Kuriki hesitated, Naruto screamed and rushed up, and then received a fat beating. Although he didn't admit defeat and gave the opponent a few punches, he received more attacks and was ridiculed. Seeing this scene, the corners of Kuroyoshi's mouth twitched. So why are you asking me to help? After making complaints, Kanji didn't care about the others, and rushed forward. I saw Baeksu flying. Kuroyoshi turned into an afterimage and plunged into the 4 fighting. Several people were stunned, but before they could react, Kuriki hit 3 punches one after another. The three guys who bullied Hinata clutched their chests and slumped back, and then sat down on the ground. Kuroyoshi looked at them condescendingly, and said calmly, "Is it fun to hit people?" "No, it's not fun." Kuroshi's indifferent face and eyes made the three of them feel scared, and swallowed their saliva involuntarily, and then shook their heads vigorously. "Then get out, let me see you bullying people in the future, and I will tenten beat you up." "Mom, someone bullied me." Several people ran away crying. Kuroyoshi: "I want to pretend to be forced, so why do I seem to be a bully kid? Are you okay?" Just as Kuroyoshi was tangled in his heart, a small and weak voice sounded behind him. Kuroyoshi looked back and saw Hinata standing next to Naruto, looking at him with concern. Seeing Kuroyoshi looking over, he immediately lowered his head shyly. "Why? It's obviously the bad guy I drove away, so why don't you care about me?" Kuroyoshi felt sour. "I'm fine." Naruto patted his chest and said it was okay, but he grinned in pain when he took the shot where he was hit by his fist. "Is it really okay?" Hinata noticed the change in Naruto's expression and couldn't help but worry even more. "If you say it's okay, but if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, you must muster the courage to resist, you know." Hinata looked at Naruto, who was full of confidence, her pure white eyes gleaming with longing light, and it took a long time before she spoke in an inaudible voice. "Kide, yeah." Naruto nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Kuroyoshi. A pair of elder brothers said, "The matter has been resolved, let's go." "Wait a minute." Kuroyoshi raised his hand to signal to wait, and then came to the two of them. To be precise, it was in front of Hinata. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked curiously. Hinata took 2 steps back timidly. "It's nothing, it's just that there is something dirty on this guy's head, I will help remove it." With that said, regardless of whether Hinata agreed or not, she quickly reached out and pulled 2 hairs on her head. After pulling out, Kuroyoshi was not scared enough, so he reached out and pulled out 2 more. "Okay, let's go." Kuroyoshi waved to Naruto, and then left, leaving only Hinata, who was so painful that he wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry. His eyes were full of grievances and tears. Chapter 25 Diluted Satsuki Crystal. After rescuing Hinata, Naruto still wants to find Kuroyoshi to play with. But Kuroyoshi refused. He still has to practice, and he just got Hinata's hair. He wants to know what kind of props this Princess Byakugan's hair can create. Naruto actually thought about practicing with Kuroyoshi. But he hadn't practiced much before, and couldn't keep up with the rhythm of Kengyoshi's practice. He didn't want to slow down the progress of Kengyoshi's practice. Therefore, after practicing together once, he did not ask for another practice together. "I just made up my mind and redoubled my efforts to catch up." The two parted at the intersection, and Kuroyoshi went straight home. Arrive home. Kuroyoshi closed the door, then sat in the middle of the dojo and took out Hinata's hair. Ding! Discover the special material diluted Satsuki hair. You can forge special props: scented rice bowl, diluted Satsuki crystal and Wanhua mirror. Wanhua mirror? Kuroyoshi tilted his head slightly, with a big question mark floating on his head. 4 hairs can only forge 3 props. He is not surprised, because Hinata only has the materials for forging 3 props, and the extra is useless. It's just this Wanhua mirror. Isn't it that Mangeki's glasses are called Wanhua-jing? Forging. In doubt, Kuroyoshi agreed to the forging. In the next second, 3 items appeared in his hands. A porcelain bowl the size of an adult's palm, red, with various festive colors. A pure white crystal the size of a thumb. A pair of ordinary-looking contact lenses. Fragrant rice bowl. Eating with this rice bowl will make the owner's appetite wide open and become especially edible. Diluted Satsuki crystals. Upgradable, contains diluted Satsuki bloodline. After absorption, it will transform the human body so that it has the bloodline of the Hyoga family and awakens Byakugan. Wanhua Mirror, upgradable. These are the glasses of the eye of Satsuki with dilute blood and degraded ability. After wearing, you can use Byakugan's ability. Are all pupil glasses called Wanhua Jing? Seeing the prop information in the retina, Kuroyoshi was a little speechless. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host has Eternal Wanhua Mirror, which can be integrated and upgraded with Wanhua Mirror, whether it is integrated and upgraded. Ding! It is detected that the host has 2 broken fairy crystals, which can be upgraded by fusion with the diluted Satsuki crystals. Whether to upgrade or not. Kuroyoshi thought about it a little bit and didn't choose to upgrade. According to the previous fusion effect, the fusion of the broken fairy crystals and the diluted Satsuki crystals allows one to obtain several versions of the Satsuki weakened crystals. As for the 2 different Wanhua mirrors, it should have the effects of Byakugan and Sharingan at the same time. Wanhua Jing of Byakugan is planning to integrate and upgrade Tensegan, and the items that need to be upgraded should be available from Sharon. As for the crystallization of the weakened version of Satsuki, he is very resistant to the image of himself becoming a white belt cuticle, so he is not going to walk into the root of Satsuki. If it is used by people around you in the future, the effect will be too strong. It is impossible to give to someone who is not very trustworthy. In short, the things are in their hands. If you want to integrate and upgrade in the future, then you can upgrade again. Throwing 3 props into the system space, Kuroyoshi is ready to continue practicing. However, just after standing up, a cold wind blew on his face, and then quickly fell, making people feel like they had an illusion. However, after glancing at the puffy snow in the room and the reflection on the ground behind him, Kuroyoshi could confirm that this was not an illusion. He slowly turned around and looked at the figure standing under the wall, wearing a civet mask, wrapped in a black cloak. Although he couldn't see the face, the familiar breath made him recognize the identity of the person who came. Uchiha Itachi. Tisk, I thought you wouldn't show up anymore. Kuroyoshi couldn't help teasing. In the past 2 months, he has been paying attention to the people around him. With the Book of All Knowledge, no one can hide his whereabouts and watch him. In these 2 months, Uchiha Itachi often appeared around him. Although he used the transformation technique and was in a very concealed position, his every move could not escape Kuroyoshi's eyes. It's just that Uchiha Itachi didn't come out, and Kuroyoshi didn't look for him either. Anyway, I am not in a hurry, it is him who is anxious. The conflict between Uchiha and the village has intensified, and the time has come to break out. Although the few sane people in 3rd generation in Uchiha wanted a peaceful solution and tried hard for it. But the relationship between the interests of a clan and a village, even if the leaders of both sides are willing to give in to each other, the clan members or village ninjas whose interests have been harmed are not willing to regress. The matter has fallen into a dead end, and no one can stop the outbreak of armed conflict between the 2 sides. Danzo told him about the consequences of different choices and prepared him to make a choice between Uchiha and the village. For these, Uchiha Itachi is very clear. But all he can do is procrastinate and delay the day of the conflict as much as possible in order to find a peaceful solution. Itachi has been thinking hard, but still can't find a peaceful solution to the dead relationship between the family and the village. Seeing that the atmosphere in the family and the village became more and more tense, Uchiha Itachi could not sit still. None of the methods he could think of worked. The only hope he could see was Kuroyoshi. Although he is not sure whether Kuroyoshi really has a peaceful solution, he is desperate to choose a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Hearing Kuroyoshi's ridicule, Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while before asking, "Why are you sure I will come? Didn't you say it last time, will you come to me in the future?" Kuroyoshi said naturally. "No." Uchiha Itachi shook his head lightly. "A suspicious person who rushed into your house and tried it out." What this kind of guy said, after such a long time, most people will think it is a lie. After speaking, the eyebrows under Uchiha Ataka's mask were twisted together. Conversely speaking, in his words, the other party will have that kind of reaction, which shows that the other party knows himself well. Whether it's your own character or what happened around you, you won't be so sure that you will find it. But where is it exposed? Ataka was puzzled. He can confirm that Kuroyoshi and Uchiha Ataka have never met, and he can also guarantee that he did not show any flaws in his actions. And as Anbu, his identity is kept secret. Even if there is a flaw in something that he doesn't know, causing the other party to see his face, it is impossible for him to recognize his identity. Is it as unreasonable existence as Nine Tails Chakra and Sharingan? Thinking of this, the corner of Ataka's mouth rose slightly, and a smile was drawn. Even though the master would be very passive because of his identity and intentions, Ataka was still very happy. Because the more the other party behaves beyond common sense, the more likely it is to resolve this dispute that common sense cannot resolve. As for the others, you can think of ways. Chapter 26 Uchiha Ataka's Choice. No one told you that being too smart is annoying. Kuroyoshi raised an eyebrow, a little unpleasant. In a word, it is important information from the other party's master. This feeling of being at all times by the other master makes people very uncomfortable. This kind of rhetoric. It seems that he really knows me well. Uchiha Ataka pondered slightly and shook his head. It's not that I am smart, but that you are too immature. After you have received a systematic ninja education and experienced a ninja career, this will not be the case. In this regard, Kuroyoshi was uncomfortable. He who has watched anime knows that even among the experienced ninjas, Uchiha Ataka has the top mind. To say this is nothing more than a language art that eases my inner upset. After all, this guy is asking for himself. Hehe, there is no need for extra temptation. You will come to me. It must have been a deliberate decision. Yes. While speaking, Uchiha Ataka took off the mask from his face and revealed his true face. The long black hair is tied behind the head, the eyelashes on the upper and lower corners of the eyes are very long, the facial features are very delicate, and there are deep tear grooves. A pair of dark eyes stared at Kuroyoshi quietly. My name is Uchiha Ataka, Anbu who belongs to Hokage-sama. Judging from your tone of voice, you should know everything about me and why I came to you. Uchiha Ataka said calmly. Ah, I know it all. Kuroyoshi admitted it generously. He sat down cross-legged and patted the position in front of him, motioning to sit down and talk. Uchiha Ataka hesitated for a moment, then slowly came to Kuroyoshi and sat cross-legged. Your current identity is very sensitive. It is so close to the Hokage building. If someone finds out that you come into contact with me, it will cause me a lot of trouble, so stop talking nonsense and get to the subject. Uchiha Ataka nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. Say it. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can. What do I need to pay? Kuroyoshi smiled slightly. It depends on what kind of help you choose. Ataka was taken aback, and then he recovered his calm, but his expression was calm, and the tone that became rush also betrayed his emotions at this time. You have many solutions. It's not a lot, there are only two. With that, Kuroyoshi took out Shisui's fairy crystal and wishing crystal ball. This allows you to obtain Shisui's Mangeki. This is an item that can satisfy any wish. Both of these can help you resolve the conflict between Uchiha and the village peacefully. Uchiha Ataka did not speak, but his dark eyes became Mangeki. Kuroyoshi didn't move, and sat quietly on the tatami, looking at him with a smile. Uchiha Ataka glanced at him, then his gaze fell on the fairy crystal and wishing crystal ball. Through Mangeki's pupil power, he saw the color of Shisui's chakra on the fairy crystal, and saw the bottomless vortex on the wishing crystal ball. The vortex has a great gravitational force, and Uchiha Ataka just took one more look and felt that his heart was about to be swallowed. He quickly closed his gaze, his eyes turned back to black, and then he looked at Kuroyoshi. The ninja itself is an existence beyond common sense, but your two things are beyond common sense even in a world beyond common sense, you. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Itachi continued, you might have created another 9 tails. Shisui's eyes are in his and Danzo's hands, and the fairy crystallization given by Kuriki is a completely new pair of eyes. And it is the kind that has no side effects, and it changes along with the blood of the body. Since the eyes can be created, it is not impossible to create another 9 tails. Although Itachi was also taken aback by his own thoughts. But if you think about it carefully, this is very possible. At first, he only thought that Kuroyoshi got some chakra from 9 tails through some means, and Sharingan also got the transplant by taking it. But now, he doesn't need to plunder at all, he can create it himself. Is this his natural ability, an alternative blood succession limit? Itachi recalled the results of the investigation these months. Kuroyoshi is a true Konoha whose parents were ninjas who sacrificed for Konoha. He was born and lived with Konoha until now. He has never left Konoha. He did not come into contact with this world, which was beyond common sense. It could only belong to his own natural ability. Is there a limit to this ability? If not, then... Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to think about it, but only by looking at the surface, you can also know the huge impact of this ability. Nowhere, I don't know how to create creatures. Kuroyoshi said very modestly, I just created something similar to 9 tails, not comparable to real 9 tails. Uchiha Itachi was silent. Although he had already guessed, he still didn't know how to describe his feelings. This kind of power is too strong, it is so powerful that it is just to hear it, to the point that everyone feels terrified. Just like Shisui's pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods. Danzo just heard about it and tried to capture it. If you can't control it, even destruction can't let it exist in the world. And distinguished heavenly gods is less than 1/1000th of 100 millionths compared to Kuroshi's ability. For a moment, Itachi had a killing intent on Kuroyoshi. But this killing intent was fleeting. If it exists within the scope of understanding, even things that stand at the apex have flaws to be found. But there is no trace of existence beyond common sense. The idea of wanting to destroy its master, or even destroy it, is ridiculous. He should be fortunate that people with this ability were born in Konoha, and fortunate that people with this ability have not been distorted by dark concepts. If you want to ensure this ability, you can only be sincere. Itachi sighed deeply, then adjusted his kneeling posture and bowed down to Kuroyoshi. Please help me, as long as it does not touch the interests of the village, I am willing to give everything, including life and freedom. I took back what I said at the beginning, and talking with smart people is easy. Kuroyoshi laughed. From the very beginning, he directly threw out Shisui's fairy crystal and wishing crystal ball, and even revealed the existence of the Kurama ring to show his power. He believes that with Itachi's wisdom, he will be able to see the impact behind the incident through the surface. Then, with a strong self-sacrifice, it is not difficult to guess what kind of decision he will make. I can probably guess your real intention for doing this, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I am not interested in power wars or anything. I believe we will get along very happily in the future. Itachi didn't respond, but just sat up and looked at Kuroyoshi calmly. Kuroyoshi smiled, did not say anything, just pushed the wishing crystal ball in front of Itachi. I recommend you to use this. Although using this thing has great side effects, if you use it, I can probably guess. What will happen? Side effect. Itachi looked at the wishing crystal ball, then looked at Kuroyoshi. What are the side effects of using this? Chapter 27 The root of disaster is arrogance. What you want to get, you have to give something. There is never a good thing for nothing in this world. Looking at Itachi, Kuroyoshi said indifferently, this crystal ball can help others achieve what they can't do, but as a price, the wisher will lose what is more important to him, The greater the wish he makes, the more impractical and the more important he loses. That's it. Itake was lost in thought, and after a moment, he asked, what if the wisher doesn't have something equivalent to the wish? The wish will not come true. Yes, there are limits to the wishing crystal ball. In the past 2 months, Kuroyoshi continued to experiment several times, and finally figured out the characteristics of the wishing crystal ball. First of all, the way of wishing the ball is based on the possibility of success. If this is not possible, it will not be possible. For example, you make a wish to get a gold brick. Then the wishing ball will use various methods to get you a piece of gold, instead of turning it into a piece of gold out of thin air. For another example, if you wish to get the power to blast the universe with a punch, that can't be achieved anyway. Because this world does not have such a powerful force. Second, there is a price to make a wish. The price is not limited to items, but may also be conceptual things such as lifespan, soul, and luck. The greater the wish you make, the more you give, and they are the most important to the wisher. Kuroyoshi once made a wish for 3 minutes of good fortune, but in the end, 3 minutes later, due to blessings and misfortune, he suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes. At that time, he was fortunate that he was wishing good luck for 3 minutes, not good luck for a lifetime. If he wished good luck for a lifetime, he probably wouldn't be there anymore. Based on the rules derived from several experiments, combined with the situation between Uchiha and the village and the personality of Uchiha Itake, Kuroyoshi can probably figure out what will happen after Itake makes a wish. War. And it is the war that put Konoha facing a huge crisis. Only in the face of huge external pressure, Konoha dares not to civil strife, and only the war that put Konoha facing a crisis can Danzo stop at this time. Only when facing foreign enemies, the two sides of the village will put aside their immediate interests and share the same hatred. And Itake himself is a person who yearns for peace. In his eyes, peace is even more important than the village. It is only because of Sasuke's existence. The arrival of the war itself was the greatest price paid for his wishes. But Kuroyoshi thinks this is the most cost-effective choice. Using the crystal ball to make a wish, although Itake will be condemned by conscience, but nothing else will be lost. Although it is not kind to bring war, it will make many people die. But people are not for themselves, and the earth will die. The life and death of people you don't know is very cost-effective in exchange for the peace of those around you. Kuroyoshi told Itake what he knew, hoping that he could choose to use the wishing crystal ball. But after Uchiha Itake was silent for a while, he still chose Shisui's fairy crystallization. Why? Kuroyoshi was puzzled. Obviously, as long as you want to make a wish in the crystal ball and make a wish, you can end this civil strife without losing anything, only your conscience is condemned. But why choose Shisui's fairy crystallization? War is not such a casual thing. Uchiha Itake gently shook his head and said, also, according to your statement, if I really make a wish, then maybe many people in the family and the village will die in this war. If that's the case, isn't everything meaningless anymore? Kuroyoshi was stunned, then he thought about it for a moment, and found that it was really possible. No, it is very likely. After all, for Itake, although he yearns for peace, there is a more important Sasuke. If he does make a wish, Sasuke is very likely to die. It's not just the problem. Itake continued, even if we temporarily reconcile due to external pressure, but the root of the contradiction is not resolved. After the external pressure is gone, more conflicts will only erupt. It's true that I didn't think well. Kuroyoshi nodded slightly. However, even if you have Shisui's Manjiki, it is difficult for you to solve this problem perfectly. Distinguished heavenly gods seems to be a very invincible skill, but it is difficult to actually operate it. Because Danzo had already obtained one of Shisui's eyes, the senior Konoha also knew about the existence of distinguished heavenly gods, and knew that one of Shisui's eyes was falling outside. They must have done a good job of preventing distinguished heavenly gods from falling into the hands of people with ulterior motives. Especially during the sensitive period between Uchiha and the village, people from the Hyuga family must follow when high-level gatherings to prevent someone from brainwashing them with distinguished heavenly gods. Moreover, when the visual system illusion encounters a high-level visual system illusion, the effect will be weakened, or even completely ineffective. Danzo also got Shisui's eyes, and it is difficult to say whether his use of distinguished heavenly gods is effective. If you can't use distinguished heavenly gods on Konoha's high-level collectives, it can only be used collectively by members of the family. In this way, Uchiha will inevitably make a huge profit concession to get a real reconciliation. And even if Uchiha made a concession, the village leaders were willing to reconcile. But what about Danzo? This very suspicious guy will eradicate a possible bane. Would he believe that Uchiha really wanted to reconcile? Will he do all kinds of detrimental behaviors to Uchiha after Uchiha backs down? These Kuroyoshi can think of, and Uchiha Itaka can naturally think of it. But he didn't care. Someone has to make concessions. Itaka gently shook his head and said, over the years, the village's suspicion of the family has made everyone gradually lose patience with the village, but why did it become like this? It should be a historical cause. After all, Uchiha and Senju were old enemies. I don't know how many battles they have gone through. They have deep hatred and hatred for each other. It's normal to distrust them. There may be reasons for this, but it is more of Uchiha's own problems. Itaka stood up, came to the door slowly, and opened the door. The wind and snow blew in suddenly, making people feel uncomfortable. The security team is a very important and highly powerful institution in the village. The village is given the responsibility of the security team by the village, which is the village's attempt to trust the family. Because all the forces of the garrison are on the spot, every move is well monitored, but it also gives the family a lot of power. If the development continues as normal, the gap between the family and the village will become smaller and smaller, and then they will truly trust each other. However, although the family did their best to perform their duties, they did not gain the trust of the village. Instead, they were increasingly susceptible to the village. The reason for this is that most of the ninjas and villagers in the village are hostile or repelling Uchiha. Many people in the family think that the duty of the security team is too easy to offend people, but the security team that maintains public order and protects the safety of the villagers is also the most respected and loved profession. Why did the family only get hostility and rejection, but not the corresponding respect and love? Because they are too arrogant. Chapter 28 Untitled. Arrogant. Kuroyoshi chewed the word carefully, and his thoughts drifted to the past. As the Konoha security team, the Uchiha clan is dedicated to their responsibilities, and Kuroyoshi often sees Uchiha patrolling the streets. As a big family, Uchiha's upbringing is very good, and he is polite to people. But somehow, talking with people of this tribe, even if they receive help from the other side, it is difficult to have a good impression of them. Kuroyoshi didn't know the reason before, but now hearing Itaka mentions it, he probably knows it. It's arrogance and prejudice. Although it cannot be seen on the surface, the Uchiha clan has great arrogance and prejudice in every word and deed. Belonging to a clan, admiring the clan. They are proud of being Uchiha, but never because they are Konoha shinobi. They are dedicated to the role of the security team for Uchiha's glory, but never because of Konoha, as the Konoha security team, for the sake of Konoha's prosperity. People who are also Konoha can hardly identify with them. Although they did not deliberately show off, they did not despise anyone. But the arrogance and prejudice in the bones at that moment made them inadvertently distance each other in their words and deeds. Perhaps they did not realize that it was not Konoha who isolated Uchiha, but themselves. If you don't understand this, then you will understand with an easy-to-understand example. In order to serve the people, in order to create a harmonious society, guards who often work overtime, check in for wages, actively fight pornography and anti-gang for bonuses, and fight for their own reputation. Both are equally committed to their responsibilities, but it is self-evident who will be welcomed and who will be reviled. Kuroyoshi thought carefully. During his 5 years in Konoha, he has never seen anyone publicizing the grudge between Uchiha and Senju. Combined with the fact that the younger generation of anime people do not know about the grievances between Uchiha and Senju, the village is deliberately removing the barriers between the various ethnic groups. The grievances between Uchiha and Senju have passed for more than 50 years. Already the third generation, the barriers of the past have long since ceased to exist. It is impossible for the villagers to distrust Uchiha because of historical reasons. If Uchiha were not so arrogant and prejudiced, they would be respected and trusted by the villagers, and even loved and supported by the villagers as the guards who have been dedicated to their responsibilities. When it fell, even if he had Danzo's suspicion, he couldn't make any waves. At most, he would use small preventive measures in secret. Obito fudged Suzuki that the village's mistrust of Uchiha was due to historical reasons, and the incident of Nine Tails attacking the village amplified this distrust. Kuroyoshi once thought so too. But now when hearing Itaka said that, he knew that it was all nonsense. The real root is Uchiha's arrogance and prejudice. The reason why Obito fooled Suzuki with this kind of rhetoric is because Suzuki also has this kind of arrogance and prejudice, and it is more serious than the average Uchiha. But although the cause of all this is Uchiha's arrogance and prejudice, Uchiha has not done anything wrong. Are you trying to blame Uchiha for all the faults? Pride and prejudice are annoying, but are arrogance and prejudice guilty? No. Uchiha did nothing wrong. On the contrary, as the Konoha security team, they have been dedicated to their responsibilities, and it is an indelible fact that they have made outstanding contributions to Konoha's public order. But not only did they not receive the rewards they deserved for their contributions, but they were targeted everywhere. Is this fair to them? Kuroyoshi stared at the back standing at the door, at the thin and lonely figure. Only then would he notice the true age of Itaka. He is less than 13 years old now. Uchiha Itaka smiled. He looked at the white snow falling from the sky, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he sketched a knowing smile. The world itself is not fair. If you want to survive in this world, you must either conquer it or adapt to it. Uchiha does not have the power to conquer, so you can only adapt to it. You can't let go of the pride and prejudice of a clan. So you... Yes, I want to obliterate Uchiha's arrogance and prejudice. Itaka said stubbornly. Kuroyoshi pondered slightly and asked, what are you going to do? I already have a plan. How sure? I don't know. Itaka shook his head lightly. This kind of thing is impossible, but I will remember Shisui's lesson and I won't believe anyone. Don't you believe me? Kuroyoshi laughed and teased. Itaka turned around and stared at him quietly, silent. The room was quiet, and only the sound of the wind and snow blowing the Buddha reverberated. For a long time, Kuroyoshi smiled softly. I'm just curious about what you will do, so that I won't intervene to make trouble for myself. As he said, he threw Shisui's fairy crystallization to Itaka, and then said, but to prevent your actions from failing and wasting my investment in vain, so do 2 things for me before you act. What's up? Blood or hair of the Uchiha clan. Everyone will get me a little. It doesn't need too much, a little is enough. Itaka did not immediately answer, but fell into contemplation looking at the fairy crystal in his hand. Hey, you don't need to be so smart. Kuroyoshi yelled. Itaka looked up at Kuroyoshi, who was like a child playing his temper. His indifferent expression couldn't help but smile. It's not that I'm smart, but your intentions are too obvious. Cut, that's because I didn't want to hide it from you. After all, you have to collect a lot of things. Does that require me to thank you for your trust? No, you just need to do what I explained. This is no problem, it can be done in 1 week. What about the second thing? Teach me ninjutsu. What? Itaka's expression was obviously stunned. Although he quickly recovered his indifferent expression, he was still caught by Kuroyoshi. "What's so weird?" Kuroyoshi said with a flat mouth. "I am only 5 years old now, and I don't have a Jainin school, no family inherited ninjutsu, let alone a master. Is there anything wrong with finding someone to learn ninjutsu?" "No, nothing is wrong," Itaka said, "but I don't recommend you to learn ninjutsu now." "Why?" "I have been investigating you for the past 2 months, so I also know your progress in practice. My suggestion is to master the ninja master first in ninjutsu practice. But no matter how proficient the ninja master is, he is not as good as ninjutsu. In terms of power alone, ninjutsu is indeed more powerful. That's not enough. But ninjas don't need to consume chakra and can handle most tasks. In most cases, ninjas are better than ninjutsu. I have a lot of chakra, I am not afraid of waste." Itaka fell silent. Somehow, he had the urge to beat the opponent. But considering the status of the two parties, after repeated consideration, Itaka suppressed this impulse very well. "Even so, I don't recommend that you learn ninjutsu now. It is difficult to explain the specifics to you at once. I will make a long-term practice plan for you after I return. You can follow this plan." Chapter 29 Itaka's Practice Suggestions. Okay. The ninjas' missions are all sorts of strange, and the situations they face are also diverse, so there are many things to learn, not simply increasing combat power. Geography, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, traps, psychology. Even if it is not Grandmaster, it has to be involved. Otherwise, many times there will be situations where there is nowhere to use all the force, which will not only lead to the failure of the mission, but also be more likely to be killed by enemies weaker than oneself. Because the battle of a ninja is never a simple competition. Of course, if you have the strength to crush, you can naturally ignore these. But even Uchiha Madara, with the final strength comparable to Sage of Six Paths, was overshadowed by Black Zetsu. Therefore, Kuroyoshi never dreamed of being crushed all the way by relying on the unparalleled combat power of the world. Yet, Itaka nodded. "Is there anything else? If not, I will leave." "Aren't you taking fairy crystals here?" Kuroyoshi asked. Itaka smiled and did not answer. However, his face split from the middle and continued to spread outward, like broken glass. Kaka, bang! The world is broken. Kuroyoshi looked at the closed door, and then at the scroll under his feet thoughtfully. Tsukuyomi. Pulling people into the illusion space constructed by the spirit, no matter how long it has passed inside, there is only a moment outside. This technique is used to discuss some secrets and will never be discovered by outsiders. But when was it used? Kuroyoshi recalled carefully. The scene from Itaka's appearance to its disappearance kept flipping, and finally froze on the scene where Itaka opened Manjiki and glanced at himself lightly. That guy completely pre-read my thoughts. Kuroyoshi clenched his fists. Kuroyoshi knows everything about Itaka, so he knows that he is asking for himself, and he will never do anything to himself. And Itaka saw this, and took advantage of the blind area of his mind to inadvertently pull Kuriki into the Tsukuyomi space. Although it did not hurt him, Uchiha Itaka didn't mind if the development of the future went beyond expectations. If it were to fight, even if Kuroyoshi had Manjiki, he would suffer a big loss if he lost his first hand. At this time, Kuroyoshi deeply realized his shortcomings. Although the chakra blessing of Kurama Ring makes the speed and power comparable to Jainin, Wanhuajing can make up for the lack of neural response. But the combat experience, combat awareness, and crisis awareness are all too bad. The battle of ninjas is never just a competition of combat power. There is still a long way to go. With a long sigh, Kuroyoshi picked up the scroll under his feet and opened it. It was left by Uchiha Itaka. The content inside is some suggestions for his practice. Probably it is to let him practice the same practice every day. Don't be greedy to do both at the same time. Although his training volume in half a day is comparable to that of an average person in 1 day or even 2 days. But having 2 different types of training every day can be distracting and cause half the effort. Moreover, his current physical fitness has almost reached the limit of this age group. It is difficult to make progress without continuing physical training. It is also easy to increase muscles and cause body rigidity. Itake's original words. If you are not going to specialize in physical skills in the future, physical training should be adequate, and you should master more ninja knowledge and skills. It is recommended that you concentrate on practicing the ninja master, practice all kinds of ninja until which makes perfect, and then carry out targeted learning according to your own needs. In that case, let's practice shuriken and swordsmanship first. Kuroyoshi agreed with Itake's suggestion. During this period of exercise, the training volume and day have increased, but the improvement of quality has been getting smaller and smaller, almost to the point of imperceptible. Even without Itake's suggestion, he is ready to practice all kinds of ninjas to the level of proficient master. Close the scroll. Kuroyoshi got up and came to the wall, took the samurai sword from the knife stand, and then started to swing and practice with one sword at a time. Ninja swordsmanship does not have so many complicated and mysterious moves, only the most basic gestures of holding and out of the sword. The ninja needs to be proficient in the basics of kendo, and then sum up the experience and skills in the process of fighting the enemy, and carry out the most unpretentious fight. Therefore, basic skills are the most important. 1, 2, 1, 2. Kuroyoshi chanted slogans while practicing swinging his sword, his clothes gradually wetted with sweat. The other side. After Uchiha Itake left the Kuroyoshi residence, he found a hidden forest to hide the cloak and mask, and then returned to the bustling street and walked towards the Uchiha residence. On the way, he was thinking how to use distinguished heavenly gods to perfectly resolve the conflict between the family and the village. When Shisui entrusted his Mangeki to him and told him the pupil technique of distinguished heavenly gods, Itake had thought of using distinguished heavenly gods to resolve this dispute more than once. Because of one eye, he can only perform to a single target, so he has never thought of a feasible plan. But now, this crystal can give him Shisui's Mangeki. When Kuroyoshi told him the news, he immediately thought of the corresponding plan. But it is only a rough plan, and some details need to be gradually improved. "Brother, you are back." A crisp voice awakened Itake. He stopped, looked up, and saw that his younger brother, who was wearing a black stand-up collar long-sleeved shirt and black shorts, had exquisite facial features, black hair, and black eyes, was jumping over with joy. It turned out that he had already returned to Uchiha's mansion without knowing it. Seeing Suzuki, Itake stretched out his eyebrows, subconsciously reached out to catch Suzuki, and said, "It's so cold, why do you wear so little?" "I've been training, so it's not cold at all." Suzuki clenched his fist and looked at Itake expectantly. "Brother, guide me in my practice, I will definitely become a ninja as powerful as you." Itake smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and rubbed his head, and said, "Brother still has things to do, so let's accompany you to practice when you are done." "No, that's what you said last time." Suzuki glared at Itake angrily, with a little cheek. Looking at his cute brother, Itake really didn't know how to refuse. However, he thought of the conflict between the family and the village, the death of Shisui, and the fairy crystallization that Kuroyoshi gave him. Kongni's eyes suddenly became firm. "Sorry, Suzuki, next time." Reached out and flicked Sasuke's forehead lightly. Suzuki let out a painful ouch, clutching his forehead, and looking at her aggrievedly with tears in her eyes. The warm and kind smile melted his heart. Suzuki nodded, and obediently jumped out of Itake. "Then I will go to practice first, I will definitely not insult Uchiha's reputation." After speaking, he turned and ran to the training ground in the backyard. Looking at the carefree back of his younger brother Wuyu, Uchiha Itake's smile gradually solidified, his loose hand clenched to death. "I must protect everything. Chapter 30 Uchiha Itachi's Eternal Mangeki. On the way, Itachi also encountered other people. But no one gave him a good face, and what was better was just nodding at him, which was regarded as a greeting. Since Uchiha Shisui's death, he has been suspected by his tribe. Many people think he killed Shisui. In order to obtain the taboo pupil technique, he personally killed his best friend. Uchiha Itachi saw everyone's attitude in his eyes, but he had no thoughts in his heart. I just think they are very pitiful. Because the family's situation in the village is similar to his family's situation, all for the collective dedication, but the result is everywhere suspicion and suppression. Everyone is the same poor creature, no one is noble, no one is in a better position than anyone, and there is nothing to be angry about. Arrive home. Itachi heard the sound of being busy in the kitchen, and he could see his mother through the paper door. Is Suzuki back? Mother Uchiha Mikoto's gentle voice came from the kitchen. No, I'm back. Itachi said lightly. It's Itachi. The kitchen door was slammed open, Uchiha Mikoto was holding the spatula, and a cheerful figure came into view. Anbu's task is very hard. Come in and have a rest. I'll make quilt tea for you. Seeing her mother who was so happy to go home because she went home, Itachi moved in her heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to say no, but in the end he said nothing. He took off his shoes and knelt down at the low table in the middle of the living room. Mikoto just came over with the brewed teapot and cup and filled it for him. Quickly drink and warm yourself up. Itachi nodded and took a sip from the teacup. Not very fragrant, not as good as the father who is good at tea ceremony, but very warm, filling his heart. Gently putting the teacup down, Itachi looked at the mother who had never diminished her smile, and asked softly, "Where is my father?" "He is patrolling and will be back in a while." "That's it." Itachi breathed a deep sigh, then stood up. "Mother, I'm a little tired, so let's go back to the room and rest for a while. My father called me when he came back. You hurry up and rest. Mom will make you some delicious food." Saying goodbye to his mother, Itachi went back to his room. Locked the door, and used Sharingan to observe the situation in the room. After finding no suspicious things, Shisui's fairy crystals were taken out and taken down. The entrance of the crystal was melted, and the energy stream turned into scarlet flowed up and down the whole body along the blood, washing every cell in his body. Itachi felt a lot of pain, all over his body, especially his head, which was especially serious. Sharingan became Mangeki uncontrollably. Uchiha is born with a chakra that far exceeds others. Although it can't compare to Senju and Vortex, it is much better than other families. Shisui's fairy crystals are strengthening the blood of Itachi, and his chakra and Mangeki pupil powers are constantly increasing. Gradually, Itachi's Mangeki began to spin, faster and faster. What? Itachi couldn't help groaning in pain, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. I don't know how long it took, the pain gradually faded away, and Mangeki stopped spinning. It's just that Mangeki, which was originally a 3-bladed dart like a windmill, has become a hexagonal diamond-like pattern. Eternal Mangeki. Itachi felt the pupil power in his eyes. Very powerful, as if omnipotent. Most importantly, his body seems to have grown stronger. The whole body is full of power, and it is no longer like before, as if it has been pressed by an invisible heavy object. Using the pupil technique once will cause a great burden on the body. Now, although it has not been tested, but Itachi can feel that using Mangeki's pupil technique in the future will cause stress to the body, but it will definitely not damage the body as before. It works. With these eyes, you will be more confident in solving this matter. Itachi clenched his fists, feeling the power brought by the changes in his body. It makes people obsessed. He originally thought that crystal would replace his eyes with Shisui's Mangeki, but he did not expect to combine the pupil power of the two to make his eyes go further on the basis of Mangeki. Itachi, your father is back, let's come out to eat. coming. In response, Uchiha Itachi loosened his fist and his expression returned to its usual plainness. It is getting late, but the snow is getting bigger and bigger. Even if the door was closed, Kuroyoshi could hear the roar of the wind and snow. He stopped swinging the knife, took a few breaths, and put it in the sheath back into the knife holder. Then he came to the door and opened the paper door. The wind and snow blew in all of a sudden, hitting the sweaty sturdy body, making Kuroyoshi feel a bit of coolness. He closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the coolness after sweating. Until the body shivered, he closed the door again. This horrible weather is really unhappy. After 2 complaints, Kuriki wiped off the moisture on his body with a towel, and then went to the kitchen to make dinner. He used to buy a lot of beef to store in the refrigerator, and now he is going to make a tomahawk steak. To live alone, one must live a delicate and interesting life. It was the night. Kuroyoshi finished the meal alone, and then went to sleep. The next day, early morning, Kuroyoshi woke up on time. He glanced at the alarm clock, which was exactly 6 o'clock. He got dressed, went to the desk and opened the window. A plum blossom sticks out its head, bringing a fresh fragrance. The wind and snow had stopped, and the outside world was covered in silver, very quiet and beautiful. This world is so beautiful. Kuroyoshi sighed in his heart, then stretched out and went to wash. There was so much snow yesterday that he had to clean the snow in the yard. Otherwise, the life of the yard would be greatly shortened if the snow melted and turned into ice. Soon after washing up, Kuroyoshi took a big broom to sweep the snow in the yard. About 2 hours, when the sky cleared, the snow on the yard and roof was just swept away. He was about to go to the kitchen to make breakfast, but found a scroll at the entrance of the dojo. Kuroyoshi picked up the scroll and looked at it, then opened it. It contained the training plan it made for him. It's done so soon. Kuroyoshi had some doubts that Itachi was doing things perfunctory. However, considering the person of the other party, it is unlikely to do so. After a rough look, the initial training content remains the same, but the ninja master is still practiced. Itachi asked him to practice more basics now. After attending the ninja school to participate in the dual training course, he can quickly summarize a set of fighting skills that suits him. At that time, his combat power will reach Nin's level. If he learns as much as possible other knowledge of the ninja on this basis, and increases his ability to deal with more situations, he can be called an elite Ninja. After reaching this point, you can start to concentrate on practicing ninjutsu and move towards the level of J-nin. Of course, this only refers to combat power. To truly become J-nin, you need to perform tasks to increase your personal experience. Chapter 31. Time passed, and time came to December 31st. The weather is getting colder, but people's faces are full of joy. This is the last day of the year, and the residents on the street have begun to put on lights and festoons to prepare for tomorrow's New Year's Eve. In these 10 days, Kuroyoshi didn't neglect at all, and Ishin was immersed in spiritual practice. Because of his concentration on the ninja master and the heavy snowfall in recent times, he did not go to the practice ground outside to practice, but stayed in the dojo in his yard. As Itachi's suggestion said, concentrating on the same thing to practice, the speed of progress is much faster than in the past with distracted practice. Coupled with the amount of training far surpassed by ordinary people, Kuroyoshi has now mastered the basic moves of the sword and kunao. As long as he practices more with others and sums up his combat experience, he will be able to throw himself into the real fight. As for the shuriken, I don't know whether it is due to the recent heavy snowfall or the lack of talent. There has been no progress. At a distance of 5 meters, the chance of hitting the target is about 50%, which is pure luck. If you want to hit the center of the target, you don't necessarily have one hit in 100 exercises. This kind of training progress made Kuroyoshi want to give up several times. But he changed his mind. If even the shuriken couldn't guarantee the hit rate, wouldn't the future ninjutsu be even more uncertain? Do you only learn AoE range ninjutsu in the future? But as we all know, there is another title for large-scale ninjutsu, called Miscellaneous Soldier Cleaning Technique. It means that there is no use for eggs except for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. Of course, Kurayoshi also knows that this is only the result of the limitations of anime. And this is the real world. There shouldn't be situations such as the undead fireball technique and the imposing bullet technique. But because of inaccurate aim, I gave up many single ninjutsu. This kind of reason. But it's so funny. Therefore, despite the slow progress, Kurayoshi never gave up the practice of shuriken. During this time, apart from purchasing food and daily necessities, he basically did not go out and turned a deaf ear to outside affairs. Only Naruto would come to him occasionally and tell him about the 8 trigrams in the village. However, nothing major happened. Today, it is Yang, and all the snow melts. Kurayoshi did not train, but went out to purchase New Year goods. He invited Naruto to eat together tomorrow, and then participate in the fireworks show in the evening. It was night, and the full moon was high. Kurayoshi sat on the stone bench in the courtyard with a plate of snacks and drinks to enjoy the moon. He is not just an Iron Man who knows how to practice. He will stop practicing after 6 o'clock in the afternoon every day and find something leisurely to relax. Sometimes I read novels, sometimes I read comics, sometimes I go for a walk. However, maybe it was because Itaka pulled him into Tsukuyomi unknowingly, and let him realize the reason for his shortcomings. Recently, I practiced more frequently, and I haven't relaxed much. If this year's close is approaching, he will also take the opportunity to take a good rest. He knocked the seeds while admiring the moon. Looking at the moon, which was obviously a circle larger than the previous life, I couldn't help but have a whim. This moon was made by planetary devastation of Sage of Six Paths. If you use this moon as the material, will you forge something related to Sage of Six Paths? But on second thoughts, Sage of Six Paths has nothing to do with the past life, and the Fairy Eyes Sage body can also be obtained from both Sasuke and Naruto. There is no need to make a special trip to the moon. However, in the future, forging Tensagen, he will definitely go to the moon, and then he will dig a shovel and come back. Thinking of this, Kurayoshi couldn't help but smile. When did I not even care about Six Paths level things so much? Whether it's Rinnegan or Sage Body, this is something that all careerists all over the world dream of. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in the moonlight. The speed is extremely fast, fleeting, like an illusion. The sharp light in Kurayoshi's eyes flashed away, and the scarlet Sharingan slowly rotated, and then returned to black. He picked up the teapot, filled the other empty cup, placed it on the opposite side of the stone table, and asked faintly, "I just came at this time. Is there any accident?" "Yet. I was sent to the village to perform a mission." An indifferent voice sounded behind him, and Uchiha Itachi, who was wrapped in a cloak, walked out from behind Kurayoshi. Kurayoshi didn't speak, but just reached out and pointed at the empty seat in front of him. Uchiha Itachi shook his head lightly. "The longer you stay, the greater the chance of being discovered. When you fall, you will have a big trouble. I will leave after I explain the matter." Kurayoshi was not hypocritical, nodded, and said, "Let's talk about it. This is part of the body tissue of everyone in the Uchiha clan, with blood and hair." Itachi took out a scroll from his large sleeves and placed it on the table. Kurayoshi picked up the scroll and looked left and right, put it in his pocket, and then looked at Itachi again. "Is there anything else? I am going to implement the plan tomorrow." With that said, Itachi continued to take out 4 scrolls from his sleeves. "Considering the possibility of failure, I have recorded some of the ninjutsu that I am good at in these scrolls." Fail. Kanji pursed his mouth, put his left hand on the stone table and tapped it. After a while, he asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Itachi shook his head slightly. "If I fail, please take care of my brother in secret." Will you be implicated in the family if you fail? Regardless of failure or success, the conflict between the family and the village will be resolved. The difference is that they will face a different situation in the village afterwards. What kind of plan have you prepared? You'll know when the time comes. After saying this, Itaka's body turned into a crow and flew away with the help of the darkness covered by the rock wall. A thick cloud floated in the sky, covering the full moon. The earth plunged into darkness all at once. Kangji looked at the direction of the disappearance of the crow and was silent. For a long time, he sighed deeply. It's going to change. The sky has indeed changed. It was a day when it was either windy or snowy, but it was rare to usher in a continuous sunny day. The sun rises early, and the sun shines on the earth, bringing a touch of warmth to this cold winter. Kuroyoshi woke up early, put on a new blue kimono, and then went to the bathroom to wash and tidy up. After a while, a boy with black hair, dark eyes, fair skin, and delicate features came out. Kuroyoshi opened the courtyard door and smiled at the morning sun. In the distance, Naruto, also wearing a blue kimono and dragging a long scarf, ran from the trail yelling, "New year and new weather, I hope I can also have good luck asylum this year." Uchiha Mansion. Uchiha Itaka took Sasuke's hand and took to the streets happily. Akamichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Inyazuka, Abarame, Hyuga, and even ordinary ninjas or villagers. Every household, accompanied by relatives, rushed to the streets. On the street, people come and go, and happy smiles emerge one by one. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the rooftop and looked down, his wrinkles stretched out over the years, filled with a bright smile. Dark underground. The blindfolded and ridden old man sat alone in the dark office. Hearing the faint excitement on the street, he opened his exposed one eye. The gloomy and sharp light flickered. I don't know what I was planning. Chapter 32 Naruto's Heart. Konoha January 1st, 54. This day is the New Year's Eve of Hokage World, which is equivalent to the Hyuxian New Year's Eve in the previous life of Kuroyoshi. There was a torrent of people in the alleys of Konoha Street, and various shops and vendors put on lights and colorful flags. I saw colorful flags fluttering, and various slogans and banners were blowing in the wind. The blue sky, the breeze passed, and the colorful balloons danced in the wind. People are wearing new clothes and playing in the streets with festive smiles. Naruto happily walked through the crowd, looking east and west from time to time, playing around with the goods in the nearby stalls, then put it down and headed to the next one. Kuroyoshi followed behind him unhurriedly, with a smile on his face. In this festive atmosphere, unless someone has ulterior motives, it is difficult not to be affected. Kuroyoshi, look at it, this mask is really good. Naruto stopped in a mask shop, looking upside down with a fox mask in his hand. Kuroyoshi walked slowly, took a look, and nodded approvingly. This mask is indeed painted well, very vivid. Yes, I want this one. Naruto looked complacent and asked the boss for the price with a mask. The boss was looking up at the counter when he heard Naruto ask for the price and looked up. The smiling face stiffened the moment he saw Naruto, and then turned into anger. He put down the pen, rushed over, snatched the mask from Naruto, and yelled at him, "Who let you touch my mask?" Naruto was slightly startled. He looked at the boss. The eyes of the boss, his undisguised disgust and hatred made him clench his fists. The boss' roar attracted the onlookers of passers-by. Everyone looked at him with the same eyes, even swearing. Why did this demon fox kid run out? Lord Third Hokage is also true, even if it is usual, let him run around except at night. Go away, you killed the demon fox of 4th generation. Why? Naruto lowered his head, not daring to look at the people around him, trembling slightly, his knuckles turned white with clenched fists. However, even though I didn't look at it, the eyes of disgust and hatred continued to appear in my mind, and the language of disgust and hatred continued to echo in my ears. Why do you treat me this way? What am I doing wrong? Naruto felt a volcano awakening in his heart, and when the volcano was about to erupt, a palm was placed on his shoulder. Grievance, unwillingness, and anger disappeared suddenly. Naruto woke up suddenly. He followed the hand on his shoulder and looked back. Kurayoshi gently shook his head at him with a calm expression on his face. Kurayoshi. Naruto looked at him puzzled. Since you have chosen the path of proving yourself to everyone, don't complain about the hardships on the road. When you choose this path, you should have expected it a long time ago. Hearing that, Naruto was startled, then stretched his brows and returned to smile. Ah, of course. After speaking, he looked back at the villagers and shouted confidently, "You all listen, I don't know why you treat me this way, but it doesn't matter. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I will definitely become Hokage in the future and let you all agree with me." "What are you kidding? I will never agree with you." "That's right, I still want to be a Hokage, you can't even do a normal ninja. Master Hokage will never let you, the demon fox, be a ninja. Don't be foolish." The villagers scolded one by one, but Naruto didn't take it seriously. He made a grimace at the people around him, then slapped his butt and ran away when people's dissatisfaction broke out, and laughed as he ran. Kuroyoshi touched his nose. He glanced at the boss and found that his attention was on Naruto, who was running away. He suddenly grabbed the fox mask in his hand, then turned and ran. After that, he threw a banknote and shouted, "This is mask money." The boss caught the banknotes and trembled with anger. He crumpled the bill into a ball, and then threw it at the escaping Kuroyoshi. "You are also an accomplice of the demon fox, I won't do your business, I don't need this mask." Kuroyoshi didn't stop, but turned his head to catch the money when the money flew, and smiled kindly at the boss. "Thank you for the mask, the boss is magnificent." "I don't want you to thank you, it's just thrown away rubbish." The boss roared loudly. "Haha." Kuroyoshi smiled heartily. This laughter sounded particularly harsh to the boss, his chest rising and falling intensified, and he became even more angry. After a good spring festival, all of a sudden I was upset. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Ino, wearing a purple kimono, saw Kurayoshi running past the store with a loud laugh, his beautiful eyes lit up. "Mom, I have something to do, so I won't help you see the store." After speaking, without waiting for a response from his mother, he ran out of the counter and chased him out. Kurayoshi found Naruto at a nearby training ground. Because of the spring festival, this training ground near the downtown area was empty, only Naruto was sitting alone on the wooden post for boxing practice. Kuroyoshi knew very well that although his own words made Naruto behave indifferently to the villagers' attitudes, this happened to be the way that he cared so much. Naruto felt very uncomfortable. "Oh." Kuroyoshi sighed and came to Naruto. "So I asked you to live only for yourself, don't care about other people's opinions." Kurayoshi. Naruto looked at the scorching sun in the sky with erratic eyes. "It may be easier to live as you suggested, but I am particularly unwilling. Obviously I am not a demon fox, obviously I have not done anything, but I have to endure all kinds of slander and abuse, and I have to accept everyone's rejection and disgust, even hatred. If I just stay silent, don't care about their opinions like you said, ignore other people's attitudes towards me, and live only for myself, then don't I have to live on the charge of a demon fox for the rest of my life? So I tell you not to care about other people's thoughts. It's impossible. As long as I want to prove myself, I won't care about other people's ideas." Speaking of this, Naruto smiled. He jumped off the stake and said to Kuroyoshi, "Kurayoshi, thank you. Without your company, I don't know if I can stick to my ideas." "No, even if you don't have me, you will definitely stick to your own ideas." Kuroyoshi squatted and passed the fox mask over. "Take it, for the night fireworks display. Now go buy some fireworks." Naruto took the mask and asked, "What about you?" "I have it too." Kuroyoshi took out the false mask and shook it in front of Naruto. Okay, let's go buy fireworks. If you put on a mask, it shouldn't happen like just now. The two left from the other direction and headed to another commercial street. Soon after the two left, Ino, dressed in a purple kimono, rushed over, panting. She patted her hurried chest, calmed her breath and looked left and right, her beautiful eyes widened. It's just that the empty training ground is silent. The delicate little face showed a disappointed look. Chapter 33. The new year in the Hokage world is similar to the neon of the previous life. The activities are basically prepared a few days ago, but on the New Year's Day, they are free. Everyone rushed to the streets to have fun, old people, adults, children. The streets were full of joy and laughter. At night, as the fireworks bloomed in the sky, the atmosphere reached its climax. People looked up to the sky one by one, watching fireworks of different colors and shapes bloom in the sky, with smiles on their faces. After that, the fireworks became less and people began to parade. Adults and children wear masks and play in the bustling streets. Lanterns, hanabi, masks. Cheers and laughter constituted this festive day. Kuroyoshi and Naruto also mixed in the crowd to join in the fun. Especially Naruto, holding two fire whips in his hand and igniting them, drew a circle of bonfires, attracting countless children to watch. Kuroyoshi didn't like making noise, and stood watching from afar. But I was thinking about Itachi. He said yesterday that he would start acting today. It's already night, it's the climax of the spring festival, and it's also the time when people relax their vigilance the most. If you want to act, there is only now. Will he go well? Kuroyoshi, we are throwing a circle over there, let's go and see. In the distance, Naruto's voice awakened Kuroyoshi. He looked up and saw that the fire whip in Naruto's hand had been burned out, and he was looking at a stall in front of him surrounded by many people. During the spring festival, there are more booths for playing games. Okay, let's take a look. Kuroyoshi nodded and followed Naruto. No matter what he is doing, I just need to live my life well. Unlike the bustle on the street, the Hokage building is very quiet at this time. After the new year, the office staff and the ninja are on holiday, and only 1 or 2 guards on duty are still there. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also there. As Hokage, he has a lot to do. In particular, the conflict between Uchiha and the village has deepened, making the already busy official duties even more onerous. Although it was the spring festival at this time, he had to stay in the Hokage building to work overtime. Under the light, Sarutobi Hiruzen is reviewing documents. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and when it returned to normal, there was already one more person in the office. Dressed in Anbu costume, wearing a civet mask, half kneeling at the desk. Sarutobi raised his head and shifted his gaze from the document to the figure that suddenly appeared, and the wrinkles on his brows became more frowning. Itachi, what happened to me coming to see me at this time? Although wearing a mask and lowering his head, Sarutobi still recognizes the identity of Anbu in front of him from his breath. Only. As a double agent, he kept spreading information in Uchiha and the village, and suddenly came to find himself during the spring festival holiday. This gave Sarutobi a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Uchiha? In his thoughts, Itachi raised his head, and a pair of blood-red pupils had a hexagonal diamond shape, which resembled a snowflake spinning rapidly. The surrounding environment suddenly becomes illusory, as if reality alternates with dreams. Sarutobi glanced left and right calmly, his face gradually becoming serious. He put the documents in his hand back on the table. Then took out his pipe to light it, took a deep breath, and then slowly spit it out. His old face was covered with a layer of sadness. Itachi, do you know what it means to shoot for Hokage? Betrayed the village. Kai'd without any emotion. Sarutobi looked at Itachi, who was half kneeling at the desk, his muddy eyes flickered slightly, Uchiha Itaka's growth process was flipped in his mind, and his personality, character, pursuit, and beliefs emerged one by one. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, "I believe you will not betray the village." "I didn't intend to betray the village. No plan, that is to say, if it is necessary, do you not mind betraying it?" Sarutobi pondered Itaka's answer in his mind. And Itaka looked at him openly and continued, "Tsukuyomi can pull the consciousness of others into a world constructed entirely by spirit. In this world, time and space are all controlled by me, no matter how long it takes, there is only a moment outside, so it cannot be relieved by usual means. This kind of illusion, and that strange Sharingan, Itaki." Sarutobi looked at him suspiciously. "Yes, this is Mangeki Sharingan," Itaka said in a low voice. "Shisui found me after being snatched one eye by Danzo. He entrusted the remaining eye to me, hoping that I can settle the family and the village peacefully. Contradictory, and then jumped into the river in front of me and committed suicide." Hearing Itaka mentions Shisui, Sarutobi's mood also becomes heavy. He lowered his gaze, stared at the desktop, and sighed, "I'm sorry about Shisui, but I don't have any unusual thoughts. Apart from being sad for Shisui, I have been thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the family and the village." Itaki interrupted Sarutobi. Although he was kneeling halfway in front of Sarutobi, his eyes were not timid. "Shisui's death awakened me with the same eyes as him. No, it should be a stronger eye. In addition to my unique pupil technique, it is also awakened with the same pupil technique as him. Could it be that?" Sarutobi looked at Itaki in shock, his old body trembling slightly. "Yes, it's distinguished heavenly gods." Itaki admitted it generously, although some facts were not as he said. "Sure enough." Sarutobi's cloudy eyes widened slightly. Although he had such a conjecture when he heard Itaka mention it, but when he heard Itaki admit it, he couldn't help but breathe in cold air. The technique of distinguished heavenly gods is really too bug. As long as he knows the existence of this technique, and the person who knows the master technique has appeared in front of him, he can't help but wonder whether he has been changed his mind or has been manipulated. But Sarutobi deserves to be the Hokage who has been in office the longest. He is very good at controlling his emotions. Apart from a little strangeness just now, he can't see any surprises on the news on his face. He looked at Itaki in silence for a long time before asking, "Do you want to use distinguished heavenly gods on me?" "I have used it for the family, and it will take more than 10 years before I can use it again," Itaka said lightly. Sarutobi sighed deeply, his restless heart from distinguished heavenly gods calmed down a bit. At the same time, Itaka's words indicate that the conflict between Uchiha and the village can be resolved peacefully. And the burden that has been pressing on my heart has been relaxed a lot. But facing the person in front of him, Sarutobi felt guilty, but at the same time very pleased. Although it is Uchiha, it perfectly integrates the will of fire. Perhaps Konoha's new era will be provoked by him. If he can, he also hopes to see Uchiha's head on the Hokage cliff. Sarutobi thought to himself, but his face was full of apology. "Sorry, this was supposed to be done by me as Hokage, but in the end Uchiha had to sacrifice his own interests to give in. You don't need to apologize to me. I didn't let the family regress." Itaka shook his head slightly. "Uchiha has done nothing wrong. They have no reason to be treated like this. If the conflict between the family and the village is peacefully resolved, the village needs to do it. Make a concession." Chapter 34, Danzo must die tonight. What? Sarutobi was shocked. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. This shouldn't be. Itaka was happily thinking about problems with Hokage's thinking when he was 4 years old. He is a perfect inheritor of the will of fire. If you have to make a choice between the family and the village. He believed that Itaka would definitely choose the village. But what did he just hear? Uchiha did nothing wrong. They should not make concessions. It is the village who should make concessions. For a while, Sarutobi suspected that his ear had misheard, or suspected that the attackee in front of him was a fake using transformation technique. No, this is not the point. What really shocked Sarutobi was not the choice made by attackee, but the fact that distinguished heavenly gods was not used to resolve the dispute between Uchiha and the village. This kind of bug skill that can only be used once in more than 10 years will not be easily used by anyone, no matter it is. For Attackee, the village and family are the most important existence in his life. He didn't use it for the peace of the village and family, so what did he do with it? Sarutobi would not be so shocked even if Attackee used it to the high level of the village. But he didn't. It did not make Uchiha regress, nor did it use it to the top of the village. Sarutobi's expression completely exposed the thoughts in his heart, and Attackee explained lightly, I let the family let go of arrogance and prejudice. Pride and prejudice. Sarutobi looked at Attackee in confusion. Because of the long history, and because Uchiha is born with more chakra than others, coupled with the existence of Sharingan, family members have a special sense of belonging to the family. This sense of belonging prevents many members of the family from truly integrating into Konoha. Although they also think that they are Konoha's ninjas, the sense of belonging deep in their consciousness allows them to draw a clear line of demarcation from other villagers. This is the arrogance and prejudice against other people, and it is also the chief culprit in the current situation of the family and the village. If they can't let go of their arrogance and prejudice, even if the matter is resolved peacefully this time, the contradiction will be more intense next time. After listening to Attackee's explanation, Sarutobi sighed deeply. He leaned on the chair, smoking a cigarette, his turbid eyes staring at the ceiling, gleaming complicated gazes. For a long time, he straightened up and sighed, that's how it is. I thought it was irrelevant, or there were other reasons. Unexpectedly, it was just because he looked farther. This child has a far-reaching vision than mine. But the current issue has not been resolved. What can you do in the future if you guarantee it? Sarutobi sighed and said, you should know that this kind of thing that involves collective interests, even as a Hokage, can't decide everything by your own will. So I prepared with 2 hands. Attackee said lightly. It seems that Sarutobi would have expected Sarutobi to say this a long time ago, and he has already made a good point. The Konoha garrison built by Uchiha is the master of the village's defense system, barrier nodes, and personnel arrangements. And the Anbu routes where Shisui and I have stayed are also masters of the border defense arrangements. If Uchiha and the village have civil strife, this information it will be delivered to other countries as soon as possible. Boom! Sarutobi slapped the table abruptly and stood up, his turbid eyes became fierce, and an invisible aura radiated from his body, like an air current oppressing the person who was kneeling in front of him. Attackee, do you know what it means to do this? War. Attackee said lightly. The meaning of the simple 2 words makes the atmosphere in the office sink. Sarutobi stared at Attackee solemnly on his face, and Attackee stared at it without fear. This guy is serious. From Attackee's eyes, Sarutobi saw the other's consciousness. After a while, Sarutobi sat back in his office chair. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and thought. Many questions and doubts flashed through my mind one by one. After a while, Sarutobi opened his eyes, sat up straight, stared at Attackee with piercing eyes, and asked, tell me, why are you doing this? You shouldn't be such a stupid person. Those who put peace over the family and the village will threaten him with war. This is something that Sarutobi couldn't understand anyway. If nothing happened behind this, he wouldn't believe it if he was killed. Attackee looked at Sarutobi indifferently, and at the old man he had always respected. There was a trace of fatigue in his muddy pupils. Feel sorry. He said silently in his heart. Attackee said lightly, because you will never let Konoha fall into the flames of war. Thanks to Kuroyoshi, Attackee changed his mind. Kuroyoshi gave him Shisui's fairy crystallization, giving him the same opportunity as Shisui to resolve the conflict between the family and the village. But Shisui failed. While thinking about the plan, Itake was also thinking about the reasons for Shisui's failure to prevent repeating the same mistakes. Why did Shisui fail? Is it because you trust someone you don't trust? No. The real reason is that Shisui is just a chess piece being manipulated, not a chess player who decides to walk. Itake and Shisui, who regard the village and peace as more important than anything else, in order to protect the village and peace, will prevent any factors that lead to the outbreak of war. Third generation, Danzo also knows this about them, so he trusts them so much and asks them two Uchiha to be spies for the village and Uchiha. It's not that they believe that their personal feelings value the village more, but that they believe in his desire and belief in peace. But belief is not exclusive to anyone. Whether it is third generation or Danzo, they also have their own beliefs. Since the other party can use my beliefs to control myself, why can't I use the other party's beliefs to achieve my goals? Itake changed his thinking mode. The purpose of third generation is to protect Konoha, and he will do everything possible to protect Konoha. In the Sunin village, fourth generation was killed in battle, and a large number of elite ninjas died in the Nine Tails chaos. Their strength has never been weaker than ever. If during the civil war between Uchiha and the village, the enemy ninja initiates a war aggression, then Konoha is likely to perish. Use this to threaten. If it were the third generation in the prime of life, he might not compromise, but now the third generation is old, even if his old body can last for a few years, he dare not let the village take risks. In particular, the village is now in a time when there is nowhere to go, and it needs to be recuperated. If there is a war, no matter whether you win or lose, it will bring huge losses to the village. But how do you guarantee that I won't settle accounts after the fall? Sarutobi asked sharply, using threats to force the village to compromise. Even if I don't trouble Uchiha in the future, what about the others? I'm not sure about the others, but Danzo definitely can't stand this tone. When the village recuperates and has no fear of enemy invasions during the civil strife, he will definitely find Uchiha to settle accounts as soon as possible. So I also made a second-hand preparation. Itake looked at Sarutobi directly, his eyes sharpened suddenly. Tonight, Danzo will definitely die. Chapter 35 Madara. Unlike the bustling street market, the area northwest of Konoha is an industrial zone, where tall factories and pipelines are everywhere. You can still hear noisy machine operation and steam eruption. But because of the Hyuxia New Year and the workers' holidays, the place is completely silent. A man wrapped in a big windbreaker, wearing a tiger print mask, and stray shoulder-length hair walked in the alley swayingly. It's been a long time since Konoha, and the look here hasn't changed at all. This person looked around as he walked. Under the only eyelet on the mask, a blood-red pupil with 3 black hook jade patterns glowed with curiosity and excitement, just like a child. Suddenly, 2 dark shadows walked out of the high walls on both sides, holding long knives in their hands, and slashed at this person mercilessly. Call! The blade broke through the air and hit the masked man accurately. But there was no sense of hindrance from the usual slashing objects, and the blade penetrated the person's body facing the opposite companion. Ping! Efforts to regain the strength finally let the blade deflect and chop on the opponent's blade. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the space was distorted, forming a space Uzumaki. And the source of Uzumaki is the eyes of people in tiger skin masks. Although they fought hard, it was useless, and the 2 of them were sucked into the eyes by Uzumaki of space. No, it is through the eyes as a medium to inhale the alien space. The masked man pinched his chin and meditated, the secret whistle of the root. It seems that it is not far from the intelligence portal given by Itake. Suddenly, there was a surge of footsteps on the mudstone floor, and a pitcher plant grew. Then, the pitcher plants separated, revealing a black and white person. Madara, the surrounding situation is ascertained, and the root space is here underground. How about the route? The masked man called Madara asked after hesitating a little. There are several. Itaka has the most traps and the most guarded route. After the black and white person finished speaking, he immediately said in another voice, "It seems that Itaka doesn't want to cooperate sincerely, he thought take Danzo's hand and kill us. Itaka is indeed forced to cooperate with me, but he wants to kill me with Danzo. He is just testing my strength. The premise of cooperation is that I have much stronger strength than him." I see. Do you want to keep going? If you were discovered by a secret whistle in advance, with Danzo's little caution, you will never stay to fight you, but flee from other intersections. If you attract too many Konoha shinobi, it will be bad. It's okay, Danzo can't run. Madara calmly, the scarlet Sharingan gently turned a space Uzumaki, and the two of them were sucked into it and disappeared in place. What did you say? In Hokage's office. Sarutobi slapped the table again and stood up. He supported the table with both hands and leaned forward, looking at Itaka in disbelief. Do you know what you are doing? Itaka! Sarutobi scolded loudly. At this moment, he was really angry. Companions in a village are killing each other, which is the last thing he wants to see. Even when Uchiha decided to coup, his first idea was not to suppress force by force, but to talk with Fugaku, hoping to reconcile. Only Shisui was killed by Danzo. Have you ever been so angry? Itaka looked at third generation's furious eyes and closed the complicated eyes. He recalled 3 months ago when he told him that Shisui was killed by Danzo. Third generation was indeed angry, very angry, and smashed the things in the office. Itaka had never seen him so gaff before. They also took precautions and ordered Danzo to be restricted from traveling, and Danzo and Gen were not allowed to intervene in Uchiha's affairs. Then it's over. No punishment was given to Danzo. Itaka even saw a glimmer of fortune in the eyes of the respected old man, fortunate that Shisui was dead. The existence of distinguished heavenly gods scared everyone. Maybe even third generation didn't notice this feeling, but Itaka saw it. From that moment, Itaka knew that the old man whom he respected so much had changed. He remembered his father telling him. The former third generation had great love and kindness to everything in the world. He loves every companion, even the villagers, even if he sacrifices himself, he will not hurt the objects he guards. But after sitting in this position, there are too many compelling things, too many things that need to be dealt with cruelly. Gradually, as he ages and compromises time and time again, the old man is defeated by reality and begins to sacrifice the minority to protect the majority, and also begins to use dark means to maintain the prosperity of the village. Itaka can understand all this, and he has not changed his respect for the old man in the slightest, but his views and attitudes towards him have changed. No longer the unreserved trust in him like in the past. I began to think about the pros and cons of each decision for myself, and then decided whether to implement it, and what results should be finished. That's why Itaka will compete with him here. It's a betrayal to shoot against the village's comrades. Itaka lowered his head and said solemnly, after this incident, I am Konoha's betrayal. Itaka. Sarutobi's cloudy eyes widened slightly. He slowly raised his right arm, which was trembling slightly, halfway up, and then put it down. He took a deep breath, his body no longer trembling, and his eyes became unusually firm. Itaka, raise your head and look at me. Itaka hesitated, raised his head, his eyes were as firm as a chime stone. Sarutobi is very familiar with this look, and once, he also had such a look. It was precisely because of having had it that he knew better that Itaka could not change this decision. Because, Itaka is guarding Konoha and peace in his own way. And it's different from Danzo and him now. Itaka is sacrificing himself to protect, rather than sacrificing others. Such an awareness is even more difficult to change. But, there is no absolute in everything. The same is true for the self once, and has it changed under the cruel reality? Sarutobi sat back on the office chair, sighed deeply, and slowed down. Itake, don't do this, there must be other ways, no one will sacrifice. There is no better way. Itake shook his head slightly. Danzo once taught Shisui that ninjas must have the spirit of sacrificing themselves when necessary. Only in this way can they protect everything they want. Danzo-sama can teach Shisui this way. I must be willing to sacrifice for Konoha's peace, and I just became a rebel, which is far from the sacrifice of Danzo-sama, and it is not worth mentioning. Sarutobi was silent. What kind of virtue is Danzo? As a brother who grew up playing, he still doesn't understand. What self-sacrifice? Maybe he would do that when he had to sacrifice, but as long as things had a chance to turn around, I wanted him to sacrifice himself to perfect others. Dream it. But even so, Sarutobi couldn't just watch Danzo die. I won't let you kill Danzo. If you want to kill Danzo, just step on my corpse. Sarutobi's eyes were firm. Itake shook his head lightly and said lightly, I said before that killing Danzo was a second-hand preparation. Since it was a pre-prepared plan, I naturally expected Master Hokage to stop me, so it wouldn't be me who killed Danzo. Chapter 36. It's not you. Sarutobi was startled, and then reacted, you are here to hold me down and not let me go to the rescue. Sarutobi was strange at first. Since Itake had already started acting on his own terms, there was no need to talk to him so much. But now he understands that the reason Itake came to tell him so much is to hold him back. Actively expose Manjiki Sharingan, expose illusions like Tsukuyomi. Its essence is to show power. Itake didn't want to fight him, but he had to drag him, so he explained the ins and outs of the whole plan and revealed part of his whole cards. Itake hopes that he can give up Danzo for the sake of the overall situation, and also hopes that some of the power he has shown can make him retreat. Sure enough, Itake confirmed his guess in the next second. Master Hokage, you are the person I respect the most. Neither the past nor the present has changed, so I don't want to fight with you. With that, the surrounding space was distorted and then shattered. Itake cancelled Tsukuyomi, but the snow-patterned Manjiki was full of fighting spirit. Hokage-sama, I don't know if I can beat you, but if I just delay the time, I think I can still do it. Sarutobi was silent again. He leaned on the back of the chair, embracing his arms, with a pipe in his mouth, eyes drooping, and staring at the table closely. He was thinking. He has never played against Manjiki, but Konoha has a lot of information about Manjiki, and he is also very aware of Itake's strength. Even without Sharingan, his strength can squeeze into the ranks of Jonin. With the assistance of Sharingan, he is also one of the best players among Jonin. Sarutobi doesn't know how much Manjiki will bring to Itake, but even without Manjiki, Itake can delay for a while. And today is the Spring Festival, and most ninjas are on holiday. Not many ninjas rush to hear the sound of fighting. Only when those ninjas who are on holiday arrive, can they get rid of Itake's entanglement. But during this time, can Danzo hold on? Sarutobi's brain is spinning fast. The roots are different from other ninjas. They are all people who have no destination. They only have a rest period after performing their tasks. Therefore, the roots are now as tightly guarded as usual. It is almost impossible to assassinate Danzo at the root, even with Itake providing information. But since Itake had made such a plan, it proved that he was sure to kill Danzo. Sarutobi knows Itake very well, especially his calm personality and brain, and his plans will hardly fail. In other words, the key is whether Danzo can support himself. Thinking of this, Sarutobi's eyes condensed and he stood up abruptly. Itake supported on the ground with one hand, and the whole person flew back, and the black shadow chased after a step, and kept zooming in his sight. It's Hokage's robe. As Konoha Hokage, how could Sarutobi not know how to fight Sharingan? The moment he got up, he tore off his robe and threw it at Itake. The robe blocked the view, and Sarutobi followed closely behind. Jumped onto the desk and stepped on with both knees bent. Boom! The old man in tight armor exploded with great power like a great ape, and the whole person rushed towards the ferret like a cannonball. Tear! Itaka drew the long knife behind him, and cut off the robe with a slash. But Sarutobi came closer, his body rotated. And a flying kick hit Itaka's chest accurately. Puff! With long legs kicking through his chest, Itaka turned into several crows flying around, spinning on top of Sarutobi's head. At the same time, the surrounding environment changed again and became a dilapidated and withered wasteland, and the dim sunset was replaced by the huge slowly rotating Sharingan. Illusory, when? Sarutobi looked around vigilantly. Itaka's figure was condensed not far away, but it was not solid, like a remnant flag blowing in the wind, which would go away with the wind at any time. In the beginning, Itaka said faintly, I know Hokage-sama will not give up Danzo, so I used another illusion technique when disarming Tsukuyomi. Then why don't you just knock me down with Tsukuyomi? Sarutobi stared closely at Itaka's eyes, trying to see something in it. It's just that he was disappointed. From the beginning of the battle, Itaka's eyes were flat as water from beginning to end, and there was no way to see anything from it. I don't want to hurt Master Hokage. Itaka said faintly, I said before. I made two-handed preparations. This is an action that Konoha is absolutely impossible to prevent at this time. Konoha. Sarutobi's heart moved, and he noticed that Itaka's rhetoric was somewhat different. Not just referring to him Sarutobi, but referring to Konoha as a whole. Is Itaka too arrogant, or is there something I don't know? Yes, it's Konoha. Seeing through what Sarutobi was thinking, Itaka continued, the person who cooperated with me to kill Danzo, currently no one in Konoha can stop him. Even if you go by, Hokage-sama, you will just add another life. Sarutobi was shocked and speechless. At first, he was thinking that Itaka was bluffing. But then I thought about it, the person who can sneak into the roots to assassinate Danzo alone must have a strong ability to do it. Then, the possibility that that person is stronger than he imagined is not without. Who is that person? Sarutobi was furious. He calls himself Madara. Madara. Sarutobi was startled, and subconsciously asked, which Madara? Uchiha Madara. What? He was the one who controlled Nine Tails to attack Konoha 6 years ago. I found his traces when I was investigating the time when Nine Tails attacked the village. Itaka looked at Sarutobi faintly, and said, that guy is very strong, even if he is seriously injured, he is much stronger than me, and he has a keen eye on Konoha. I want to destroy Danzo, which is just what he wants, so... Wait, isn't Madara dead? Sarutobi interrupted Itaka, staring at him tightly. Uchiha Madara. What this name means, he, an old man who has survived from Konohagian village, has the most say. Itaka was startled, and then asked, do you want to listen to me explain it slowly? I don't care, but Danzo. I can't take care of so much now, if it's him, just... Okay, I understand. Itaka closed his eyes slowly, and then opened them. I will slowly tell you everything about Uchiha Madara, and then you will understand why I should leave as a traitor NS. Konoha's dark tide is surging, and the villagers don't know it. They are wearing new kimonos and happily playing on the street with their family and friends. Kuroyoshi also followed Naruto into it. Kuroyoshi, take a look. There is a balloon playing activity ahead. As long as you break more than 10 balloons with a shuriken, you can get rewards. Let's go. Just coming out of Kabuto Goldfish's stall, Naruto took Kuriki and couldn't wait to walk to another stall surrounded by many people in the distance. Chapter 37 Tenten. It is different from the previous life with many balloons tied to a wooden board for guests to shoot with guns. The balloon playing activity in this booth is to let the balloon fly into the sky with a gift box of points. Guests need to break the balloon to get the gift box of points. 10 gift boxes can be exchanged for good gifts from the boss, and there are 1,520, the ultimate prize of up to 50 gift boxes. The worst 10 points gift box can also be exchanged for dolls worth more than 1,000 taels. Secondly, official ninjas cannot participate, only students from ninja school or ordinary villagers can participate. After understanding the rules, Naruto asked the price again. 100 taels and 10 rounds of shurikens, the price shocked Kuroyoshi. You know, the price of Yul ramen is only 70 taels, and it only costs about 10 to 15 taels with a side dish. And this little game actually costs 100 twice at a time. Well, considering the exquisite gifts to be exchanged, 100 taels are actually not much. But things are not calculated like this. First, the distance between the guest and the balloon is almost 5 meters, and secondly, the guest has to wait for the balloon to take off 5 meters before throwing the shuriken. 5 meters. According to the shuriken practice code given to him by Itaki, the official ninja is still a dead target at this distance when practicing throwing shuriken. The difficulty of ordinary villagers and ninja students who want to shoot a balloon that keeps flying upwards at this distance can only be described by chance. But Kuroyoshi didn't say anything. After all, doing business is to make money. If you let you exchange valuable gifts casually, what kind of business do you have? And Naruto is not the one who lacks money. Although it is also dependent on the village to provide subsidies, Naruto's living allowance is much higher than that of other orphans in the same village. Even if Kuroyoshi now shows talent that attracts the attention of third generation, and the subsidy has been greatly increased, it is less than half of Naruto's. However, the people in the village had a bad attitude towards Naruto and were unwilling to sell his things. Naruto had money and couldn't buy things. And 100 taels is not a big deal, and there is nothing to play in the new year. Naruto didn't think so much. After understanding the rules, he immediately paid for 10 shurikens. Kuroyoshi, let you see the skills of the future Master Hokage. Naruto rubbed his hands in excitement, looking confident. Kuroyoshi flipped through Byakugan, but did not answer. If the memory is not wrong, he remembers that Naruto couldn't even hit a target of 2 or 3 meters in the ninja school, let alone a moving target so far. However, Naruto threw the first shuriken in an extremely irregular posture, and it made an unmistakable hit, and it killed 2 arrows with 1 stone. How is it? Naruto proudly showed off, my uncle's shuriken technique is amazing, right? What the hell is this? Kuroyoshi's eyes widened. You are definitely not Naruto, just say, who are you, have you been taken away by the Traverser? However, Naruto's back performance made Kuroyoshi put away his cranky thinking. With 8 shurikens, none of them made a hit. No, there were actually hits, but it was the shop sign on the 2nd floor next door, which was too far away from the balloon. Kuroyoshi couldn't help the strange yin and yang. Is this the future of Hokage? It's really funny enough. Yes, damn it, it didn't feel good just now, so I will definitely hit it next time, sure, boss, 10 more shurikens. Naruto was not convinced and continued to challenge. However, a total of 60 rounds were cast and none was missed. He was still not convinced. Unfortunately, after throwing 70 rounds, his arm was sore and weak, and he couldn't continue to challenge. Damn it, I'm in a bad condition today. I'll come back tomorrow. It will definitely be fine. Naruto made an excuse for himself. I only come to Konoha during the spring festival celebrations, so if the guests want to continue, they have to take advantage of it now, otherwise they have to wait until next year. The boss said. Damn it. Naruto clenched his fists unwillingly, and then looked at Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi gave up again and again, don't look at me, my shuriken is no better than you. Just kidding, I can't even make a 50% hit rate on a fixed target, let me shoot a moving target, I don't want to be ashamed. Boss, give me 50 shurikens. At this time, a crisp, vigorous voice came from behind him. Along with the sound, a small arm stretched out. The palms are small and white, holding a 500 yuan coin, and his arms are covered by light blue kimono sleeves. After hearing the sound, Kuriki looked back, only to see a little girl about her own age squeezing forward. The little girl is wearing a light blue kimono with various flowers embroidered on it. A beautiful black hair is twisted into 2 steamed buns, and the little cheeks are blushing, which is very cute. For a moment, Kuroyoshi was cute. Is this person Tenten? Kuroyoshi was a little uncertain. It looks very similar to Tenten, but the age is much different after all, so I still wear a kimono. Can you give me trouble? The little girl who was suspected to be Tenten smiled at Kuroyoshi. No problem. Kuroyoshi nodded, and walked away. The little girl squeezed in, and Kuroyoshi asked a faint fragrance on the tip of her nose. Thank you. The little girl bowed and thanked Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi shook his head, saying that it was nothing. The little girl didn't say anything, and went straight into the empty circle inside and asked the boss for a shuriken. And Kuroyoshi was in a daze with a trace of hair in his hand. This was just when the little girl squeezed in from him and pulled it off her head, and the system also sent a prompt message very punctually. Ding! Discover the special material Rich Woman's Hair. You can forge special props, the soul of weapon and Toko service. It seems to be Tenten. Looking at the long hair in his hands, Kuroyoshi smiled knowingly. On the other side, Tenten started her performance. 50 shurikens were inserted into the belt of the kimono by her, and she continued to throw them with her gorgeous posture. The hidden weapon tore the sky and the balloon burst. None of the shots were missed, all hits. The whole process went smoothly, without any stagnation. All the audience was dumbfounded, even Kuroyoshi was not listed. Not to mention the amount of gold in this, in terms of viewing, it is indeed gorgeous. I want that. Tenten looked at the stunned boss, pointed to the double-edged great axe in the pile of gifts and said, "Oh, okay." The boss recovered and ran to get the prize for Tenten. The rest of the audience also came back to their senses and applauded heartily. Only Naruto squatted unconvincingly on the ground to draw circles. After Kuroyoshi slapped him on the head, he applauded. After that, the two participated in various activities and celebrations one after another, and they also met many acquaintances. The two played until the early morning of the next day, when the sky bloomed with more gorgeous finishing fireworks. They said goodbye to each other and went home. Chapter 38 The Real Reason for Killing Danzo. When Kuriki returned to the dojo at home, the sound of firecrackers could still be heard outside. He took out Tenten's hair and muttered, forging silently in his mind. Suddenly there were 2 more items in his hands. A doll the size of a palm, a ball of dark light. Toko campaign. A doll with its own Toko function will automatically Toko when it finds a slot. The soul of weapons, contains the owner's love and affinity for weapons. After absorption, the absorber will have the original owner's love and affinity for weapons. Any weapon can easily be used in Grandmaster. It is in line with Tenten's role positioning. But it's obviously the hair of a rich woman, so why don't you give me some money? In other words, a prop to find money is fine too. Such as cornucopia or something. Kuroyoshi has a little regret. However, this is a world where power decides everything after all. Although it was a little regretful, but I didn't care too much. Kuroyoshi is still very satisfied with the unexpected gain this time. He is now undergoing the practice of ninjutsu. With the soul of this weapon, his future practice will surely make rapid progress, and he will be able to master the deeper essence of the weapon. After throwing Toko into the system space, Kuroyoshi absorbed the soul of the weapon. There is no abnormality in the absorption process, but a kind of enlightenment is produced as if the body and mind are washed. This feeling is hard to say, it is very mysterious. Kuroyoshi took out the long sword for practice from the scroll. Holding the hilt of the sword, he was extremely cordial and familiar, as if he was derived from his body. Kuroyoshi tried to wave it, and his body moved naturally. In the past, the difficult moves that required concentration can be completed, but now they can be used with ease. After Kuroyoshi played a set of sword poses, not only was he not tired, but he was full of vitality. Is this the power brought by the soul of weapons? Kuroyoshi looked at his hands. There was no difference from before, but in the process of just practicing the sword, he actually experienced the difference from the past. This is not blood, but talent. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, even if they don't have a strong bloodline, they are also blooming in their respective fields. Kuroyoshi felt sorry for Tenten. Because she likes all weapons. If she only loves one of these weapons and concentrates on training one weapon, with this talent, her future achievements will be no worse than Sanchuan. However, although it is a pity, it is not a pity. If we lose our horses, we can't know what a blessing is. Without specific implementation, no one knows whether it is a blessing or a curse. Perhaps, Tenten's talent stems from her love of all weapons, which is not necessarily true. The sound of firecrackers outside gradually dwindled, and the night was drawing to an end. In the shadows, actions that no one knows are also coming to an end. Konoha, Northwest Industrial Zone. Dark fluctuations rise, swallowing everything. In Hokage Building, Uchiha Itachi flies away from the sky as a crow. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone on the office chair and fell into deep thought, his old face full of exhaustion. It seems that they are getting older. Dojo courtyard. Kuroyoshi is going to take a bath and sleep. Suddenly, a feather rain fell in the sky, and Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared in the feathers. Kuroyoshi paused, looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Is everything resolved?" "Solved." Itachi nodded faintly. "Really?" A smile appeared on Kuroyoshi's face. "Congratulations." Itachi was non-committal, he shook his head slightly. "I'm here to say goodbye to you. Bid farewell. I killed Danzo. From now on it will be Konoha's betrayal." Kuroyoshi fell silent. He helped Itachi because he wanted to find a master to guide his practice, and he also wanted to change the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. After all, the regret left when watching anime in the previous life. Coming into this world, if you can change without a crisis to yourself, you will definitely try to change. However, he never thought Itachi would kill Danzo. Although he also hates Danzo, if the other party provokes him, he will definitely kill him. But Danzo is also an important plot character in Hokage. He is dead now. How much impact will it have in the future? Kuroyoshi couldn't think of it. But at least the original Sai is gone, and Abarame may take the roots and hide in an unmanned forest hut for a lifetime, and live without being known until the meaningless old death. As for other unknown people or things, I don't know where they are. This may be a good thing, but it may also lead to an uncontrollable and bad future. For the first time, Kuroyoshi felt terrified by butterfly wings. As an outsider, one inadvertent move of oneself may be able to make the original existing affairs disappear. Feel sorry. Seeing that Kuroyoshi didn't speak, Itachi took the initiative to speak. It was promised to use life and freedom in exchange for your help, but now he can't fulfill his promise. No, it's nothing. Kuroyoshi shook his head lightly, showing that he didn't care. In fact, the contract between the two was only a verbal agreement, and even if it broke the contract, Kuroyoshi couldn't help him. However, Kuroyoshi knew that Itachi would not break the contract. It's not that he trusts him, but the master has overcome his weakness. Itachi is a person with a strong belief. For people with strong beliefs, it is useless to force a contract or something, because they don't care about other things at all, only to seize their weakness. Itachi's belief is to guard Konoha and guard peace. Kuroyoshi showed Itachi, beyond common sense, capable of destroying Konoha and even the world, and destroying peace. And this ability cannot be controlled and eliminated by him. Therefore, Itaka can only follow Kuroyoshi. Watch him, guide him, protect him. Let a person with master's ability embark on the path of guarding kindness. In fact, Itaka can solve the conflict between Uchiha and the village without killing Danzo. However, Kuroyoshi is too immature. Although it is premature compared to other people of the same age, and there are props to inquire about intelligence, it is still too immature in many places. If Danzo and Gen continue to exist, then Kuroyoshi's abilities will definitely be discovered. Kuroyoshi's ability is too heaven-defying, Danzo will definitely try to get it back. Even if you can't take it away, you have to keep its master in your hands. But Itaka is very clear that this is impossible to succeed. With the existence of 9 tails alone, Konoha would have to use the power of the entire village to contend. Not to mention that he still has Mangeki Sharingan and other things that do not know much in ability. Danzo's actions cannot be successful, and will only push Kuroyoshi to Konoha's hostile side. If someone makes trouble in it, and deliberately guides him, Kuroyoshi will even go on a crooked road, resulting in an ending he doesn't want to see. Therefore, Danzo must die and the roots must be disbanded. Sure enough, Itaka did not break the contract as Kuroyoshi thought. He stretched out his hand, and a crow landed on his arm. This crow will be given to you. You can use it to contact me. No matter what it is, as long as it does not violate the original agreement, I will definitely do it for you. Chapter 39. Forget it. Kanji looked at the crow in Itaka's hand and said in silence for a while, "You just became a traitor and left. I raised a crow. Isn't this telling others that I am in contact with you?" Itaka opened his eyes slightly, puzzled. Why do you raise a crow is equivalent to telling others that I am in contact with you. Are you still asking? Kuroyoshi flipped through Byakugan. Konoha is so big, you're the only one raising crows. Itaka was silent. After a long time, he looked up at Kuroyoshi. I think you have delusions of persecution. What? Itaka sighed slightly. How can Konoha be so big that I am the one who raises crows? Besides, I am Anbu, and my whereabouts are kept secret. Those who know that I raise crows are only some of my relatives in the family. All these aside, the identity difference between you and me, no matter what, no one will think of me with a crow. Forward. Kuroyoshi was a little embarrassed. He made the mistake of using God's perspective to speculate on other people's codes of conduct. It's like many Hokage heroes seen in previous lives. Knowing what kind of virtue Danzo is, the protagonists with cheats think that Danzo is watching him 24 hours a day, fighting the air all day long to prevent Danzo from doing him. But in fact, Konoha has hundreds of thousands of residents and tens of thousands of ninjas. You can understand if you have a prominent status or reputation. But some guys just came through, one has no identity, and the other has no reputation. Danzo is really full and has nothing to do, watching you who has nothing 24 hours a day. Cough. Kanji coughed lightly, with a solemn expression. In this case, I will raise this crow temporarily, so what should I pay attention to when raising a crow? Nothing is needed, just let him go out every day, and it will find food on its own. Then the relationship is good. I am also worried that it will take up my practice time. Itaka nodded faintly. I have already said what I have to say, I will leave first. After speaking, he made a seal with one hand on his chest, and the whole person turned into a black feather and disappeared into the room. This night is a sleepless night. Danzo is dead, the roots are destroyed. Only the ninja on the mission escaped. Many ninjas who were on holiday received an urgent assembly notice. They were shocked when they heard the news. It is not only that Danzo and roots were destroyed by Konoha, but also because the people who destroyed all of these were Konoha's companions. Uchiha Itaka. A large number of ninjas were dispatched. They shuttled through the streets and alleys, searching every corner of Konoha, and many teams were dispatched to search in the Land of Fire. Capture the murderer at all costs. Of course, all this happened in the dark. Most residents of Konoha don't know it. Because it is buried in the dark, many old people who have lived in Konoha for a lifetime are not aware of the existence of this department, let alone young people. And Kuroyoshi took a bath early and went to bed. Everything outside has nothing to do with him. Early the next morning, Kuroyoshi woke up early. He opened the window, and there was light rain outside, and the rain dripped down the eaves and plum branches, making a da-da sound. Little rain. Kuroyoshi sighed. He hates rain, especially light rain. Because it is rainy. It is difficult to go out, and Xiaoyu is more like a person in tears, making him feel upset. Forget it, let's practice sword in the dojo. Kangji changed into practice clothes, washed and cooked meals numbly, and then started a new day of training. Uchiha Mansion. Suzuki sat on the backyard corridor, leaning back on the pillar and looking up at the sky. The rain dripping from the dark clouds formed puddles of water stains in the yard. Suzuki bit her lower lip tightly, her little hand clenched to death. Last night, the ninja from the village came. Tell them that Itaka killed Danzo, a high-level villager, and everyone at the route. Itaka has been wanted and escaped Konoha as a traitor. Suzuki couldn't believe that that gentle brother would become the betrayal who killed his companions and betrayed the village. What made him even more unbelievable was that his father and family members accepted this fact frankly without any doubt. Only the mother cried secretly when she was alone. Damn it, how could this happen? Suzuki hammered the plank angrily, making a heavy noise. Ming, knowing Tien still went to the streets to play together, and said that he would guide him in spiritual practice. At night. Fists clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. Sasuke's forehead burst with blue veins, and the expression on his face gradually distorted. Itaki, UBD, how can you do such a thing? Not reconciled. A calm and majestic voice sounded from the side. Suzuki woke up suddenly and looked up to his side. I saw a tall, majestic figure standing there. Father. Suzuki looked at the visitor unexpectedly. Uchiha Fugaku embraced his arms with a serious face. Itaka has done something to shame the family, you must not follow him. Father. Suzuki bit her lower lip and asked unwillingly, Brother, did he really do such a thing? I went to the site to investigate. Many root ninjas have traces of Sharingan hypnosis. At present, only Itaka can do this, A&D. Uchiha Fugaku came to the side of the corridor, looking up at the sky and sighed. Third Hokage confirmed it personally. Suzuki clenched his fist and made his fingers white, and his face was full of anger. Itaki, I won't let go of your family scum. Write down the shame that Itaka brings to us, and then work hard to become stronger, and then wash away the shame. I will become stronger. When the rain stops, come to the training ground of another courtyard, and I will teach your family ninjutsu. Understood. Looking at Suzuki, who was immersed in resentment, Fugaku nodded, turned and left. It's just that the eyes that had always been majestic in front of Suzuki dimmed. Although I don't know that the owner of the family has the distinguished heavenly gods, Fugaku has noticed a lot from the change in Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha. Behind the destruction of Danzo and the roots, it is not as simple as a simple betrayal. Perhaps it was the family that dragged down Itaki. As time goes by, the white horse flies. The weather is getting warmer, and the white snow on the roadside is replaced by the fragrance of spring grass and flowers. Konoha March 1st, 54. Sakura flowers are in full bloom and the fragrance of flowers is overflowing. Konoha is surrounded by a sea of pink flowers. Countless children aged 5 or 6 went to the ninja school either alone or under the leadership of adults. March is the start of school season. Today is the day when the ninja school starts the registration test. Countless people gathered around the registration gate, and then collectively went to the entrance examination. Kuroyoshi has an admission letter from the third generation project, so there is no need to participate in the assessment, and naturally there is no need to squeeze with these people to sign up. He stood under the big tree in the distance and waited until all the applicants were almost gone, before he came to the window in a hurry and handed the admission letter from the third generation project to the teacher inside. Chapter 40 Inoshika Ch. Knowing the teacher Kuroyoshi at the registration office. It's Irika. Putting aside the understanding of watching anime in the previous life, I have seen it many times in this world. This big brother with a long and thin scar on the bridge of his nose always has a kind smile on his face, which is very popular with children. Kuroyoshi often sees him being played around by a group of children. Irika took the admission notice in Kuroyoshi's hand and read it, then took out a form and handed it over. Fill in all your name information. Irika said with a smile. Kuroyoshi nodded, quickly filled out the information, and then handed it to Irika. Irika glanced at it and nodded, well, I will report to the school tomorrow. Thanks. Kuroyoshi nodded, and stepped aside. Although fewer people have signed up now, there are still many people who have not signed up, especially those who have no adults and have overslept late. Refers to Naruto. Kuroyoshi came early, but he didn't see Naruto. Although he is not worried that this guy will not be able to go to school, but he clearly explained to him yesterday, this guy is still not at ease. This made Kuroyoshi a little angry. This guy lacks love, so I'll have to take a good look later. Kuroyoshi stood not far from the registration gate and waited for Naruto. Suddenly, a clear and sweet voice came from behind. It's a coincidence, it's you. After hearing the sound, Kuriki looked back, and a small and delicate face came into view. Blonde, orange sports shirt, trousers, ninja shoes. Yamanaka Ino looked at him with a smile. Looking at the little girl, Kuroyoshi also showed a slight smile. It's a coincidence, did you sign up? Yet. Ino nodded happily, are you here to sign up too? I have already signed up. That's a coincidence. Ino put his hands on his chest and said with bright eyes, maybe we will be in the same class. Is this fate? Or maybe. The florist shop of Kuroyoshi's house and Ino's house are on the same street, so the two often meet each other, and they can be considered familiar with each other. However, Ino has always been very enthusiastic about his attitude. As if a girl is pursuing love, she makes no secret of her feelings. This made Kuroyoshi a little overwhelmed. Although he knows that girls in this world are precocious and that Ino is a face value control, he still can't bear the unabashed love of a 5-year-old girl. In his eyes, Ino is just like a neighbor's child. It's okay to hug and tease at ordinary times. I really want to talk about the feelings between men and women. The body is not developed, how can I be interested? Although Kuroyoshi knew that Ino was a super beauty when he grew up, he didn't develop a hobby. To put it bluntly, he is not lowly. Ino, it's time to go back. At this time, a mature man's voice came from a distance. Accompanied by the sound, several people came over. 3 people, 2 children. One has the same blonde hair as Ino, tied with a ponytail. The face is square, somewhat majestic, wearing a Konoha shinobi vest and a short-sleeved windbreaker. There are 2 more people beside him. One person has 2 scars on his face, a pineapple head, and a messy fur coat on the green vest, which looks very imposing. The other was broad and fat, dressed in armor, with long messy hair draped behind him, and he seemed to have a wild smell. These 3 people all know Kuroyoshi. They are Ino's father Yamanaka Kiichi, Narashika, Akamichi Dinza, and they are the well-known Inoshika Ch combination. The identities of the other 2 children are naturally self-evident. They are Akamichi and Narashika Maru. Dad. Ino turned around to greet his father. Hai petted Ino's head and looked at Kuroyoshi. Ino, is this? This is Kuroyoshi, living on the street of our flower shop. Ino introduced. "Hello, uncle." Kuroyoshi nodded to Hiki and Lu Judingza behind him. "The child is very polite." A smile appeared on Haiyi's face. "You are here to sign up, too?" "Yes, uncle." "Then you and Ino will be classmates from now on. Please take care of my disobedient daughter in the future." "Dad." Ino grumbled dissatisfiedly. Haiyi laughed heartily. He stroked Ino's head and smiled and said, "Okay, my daughter is the most obedient." Ino shyly buried his head in Haiyi's arms. Hai smiled happily. He looked at Kuroyoshi and said, "Then we won't bother much, and see you next time if we have a chance. Bye." Kuroyoshi waved goodbye to several people. Hai nodded a little, and greeted the friends behind him to leave together. Before leaving, Luyu and Dingzuo nodded to him to say goodbye, while Chi smiled and waved at him. As for Shikamaru, this guy, who had trouble writing on his face from the beginning to the end, said goodbye to Kuroyoshi before leaving. "I would like to take care of you at school in the future." Mutual related photos. With the departure of Inoshika CHS Group, many of those who passed the assessment after applying for their names have left one after another. As time passed, the sun rose from the east to the center and then set to the west. The registration desk was empty, but Naruto still didn't show up. "This guy." Kuroshi's forehead bounced with blue veins, and the urge to beat someone rose in his heart. Naruto made an appointment with him yesterday. After signing up today, he will go to eat barbecue together to celebrate his official becoming a ninja reserve. Result. Just thinking about it, a long dust dragon rose on the horizon. Kuroyoshi raised his eyes, and Naruto, who was dressed in a mess, was running desperately, screaming while running. The speed is very fast, a distance of thousands of meters can be reached in the blink of an eye. Naruto slammed the brakes in front of Kuroyoshi, and then ran into the big tree on the side. Trying to remove himself from the tree trunk, Naruto slipped to Kuroyoshi and bowed at 90 degrees, "Sorry, I overslept." Knowing that he had signed up for the ninja school today, he was too excited and didn't sleep all night. "I wanted to sign up with sleepiness, but I couldn't stand it at dawn and fell asleep." Kuroyoshi did not speak, but pointed to the registration window. Naruto was stunned, then looked back. "I saw that the registration window was closed." Call. The wind slowly blew the Buddha, bringing up a fragrance of flowers. But Naruto's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. "On. I haven't signed up yet." After a while, Naruto roared loudly and rushed to the registration window and hit the window door, but the teachers had already left work and didn't respond to Ben. Knocked for a while, but didn't get a response. Naruto sat down on the ground, her eyes full of self-blame and sorrow. Why is this happening? Obviously it is such an important matter. But I overslept. Damn it. Naruto hammered the ground bitterly. Suddenly, an admission notice was handed over from him. Naruto was stunned, and quickly took it over. The name filled in above is exactly Uzumaki Naruto. There was a moment of joy on his face. Naruto jumped up happily, looked at the person who handed him the admission letter, and hugged him. "Thank you so much, Kuroyoshi." Kuroyoshi pushed Naruto away disgustedly, and said uncomfortably, "For such an important matter, pay attention next time. It's not that someone will wipe your every time. Don't say it so badly, aren't we friends?" "Cut, it's nice, let's go, eat barbecue, I haven't eaten lunch yet." "Yeah, me too." In the sunset, the two walked side by side to the barbecue queue. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the edge of the rooftop watching this scene, with a smile on his face. Chapter 41 Summary. It was dusk, and half of the sun had fallen into the horizon. When Kuroyoshi and Naruto arrived at Yakiniku-Q, they were already overcrowded. Most of them are family groups of adults with 5 or 6-year-old children. Pass the entrance examination and become a student of ninja school. This means becoming a ninja reserve and officially stepping into the realm of becoming a ninja. Although you may not be able to become an official ninja, you have already obtained the qualifications to become a ninja, and it is worth celebrating that you have stepped into the starting point. Being a parent, everyone wants to celebrate for their children, by the way, inspire. Fortunately, the sky is not completely dark, and there is still a while before dinner time, so there is still room in there. The two casually found an empty seat to sit down and order food. During this period, Naruto has been bragging, or obscene. He believes that becoming a student of ninja school means that he has officially embarked on the first step to become Hokage, and his school days will be shining. In short, he has turned himself into a Shuangwan actor, patted his chest to promise Kuroyoshi, and will cover him in school in the future. As a countermeasure, Kuroyoshi just glanced at him and didn't speak. He couldn't bear to break Naruto's reverie. Although after becoming a ninja, Naruto is indeed a dragon of change and soaring into the sky. But, in terms of life in the ninja school, ugh! I can only say that ideals are full and reality is cruel. From the barbecue queue, the moon has been hanging high in the sky. The silver light sprinkled on the ground, bringing a soft veil to the village. At the door of the store, Kuroyoshi said goodbye to Naruto. Tomorrow the first day of school, don't be late again. Don't worry, I'm Naruto Whirlpool, and I won't lose my chain. Naruto patted his chest and promised. Just because you are Uzumaki Naruto, you don't feel relieved. Kuroyoshi flipped over Byakugan, without saying much, just waved his hand as he turned and left. He did not go straight home, but walked in the street. Because I didn't have a meal at noon, I ate a lot of barbecue, and now I still have a bit of stomach support. He wanted to walk on the street and digest it. The commercial street is full of people coming and going. The remote alley is silent. Kuroyoshi strolled along Konoha Street and alleys, watching people's natural laughter and joy, feeling the unprecedented tranquility. The destruction of Danzo and the roots did not bring any changes to the village. At least on the surface. No, there are still changes. The Uchihas of the garrison are getting along better than ever. Their words and deeds are natural, and they no longer inadvertently reveal their pride as before. The villagers have made a lot of good comments on the garrison. However, time is still short, and it takes time to fully gain the trust of the villagers. After walking down the street for a while, Kuroyoshi felt that the food in his stomach was almost digested, and then went home. Push open the courtyard door and close it. When passing the target in the courtyard, he threw 3 shurikens casually. In the dark night, I saw the sound of dong dong dong, and 3 shurikens were nailed accurately on the center of the target. Kuroyoshi smiled, and went straight into the dojo without retrieving the shuriken. He took out the long sword and practiced with the most basic sword swing. Gradually, the moves changed, from simple to complex, and after that, they walked with the sword and danced outbursts of sword light. Under the light, swords were shadowed, and the wind screamed. The empty and silent dojo was filled with murderous intent everywhere. 10 minutes later, the long knife rotates like a fan cutting. Kuroyoshi flipped his hand and held the knife. The wind was calm and the waves were calm. Kuroyoshi slowly retracted the knife into its sheath. Very handsome. Next second. Puff. The tatami at 1 meter away was torn, and a long slit opened. The calm expression suddenly pulled across. The 3-meter-long sword mark, there is still a long way to go before it can be fully retracted and released. Kuroyoshi felt helpless. After fusing the souls of weapons, Kuroyoshi made great progress in cultivating ninjas. Shuriken can hit 100 shots at a target about 5 meters in a month. Kyuwivyu fights close by holding it, as if the body has this instinct. Only with this swordsmanship, although he has made rapid progress, he has never stopped learning, and will never reach the level of his satisfaction. Kuroyoshi has given up the practice of kunao, and even shortened the practice time of shuriken drastically, focusing on the sword with all his heart. but still unable to meet his expectations. The reason why he attaches so much importance to swordsmanship is that in the ninjutsu practice given by Itachi, there is an advanced skill called chakra endowment. You need to control chakra's form and nature transformation, and attach chakra's nature to weapons to achieve various power enhancements. Many people in anime can use this technique. Shisui, Suzuki, Killer Bee, Danzo, Asuma. But these people cannot always use this technique because of chakra, or they can only rely on small arms. And Kuroyoshi's chakra is amazing. Since becoming the perfect sage body, his chakra has grown substantially every day, and with the passage of time, the growth rate is getting bigger and bigger. Now, chakra has 1% of the Kurama ring. Kuroyoshi felt that his worst amount of chakra in the future was also at the same level as first Hokage, and he could always attach chakra to his weapons to fight. Will bring himself a great increase in combat power. But this premises that one's own swordsmanship must be superb. Otherwise, even if you have a powerful weapon in your hand, it will be in vain to not be able to hit people. Taking into account the enemies he will face in the future, his swordsmanship can't be lower than Mikyun, otherwise facing those big guys is a fancy acrobatics. After a little thought, Kuroyoshi sat cross-legged on the tatami. He took out the scroll and pen, and then took out some props from the system space and put them aside. After school starts, he spends most of his time studying ninja knowledge in school. The practice time is greatly shortened. If you do not plan your practice well, it will have a great impact on your future growth. After all, Itachi's spiritual planning is very professional. But he also didn't expect Kuroshi's talent in weapons to become so sharp. If he really needs to practice according to Itachi's plan, he has to graduate from the ninja school before he can start the basic practice of ninjutsu, escape. Kuroyoshi first counted the items obtained these days, and then rectified it according to Itachi's training plan. There are 896 crystals containing the blood of immortals, 70 broken immortal crystals, 28 broken immortal crystals, and 98 Wanhua mirrors. This is the hair or blood sent by Itachi, belonging to everyone in the Uchiha clan. It took Kuroyoshi a month to forge them all. At first, Kuroyoshi thought that there was no limit to the forging of the system, but after forging dozens of crystals, he fell on the ground with exhaustion. At this time, he knew that forging props would consume the master's physical strength. However, I used to forge one or two things, and I was a sage body again, so I didn't feel it. But after the forging, the body tissues of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Suzuki were not found. Chapter 42 The Child of Prophecy. Kuroyoshi didn't know whether Itachi was testing himself or was worried that he could master everything about that person after he mastered the body tissues of others. In short, Itachi did not hand over his family's body tissues to him. Kuroyoshi didn't think too much. Human nature, Itachi has such a reaction to be true. Contains the crystallization of the blood of the fairy, upgradable. It has a scarce blood of the fairy, after being absorbed, it will transform the body, so that the host has the blood of Uchiha. Broken fairy crystal, upgradable. It has fewer fairy bloodlines, and will transform the body after absorption, giving the host the Uchiha bloodline and the potential to open eyes. Broken fairy crystals, upgradable. It has fewer fairy bloodlines. After absorption, it will transform the body so that the host has Uchiha bloodlines and at the same time awakens Sharingan. The crystals containing the blood of the immortals were forged from the body tissues of ordinary Uchiha people. The broken fairy crystals were forged from the body tissues of the Uchiha people without eye opening. The broken fairy crystals were forged from the body tissues of the Uchiha people who opened Sharingan. 5 crystals containing the blood of the fairy can be used to synthesize a broken fairy crystal, and can also be used to improve the purity of the broken fairy crystal. However, the purity of the promotion is very small, and about 100 can raise a broken fairy crystal of 1 go jade to 3 go jade. 5 broken fairy crystals can be used to synthesize a broken fairy crystal, and it can also be used to increase the purity of broken fairy crystals. 10 of them can raise a broken fairy crystal from a 1 go jade to a 3 go jade. The broken immortal crystals of 1 go jade and 2 go jade should also promote a 3 go jade to a broken crystal of Mangeki. But these 28 are not enough. Of course, it is also possible that many of the 28 broken fairy crystals are related to 2 go jade and 1 go jade. If all 28 of them are 3 go jade, maybe it will be fine. As for the 28 Wanhua mirrors, of course it is the Sharingan of these people, but there are only 8 3 hook jade, and the others are 1 go jade and 2 go jade. Kuroyoshi hadn't thought of how to use these things for the time being, so he took a glance and took it back into the system space. After that, he cast his gaze on another light group. Son of Prophecy, the person who is destined. After absorbing, you will also become the person who is destined. This is forged from the hair taken from Naruto. Last time, because the blood intake was too little, only a perfect fairy crystal was forged. But Kuroyoshi didn't think that Naruto could only forge one thing. So after the relationship became familiar, he pulled a few hairs from him and forged a few things. In addition to the light group of the Son of Prophecy, there is also Unexpected NO1 and Harem Simulation Game. Accidental NO1 is a handle with a button on it. The Harem Simulator is a game helmet. Unexpected NO1, press the button against a target that wants to be tricky, and the target will encounter unexpected pranks in the next day. Use 3 times per day. Harem Simulator, put on the helmet, and you can play the virtual harem formation game. The degree of freedom and realism of the game is 99%. Unexpected NO1 is completely a prank prop, which can play a miraculous effect in some special situations. As for the harem simulator, ahem. Ninjas beware like Chimestans, even if they capture beautiful female ninjas, they must torture information and be cruel. Such a plaything that consumes the wool and hinders practice must be sealed. What? Can't you say you don't need to throw it away? How does that work? What if it is picked up by a child? Isn't that the flower that killed Konoha's future? If it was picked up by a ninja, wouldn't it be the overall strength of the persecution village? So, it's better to throw this stuff into the innermost space of the system, so no one can take it away. That's right, Kuroyoshi did this for his own future and for Konoha's future. It was definitely not because of being too young, and being ignited by evil fire in his heart, but the body did not respond, which made the body and mind extremely uncomfortable. Kuroyoshi originally wanted to forge special items related to Minato and Kushina. But after these 3 props were forged, the remaining hair became ordinary hair, no longer a special material, and did not have the potential for forging props. Kuroyoshi didn't understand at first. Through the blood of Naruto, the power of Ashura can be forged. However, Minato and Kushina's chakra, who are also hidden in Naruto's body, cannot forge related props through Naruto's body tissue. However, this is not something hard to think of. Ashura's chakra was reincarnated on Naruto. In other words, Ashura's chakra belongs to Naruto himself, while Minato and Kuna's chakra was left on him by the seal technique, not Naruto himself. Naturally, he couldn't use Naruto's body tissue to forge related props. If you want to forge Minato and Kuna related props, you have to use their own body tissues to forge them. After thinking about it, Kuroyoshi was relieved. Although it is a bit regretful, he will have a chance to obtain it in the future, and now he has a lot of powerful props, and there is no shortage of those 2 people. However, these 3 props of Naruto, the Unexpected NO1 and the Harem Simulator, are basically not available. And the Son of Prophecy, Kuroyoshi didn't dare to use it. This kind of props that binds oneself in fate, even if the fate of himself will be very powerful and will have a good ending, he does not want to do it. No one likes to be manipulated in his life, even if it is destiny. What Kuroyoshi wants is to control his destiny, not to be controlled by it. Although destiny is uncertain, one cannot admit defeat subjectively. After thinking about it carefully, these 3 things seemed useless for my growth during school, so they were also thrown into the bottom of the system space. Afterwards, Kuroyoshi counted all the items he had obtained before. According to their efficacy combined with Itaka's training plan, make your own training plan in school. After doing all this, it was late at night. Kuroyoshi packed up his things, went to wash and fell asleep. No words for a night. At 5 o'clock in the morning the next day, Kuroyoshi got up early. Put on the usual sports shirt and trousers, wash, and then cook and eat. It took a total of 30 minutes. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Kuriki started the morning exercise. Run 3 laps around Konoha. After going to school, most of the time is spent on learning knowledge, and the training time is greatly reduced. So increase the amount of morning exercises to make up for some. Running 3 laps around Konoha is not a fixed content and amount. The content and amount of morning exercises will be changed according to future physical growth. After 3 laps, the time came to 7:30. Kuroyoshi returned home to take a bath, put on clean clothes, and then headed to school with a smile. Today is his first day to become a ninja. Chapter 43 Xiaoqiang, Part 1. The sky in March has not fully awakened from the cold winter, and there is still a hint of ice in the early morning fog. Kuroyoshi walked down the street, feeling a little chill. He had just finished taking a shower, and his hair was a little messy. But black messy short hair, pitch black eyes, delicate face, and neat clothes. Although his face was indifferent, he also looked soft and handsome. Pedestrians passing by couldn't help but take another look. The Kuroyoshi family and the ninja school are on the same street, about 3 kilometers apart, and they arrived at the school in more than 20 minutes. According to the information recorded in the admission book, I came to the class once a year. The classroom was empty, with only 2 or 3 kids arriving early. They gathered together, chatting loudly, and laughed happily from time to time, without noticing that a new classmate had entered the classroom. It's so leisurely and at ease. Kuroyoshi paused at the door with a smile on his face. He has encountered such a scene countless times. In previous lives, went to elementary school. Every day I come to the school classroom, I will see similar scenes. At that time, he was still an innocent kid, seeing a group of classmates of the same age sitting and chatting together, he couldn't help but join in. At that time, he was innocent and ignorant like these 3. Therefore, it is also leisurely. It's just that now, it's impossible to go back to the past to live again. Ugh. Kuroyoshi sighed, walked straight into the classroom, found a place in the last row, and sat down and meditated. Ninjas need to learn a lot of knowledge. From human geography to mathematics, physics, and chemistry to psychology, etc. Those who aspire to become a special ninja also need to learn the corresponding professional knowledge, which involves more than previous university graduate students. This knowledge is very important and is closely related to the life of the ninja. Because the battle of ninjas has never been a pure battle for strength. Sneak attack, tactics, intelligence, environment. When the power gap does not form a crushing situation, only those who can use everything can win. For example, in the Namino Country mission, Kakashi, through his understanding of the habits of the snow rabbit, judged in advance that there was a ninja in ambush, and thus became vigilant. What if Kakashi doesn't know about the habits of snow rabbits and fails to spot the ambush in advance? Even if he could get away with it, how about Naruto Sasuke Jr. Sakura? What about Dasna, the protection target of their mission? Because it didn't happen, I don't know what the outcome will be, but the case of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu is a bloody lesson. However, even though he knew the importance of knowledge, Kuroyoshi was a scumbag. Although it is not a special scum, it is just the kind that can't be lowered, but he still has no confidence to learn this knowledge well. After all, he didn't even finish university in his previous life. One step counts as one step. Kuroyoshi felt a little helpless. He has no good way to learn, he can only hope that he can forge learning-related props in the future. However, he didn't particularly care. This knowledge can be understood through personal experience in future tasks. However, genin itself is not strong, coupled with the lack of experience and knowledge. If the leading teacher is not professional enough, or the sense of responsibility is not strong, it is easy to lose his life in the process. The reason why the ninja school extended the graduation time to 6 years during the peace period is to give students more time to learn and exercise, so as to ensure the survival rate after becoming a ninja. After thinking about it, the number of people in the classroom gradually increased. Kuroyoshi's attention also began to shift to his classmates who will get along for 6 years in the future. Basically they don't know each other, or even have no impression at all. However, one is quite familiar. On graduation day, the guy Naruto and Sasuke kissed for the first time. Recalling the scene of the two kissing, Kuroyoshi couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a big face came in close to the desk, and the big blue eyes blinked, very curious. The smile instantly solidified. Kuroyoshi pressed Naruto's face and pushed him out silently. Naruto didn't care, and came over again, looking curious. I thought of something good that made me laugh so happily. Kuroyoshi glanced at him faintly, but did not answer. I can't tell him, I think of you kissing with engine oil. Isn't this asking for trouble? Hey, don't be so stingy, tell me. Naruto asked nonchalantly. Kuriki turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. Naruto's eyes rolled, a sly smile appeared on his face. Just about to move. Suddenly, there was a scream of girls in the classroom. The attention of the two was immediately attracted. A child with black hair and black eyes, wearing white short sleeves and shorts, with a family emblem printed on his back, walked in from the door of the classroom. He put his hands in the pants kabuto, expressionless, looking cool. A group of girls screamed around him. Is Sasuke so handsome? Kuroyoshi couldn't help feeling his nose. He is also very handsome himself, but he is a completely different type from Sasuke and more similar to Sasori's image. But why are no girls screaming around me? Do little girls prefer this kind of cold type? Suddenly, the screams turned into curses. Kuroyoshi returned to his senses and looked around. I saw Naruto, who was just next to him, at some point in front of Sasuke, stretched his neck forward, and looked up and down at Sasuke with questioning eyes. Sasuke was taken aback at first. But his good family education didn't let him behave strangely. He stood quietly and looked at the somewhat silly guy in front of him with the same curiosity. Somehow, he always felt that this guy was attracted to him in an inexplicable way. It's no different. After looking around, Naruto folded his chest with one hand and squeezed his chin with the other, his expression even more confused. At this time, even Sasuke and the people around him were puzzled. What's the difference? Sasuke asked curiously. The same pair of eyes, a nose, a mouth, and 2 ears. They are not as handsome as I am. Why are you so popular? Naruto looked at Sasuke suspiciously. Could it be, you used the charm type ninjutsu? This guy. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and the urge to punch someone was born in his heart. The girls around even pointed at Naruto and scolded. Hey, why scold me, did I say something wrong? Naruto loudly rebutted the girls around, and then attracted more verbal abuse, and was finally surrounded by a group of girls. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched more clearly. He cursed the second man in his heart, bypassed the commotion in front, found a seat in the front row alone, and acted as a quiet handsome man. This guy. Kuroyoshi looked very speechless from behind. Although similar scenes are often seen in anime. However, what you see on the screen is completely different from the actual personal experience, and the feeling it gives is completely different. Chapter 44 Xiaoqiang, Part 2. Women are really troublesome things. There was a feeble voice beside him. Kuroyoshi looked back and saw Shikamaru, whom he had only seen yesterday, lying listlessly on the table. Seeing Kuroyoshi, Shikamaru proactively greeted him, "Good morning, Kuroyoshi. How do you know my name?" Kuroyoshi asked curiously. "Ino told us." There was a sound in front, mixed with a click sound, and it was indistinct. When Kuriki heard the sound, he saw Chi sitting in the front position and eating potato chips. That's it. Kuroyoshi knew it. The Ino-Shika-CH combination requires a high degree of tacit understanding to exert its power, and family members have known each other early to cultivate tacit understanding. Shikamaru glanced at Suzuki in front of him and said, "That guy belongs to the Uchiha clan. They are all elites, so they are very popular among kids who worship ninjas." So that's it. Kurashitsuji was suddenly surprised. He was strange at first. He is also a handsome guy, why is there no girl screaming around him? Now I understand. Sure enough, it's not that I'm not handsome enough, but that I'm not rich second generation. But this is fine, save trouble. My name is Nara Shikamaru. My name is Akim Ichichi. The two extended their right hands to Kuroyoshi. My name is Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi stretched out his right hand, shook the two of them, and said with a smile, "Everyone will be classmates in the future, please give me your advice." "Please advise?" Chi said vaguely, chewing on something. "Please advise." Shikamaru lay on the table and retracted his hand. The expression on his face became more weak, just like an office worker who came back from working 24 hours overtime. At this time, two figures, one yellow and one red, broke into the classroom. Several people looked intently, but it was Ino and another little girl with shoulder-length pink hair. They stared hostilely at each other for a while, then smiled unanimously and flattered each other. Shikamaru glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze, muttering something like "women are really troublesome" in his mouth. Chi nodded in agreement while eating potato chips. Ino, who was at the podium, heard Shikamaru's mutter as if he had ears, and ran over in a hurry. "Shikamaru, what do you guys say?" Ino grabbed Shikamaru's collar and held it in his hand like a salted fish. Then, Ino saw Kuroyoshi on the side. The angry expression froze. Ino looked at Shikamaru in his hand and threw it away quickly. Then he stood up straight, with his hands behind his back, trying to squeeze a smile on his face, pretending to be a lady. "That is really assigned to a class, what a coincidence, ahaha." "Yes, it's a coincidence," Kuroyoshi said indifferently. "Kide." "Yes, is it?" Ino blushed, quickly lowered his head, rubbing his hands between his legs, a little awkward. "There are only 3 classes in total, 1/3 probability." Shikamaru stood up from the ground, clutching his head. Ino frowned and stared. Shikamaru quickly stopped. I didn't say anything. This is so plausible." Ino stretched his brows, smiled, and squeezed to Kuroyoshi's side to ask warmly. Shikamaru met with a speechless expression. "Woman, it's really troublesome." At this moment, Naruto walked over with a bruised nose and swollen face, aggrieved. "Kuroyoshi, why did they beat me? Did I say something wrong? Why? Don't you have any compelling numbers in your heart?" Kuroyoshi was a little speechless. However, to be honest, this guy will be very unconvinced, and then argue with me. Thinking of this, Kuroyoshi smiled slightly, and said earnestly, "People are always blinded by the illusion in front of them. The reason why they beat you is also because of this. As long as you show them the facts you have said, you will be recognized. Just like the villagers who look at me with strange eyes." Naruto clenched a fist to his chest, confidently said, "Whether it is the villagers in the village or those guys, I will let them clearly recognize my vortex Naruto. How handsome and capable, I will be the future Hokage. Naruto-kun." Sitting in the inconspicuous position in front, Hinata lowered his head, 2 fingers fighting against the B on his chest, and his lovely face was flushed. "Is this guy an idiot?" Shikamaru lay on the table and turned Byakugan. Chiji ate the potato chips calmly. And Ino stared at Kuroyoshi in admiration. No losses Kuroyoshi-kun, and everything he says casually is so unpredictable. Feeling Ino's eager eyes, Kurayoshi's expression became unnatural. Who will tell me how to deal with the enthusiasm of the little girl? Cut, speaking so profoundly, if you are really capable, just use it to let us fools who are deceived by falsehoods have a look. An unpleasant voice came from a position near the window. When everyone heard the sound, they saw a classmate wearing a hooded sweater with messy hair and colorful stripes on his face, staring provocatively at Kanji. What did you say? Naruto stood in front, glaring at the man. Am I wrong? The corner of the man's mouth was the most open, showing sharp tiger teeth, and his body exuded the breath of wild beasts. Naruto was scared by the breath and took 2 steps back. In the next second, he came back to his senses, angry at his act of backing away from fear. He was about to step forward to find the place, but was held back by Kuroyoshi. Kuroyoshi. Naruto looked back, looking at him puzzled. Kuroyoshi shook his head slightly. He was right. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was me. That person was Inazukama, a guy with a somewhat casual and irritable personality. Judging from what he said before, he replaced himself as the role in Kurayoshi's prevarication of Naruto's words. Although it was only used to prevaricate Naruto's words, it was indeed a map cannon. I'm very sorry, if my behavior causes you trouble, please forgive me. Kuroyoshi stood up and bowed to his teeth. Tooth opened his mouth, trying to say something, but finally held back. After leaving the sentence nothing, I sat back. This guy is also a tsundere. Kuroyoshi sighed in his heart. After that, a few people chatted casually. After a while, the bell rang, and several people quickly found an empty seat to sit down. The next second, Irika walked in with a folder. He stood on the podium, looked at the students below, and nodded in satisfaction. My name is Irika, and I am your head teacher. Irika wrote his name on the blackboard. After that, he turned to face the students and said, if you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Now, let's introduce yourself first, starting from the first row on the left. My name is Yoshida Deu, 5 years old, and I like. My name is. Everyone introduced themselves one by one, ordinary and orderly. When it was Naruto's turn, he said his dream of becoming Hokage as in the animation, and was then mocked by a bunch of people. It seems that everything is no different from the original. Chapter 45 Uchiha Mikoto, Happy New Year's Eve. Enroll on the first day. After introducing herself, Irika allowed everyone to move around freely. Probably, it is for the students to have a faster rapport. After all, ninjas mostly exist in teams, and relationships should be cultivated as soon as possible. There are about 30 people in the class, most of whom didn't know each other before. Now, through the relationship of classmates, everyone introduces themselves to each other and then becomes friends. In the class, people with similar temperaments form a small circle. Kuroyoshi didn't like to join in the fun, and sat alone. But Naruto and Ino leaned in. Even the little Sakura, Shikamaru, and Chiji gathered around, and Hinata also sat in his seat and peeked over here from time to time. Although he didn't speak much, these people started chatting on their own. Kuroyoshi was speechless. He originally wanted to be a transparent person in the class and study and practice in a low-key manner. As a result, these guys seem to have formed a small circle with themselves as the core. After that, Tooth will smell like Naruto, and Shino will inadvertently approach because of Sao Bao's character. Except for Sasuke, all the ninjas who graduated this year are close to themselves. Could it be that I will become the social flower of this ninja? Happy hours always pass quickly. Approaching the evening, the school bell rang. Irika returned to the classroom. He stood on the podium, looking at the class, with a faint smile on his face, today's class will end here, remember to gather at the playground at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ms. Irika, will there be a ninjutsu class tomorrow? Is it a very powerful ninjutsu? I heard from my father that the school only teaches 3 body technique. Is that so? In the audience, a group of students discussed in excitement. Unfortunately, it's not. Irika smiled and said, tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and Master 3rd Hokage will be there in person. Master Hokage. Wow! As the principal of 3rd Hokage part-time school, the opening ceremony is not surprising. After that, Irika announced the end of school. The class left the classroom in small groups. Shikamaru, Chiji, see you tomorrow. Kuroyoshi stood up from his position, greeted the 2 people beside him, and prepared to leave. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. At this moment, Ino ran over. Kuroyoshi, let's go home together. Kuroyoshi was silent. He quietly looked at the little girl with expectations in front of him, shook his head and refused. I'm going to practice in a nearby theater, so go back by yourself. That's it. Ino looked disappointed. She wanted to follow, but this would disturb her practice. Moreover, there is an entrance guard at home, and she is not allowed to go home very late. Let's get together again if I have a chance. Kuroyoshi said lightly, bypassing Ino and leaving from her side. Naruto sat in the front row and left early. At this time, he was already waiting at the door. After the 2 greeted each other, they left together. At the school gate, many adults came to pick up the children. Kuroyoshi saw many acquaintances. The older generation Inoshika Ch, Uchiha Mikoto, Toa's sister Inyazuka, Shino's father, a young man from the Hyuga branch house, and the father of little Sakura. Watching classmates fall into their parents' arms and act like a baby, Naruto's eyes showed envy and longing, and at the same time there was a trace of loneliness. Kuroyoshi patted him comfortably on the shoulder and chuckled softly, let's go. Naruto nodded, cheering up. The 2 left school together. When passing the school gate, Kangji politely bowed to Hai, Liu, and Dingzuo. All 3 also smiled. After that, the 2 said goodbye at the door. Kuroyoshi headed to the nearby 9th exercise site, while Naruto headed to his home. Uchiha Mikoto stared at the back of the 2 of them leaving for a while. Is that Kushina's child? Mikoto and Kushina are best friends, but Uchiha suffered a crisis of trust because of the Nine Tails incident. As the patriarch's wife, she is not good to visit Naruto. Just inquired about some news from the neighborhood. Naruto had a bad life, people hated him and even hated him, and the children isolated and alienated him. However, it's not as bad as the rumors. Thinking of another kid who left with Naruto. A smile appeared on Mikoto's face. Mother. Sasuke's voice rang behind him. Mikoto heard the sound and saw, Sasuke ran over like a baby. Stroking Sasuke's head, Mikoto smiled dozingly, what did you teach in school today? Nothing was taught, the teacher allowed us to move around freely. Sasuke was a little dissatisfied. He originally thought that the school could teach many families without even stronger ninjutsu, but he didn't expect to teach anything the first day. The teacher is to make a good relationship between the students, and the ninjas also need to help each other. But they are very weak, many of them don't even have basic training. That's only now. Mikoto smiled and took Sasuke's hand. Don't underestimate anyone, you will be caught up. Sasuke nodded disapprovingly. Seeing this, Mikoto didn't say much. Some things need personal experience to understand. We go home. In the sunset, the mother and son walked along the road to the Uchiha residence. On the way, through the 9th training ground, Mikoto saw the kid who had left with Naruto before. He was practicing shuriken, almost hitting every shot. Mikoto covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. How come? Mikoto wasn't surprised by Kurayashi's accurate head, but the technique of projecting shurikens. That is a technique passed down by the Uchiha clan. Of course, although it is rare for outsiders to use family skills, it is not surprising. The family has been integrated into the village for decades, some skills and ninjutsu, and even Sharingan has been privately handed over to other companions in the village. But even the same skills, in the hands of different people, have different experiences and habits. The techniques and details used by Kuroyoshi are exactly the same as those of his son Uchiha Itachi, which is what Itachi has found out when he practiced using it alone. Why does this kid use Itachi's unique skills? Sasuke noticed the abnormality of his mother, and stopped to look into the exercise field. Seeing Kurayashi's almost perfect practice, I was surprised for a while. That's amazing, that person seems to be a classmate in my class. Is it your classmate? Mikoto looked at Sasuke next to him, and then at Kuroyoshi who was practicing in the training ground, thoughtfully. What's wrong, mother? Sasuke asked curiously. No, nothing. Mikoto's usual smile returned to his face. She took Sasuke by the hand and continued to walk towards the Uchiha mansion. Sasuke, you have to get along with your classmates in class, especially the one just now, he is very good. Yeah. Sasuke nodded, and then said unconvinced, I'm good too. Of course. Inside the training ground. He glanced sideways at the back who was walking away, and Kuroyoshi continued to practice. He knew that the Uchiha clan had a special hidden weapon technique, but he didn't know the difference between the practice method given by Itachi and the public throwing technique. After all, this is just a basic throwing technique, there is no such fancy skills as blind spot shooting. If an outsider can see it, it won't be unique to Uchiha's family skills. Chapter 46. It was night. Kuroyoshi packed his things and went home. The streets of Konoha are bustling with people, as always. Kuroyoshi bought some ingredients and returned home to cook and eat. After that, the dishes and chopsticks were cleaned, and he came to the dojo to sit quietly. After the food was digested, he began to practice swordsmanship. Shuriken can be practiced in crowded places, but swordsmanship and ninjutsu are not. It's easy to expose one's own fighting style. Although it is a companion in the same village. But knowing that the village was dark, he couldn't trust the village like others. Moreover, factors such as the leakage of spy intelligence must also be considered. Under the light, the swords flew up and down, and the air was filled with sharp air. After half an hour, Kuroyoshi retracted the sword into its sheath, and slowly exhaled a long turbid air. On the ground, there was another 3-meter-long sword mark. However, it was a bit shorter than last night's. Swordsmanship is slightly improved. The next day, Kuroyoshi got up as usual and repeated yesterday's trajectory. However, the school has started. The first week is a history lesson about ninjas. Especially in the history of Konoha since the establishment of the village, some well-known ninjas who have made outstanding contributions to the village are remembered in the textbook. Although this kind of course does not help to become a ninja, it can increase the student's sense of glory and belonging to the village. After these courses, Kuroyoshi often saw some overblooded guys preaching to become XX ninjas and the like. In short, full of energy. In the second week, I began to talk about the basic theoretical knowledge of ninjas, during which there was an outdoor class for physical exercise every morning and afternoon. In the third week, outdoor classes increased, and indoor classes decreased. The school began to teach the use of shuriken. Week 4, Week 5, Week 6. The school curriculum changes every week, but in an orderly manner. The progress of students is very obvious. Especially those civilian students who don't use basic training are making visible progress with the naked eye every day. Ninja school has been established since the second generation period, more than 40 years ago, and a reasonable teaching model has been developed. It's just that these are completely useless to Kuroyoshi. He has already mastered all the ninjutsu and fighting skills necessary for genin, and his physical fitness has reached the limit of this age group. What he lacks is the knowledge and accomplishments that the ninja possesses. Not wanting to waste time on useless outdoor classes, Ishin made up for his shortcomings. During class and after class, both indoor and outdoor classes are holding a book while reading. There are teaching materials issued by the school, as well as extracurricular reading borrowed from the library. In order to increase efficiency, he used Naruto pranks to get a little Sakura's hair and forged the props he wanted. Swiba glasses, when the wearer is studying, improve concentration, memory, and comprehension ability. Wear them, you will be a learner. This is a gold wire glasses. Putting it on, Kuroyoshi, who was already soft, became more bookish. With Swiba glasses, knowledge that was previously difficult to understand and memorized will soon be understood. Kuroyoshi is more obsessed with learning, and only practices shuriken and swordsmanship at home or training ground after Fang has studied. He became a famous nerd in the school. Time is like water, always passing by inadvertently. Time came to June. The scorching sun in the sky makes people feel that summer is approaching. People are gradually wearing less. Kuroyoshi is no exception. White vest, army green knee-length shorts, ninja shoes. Compared with the slightly longer hair before, gold wire glasses. Really elegant and easygoing. Today, another outdoor class. Kuroyoshi was not interested, holding a thick book, hiding behind the crowd, watching quietly under a big tree. Kuroyoshi! Irika's roar came into his ears. Kuroyoshi was startled, wanting to see the crowd. I saw everyone in the class staring at him, and Naruto Ino and others winked at him in the crowd. However, this grimace-like expression, who can understand it? Kuroyoshi was unable to complain. He blinked, looked at the classmates and asked, "What's the matter?" Irika squeezed out from behind the crowd, and saw Kuroyoshi sitting under the tree with a book in her arms, feeling a little angry. Everyone else in the class took part in the indoor class, and only Kuroyoshi took part in the outdoor class to be lazy. He had talked to Kanji several times, and Kanji immediately admitted his mistake, but after that he still went his own way. What should he do? Irika believes that Kurayoshi's attitude cannot become a ninja, and also mentioned it to third Hokage, hoping to drop Kuroyoshi out of school. But third generation kept smiling and told him that Kuroyoshi would definitely become a ninja on his own. Irika doesn't know why third generation is so sure, but he can't agree. Although Kuroyoshi usually shows good results, but every outdoor class is lazy. As a ninja, Irika knows how dangerous this career is and how important his strength is to a ninja's career. He allows his students to be lazy in indoor classes, but never allows anyone to be lazy in outdoor classes. Because this is not responsible for their lives. As a teacher, Irika does not allow this to happen. However, the third generation project does not allow Kuroyoshi to drop out of school, and Irika has no choice but to rack his brains to let Kuroyoshi realize the importance of strength, in order to change the behavior of outdoor classes. Today, the school's curriculum has entered the stage of dual training. Irika is going to let Kuroyoshi play against Sasuke, who is the top performer on weekdays, and want him to recognize the gap with the top students in the class, so that he can work hard. As a result, this guy went to read a book again. Do you really want to be a ninja? Irika's forehead bounced with blue veins. Kuroyoshi. Exist. Kuroyoshi quickly closed the book and stood up. Irika stared at him closely. Do you know what class this is? Right practice. Kuroyoshi said truthfully. Very good, I still know what class I'm taking. Irika breathed a sigh of relief and said, in that case, you and Sasuke are in a team, let's show the whole class first. With that, Irika turned to look at Sasuke in the crowd. Sasuke, get out. Sasuke nodded, went to the middle of the playground, and then set his eyes on Kuroyoshi. Go. Irika said. Call. Kuroyoshi sighed deeply, holding the thick paper book step by step to the opposite of Suzuki. Suzuki looked at the book in Kurayoshi's hand and raised his eyebrows. Are you going to fight me with this thing? Because there are no bookmarks, I don't want to fold the pages of the book. In order to ensure smooth reading, so. Kuroyoshi lifted the book in his hand, inserting his index finger between the pages. Hurry up, I just saw something interesting. Are you being beaten in such a hurry? Sasuke's eyes fell cold. Suzuki is so handsome. Suzuki teaches that nerd a lesson. Suzuki. Sasuke's flower protector screamed like a nympho, and only Naruto Ino sang in dissatisfaction. Kuroyoshi shook his head lightly, but didn't reply. Just under the glasses, his eyes became sharper. Although he only wants to study quietly, he has no tendency to be abused. Chapter 47 The Seal of Opposition, the Seal of Reconciliation. The atmosphere gradually became subtle. The classmates who watched the battle felt the atmosphere change, and closed their mouths one by one. Iruka was even more stunned. He never imagined that Kuroyoshi, who has been addicted to the world of books, has such a compelling aura. Could it be that I missed it? No matter what other people think, Kuroyoshi and Suzuki have already forged a seal of opposition in the field. The purpose of the pair training is to discover each other's deficiencies through actual combat, so as to improve combat skills. Because it is a companion in the same village, the seal of opposition is required before the battle, which is intended to tell the opponent to attack next. At the end of the battle, the seal of reconciliation must be concluded, which means that no matter what bad things happen during the battle, each other will be a companion at the end of the battle. These have been taught in theoretical classes, and the two of them are also the kind who concentrate on studying in class, and Iruka doesn't need to re-explain it aside. The two stretched out their left hands, their index fingers and middle fingers closed together on their chests. Next second. Boom! Sasuke's right leg exerted force and slammed deep footprints on the sand, and like a cheetah, Suzuki rushed towards Kuroyoshi swiftly. Most of the schools focus on basic teaching soon after the school starts. That is, shuriken, kunao, physique, and physical training. Although Suzuki has done basic training in the family in advance, he is only ahead of others on these foundations, and has not exceeded the curriculum. Therefore, attacking plain and unpretentious is just a preemptive strike. However, this is enough. Suzuki is confident of his strength. He has been exercising with the ferret since he was 2 years old, and since the age of 3, he often went out hunting wild boars and tigers with bows and arrows and ferrets. Although they basically use soy sauce, the physical stamina and courage that are trained in this process are unmatched by other people in the class. Even if he saw Kuroshi's training in the 9th training ground and recognized his strength, he didn't think he would lose. The speed was very fast, and the distance of 2 or 3 meters came in an instant. In the eyes of the onlookers, Suzuki swished into an afterimage and disappeared, and then immediately appeared in front of Kuroyoshi. The right hand was already clenched, and he slapped towards Kuroshi's face. As for Kuroyoshi, it seems that he hasn't reacted yet, holding the thick paper book in his right hand and pushing his glasses with his left hand, his expression calm, without any change. Reading and reading are silly. This is what most people think, and Naruto Ino even shouted out to remind. But Suzuki snorted badly inside. He had seen Kuroshi's training and didn't think he was so fast that the opponent could not react. The other party's expression was not unresponsive, but rather confident. However, the arrow shot cannot be turned back. Although I don't know what countermeasures Kuroyoshi has, all Suzuki can do is to increase his fist strength. Stop putting on airs there! Suzuki yelled for his courage, and the force of his fist got heavier. As long as my punches are fast and powerful enough, the enemy's countermeasures will not be able to keep up with me. At this moment, Suzuki is full of confidence. No matter how strong his opponent is, he will not be his opponent. A hint of sigh flashed in Kangji's eyes. This guy is so self-confident, does he have any success? But the situation is too much to think about, and Kuroyoshi can only be vigilant in his heart when responding. He tilted his head slightly, avoiding his fists calmly. Then he stretched out his left hand and pulled it towards Sasuke's collar. But Sasuke missed a punch, and on one side of his body, he was actually ready to adjust his posture and continue to attack. That's it. A weirdness flashed in Kuroyoshi's eyes. Generally speaking, a charged attack either defeats the enemy with one blow, or pushes the enemy back, or the attacker must retreat or defend. Because after a charged attack, it's just the old tricks. When the new power is not there, it takes time to launch the second attack. Although you can rely on physical fitness to shorten this time. But when faced with opponents of the same level, this is a flaw. With the help of the sprint, Sasuke took a heavy blow, and after failing, he wanted to adjust his posture in front of him and continue to attack. Don't put me in the eyes? Or, the self-confidence of mystery? Sure enough, before Sasuke adjusted his posture, Kuroyoshi twisted his collar. Then, pulling forward, his left leg stretched out and tripped under the foot while leaning on its side. Sasuke's body suddenly lost balance and fell forward. He also reacted extremely quickly. He stretched out his hands at the moment his body lost his balance, trying to support the ground at the moment he fell, and then took advantage of the momentum to flip his body to fight back. However, without waiting for his actual action, Kuroyoshi behind him took advantage of the momentum and smashed him on his body. The strength and weight suddenly made Sasuke lie on the ground. Kuroyoshi pressed down on Sasuke, pressed his right hand and knee on the back of Sasuke's neck, and his left hand grabbed his hair and pulled it back. As long as he feels his force trying to break free, he will pull his hair back. The pain and difficulty breathing caused by the raised neck made it difficult for him to gather energy. Give up, I won't let go. Kuroyoshi said lightly. Who wants to admit defeat? Sasuke struggled, but it didn't work. On the contrary, it was due to the lack of oxygen caused by the struggle, which caused the face and neck to be flushed. Stop, Kuroyoshi won the match this time. Iruka spoke out in time to stop the fight. Seeing this, Kuroyoshi let go of Sasuke, stood up, and took a few steps back. Sasuke also stood up. He coughed for a while, and after returning to normal breathing, he looked at Iruka unconvincedly. Teacher, don't just pronounce the verdict casually, the battle is not over yet. Sasuke, I can understand that everyone is competitive, but... Iruka shook his head slightly. If you lose, you lose. Face your own shortcomings and make progress through practice. This is the purpose of the practice. But Okay, do you want to question my judgment as a ninja? Iruka said with a straight face. If Kuroyoshi hadn't been merciful just now, your neck would be broken in an instant. Even so, if I don't stop, you will faint because of hypoxia. You should thank your classmates for being merciful. If you are on the battlefield, you have no chance to come back. Sasuke no longer refuted. He lowered his head, biting his lower lip, his fists clenched so that his knuckles turned white. He knew that what Iruka was telling was the truth, but he was unwilling to lose to other peers. At first, he was full of confidence, but he was easily killed by someone. This psychological gap is really unacceptable. Looking at Sasuke like this, Iruka sighed inwardly. Although he hasn't had the age test yet, Sasuke has always been ranked first in his training results on weekdays. Now he was easily defeated by the normally humble Kuroyoshi. This is a bit of a shock to Sasuke, but this world is like this, everything will not go well. If Sasuke can't face up to this failure, it will cause huge hidden dangers to his future ninja career. Therefore, Iruka also changed from the past gentleness, not only did not speak comfortingly, but reprimanded. Sasuke, make the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke raised his head, staring at Kuroyoshi with piercing eyes. Kuroyoshi remained calm and looked at him quietly. Next time, I will definitely win. Sasuke stretched out his right hand to Kuroyoshi, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more vigorous. Kuroyoshi stretched out his right hand and printed with him, with a faint smile on his face, I will never lose. Chapter 48 The Degraded Immortal Crystal. At the end of the battle, Kuroyoshi returned to watch under the tree holding the book. Iruka glanced, and said nothing. Although it is only Chunin, there is still the necessary vision. In previous matches, Kuroshi's reaction, strength, and skills were far from what a first-year student should have. At this moment, Iruka understood. Kuroyoshi didn't take a short run to be lazy in class, but because these courses didn't work for him, so he used it for other purposes. Conduct the exercises in an orderly manner. Iruka took the roster and played in pairs. The onlookers did not pay attention to the two sides of the battle, but talked about the previous battle between Sasuke and Kuroyoshi. In their impression, Kuroshi's performance has never fallen, but it is not excellent, plus the image of a nerd who is immersed in textbooks every day. They subconsciously think that Kuroyoshi is weak, and anyone in the class is better than him. But now, Uchiha was born and performed well on weekdays, but Sasuke, who was far superior to the others, was easily defeated by Kuroyoshi. This is almost a spike. This huge contrast made them unbelievable for a while. Although Naruto Ino and others were happy about it, they were also surprised by surprises and didn't think he could win in advance. Only Shikamaru's expression was taken for granted. From the small details of his words and deeds, he had long guessed that Kuroyoshi was very strong. Although I didn't guess that he would be so strong, defeating Sasuke was expected. Kuroyoshi didn't know the reaction of the students. He is completely immersed in the world of the book. The land of the earth has many mountains and rocks, mostly fragile rock formations, which are natural traps. When performing tasks in that country, you must always pay attention to the touch of the ground. In the deep desert of the Kingdom of Wind, sandstorms often occur. You need to predict the weather before you travel. At night, you need to make it easy for Lion Majesty to poison Sasori and take precautions. The Country of River. This is an extracurricular book that records the geography of various countries in the mainland, and Kuroyoshi is very fascinated by it. When I came back to my senses, the school bell had already rang. It's all this time. Kuroyoshi stood up and stretched, gathered together, and then finished school. Saying goodbye to friends at the door, Kuroyoshi did not go to the nearby drill ground for training, but went straight back home. When the door was closed and locked, Kuroyoshi took out a bunch of hair, and the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Discover the special materials Incomplete Fairy Hair and Residual Power of Indra. You can forge special props Degraded Fairy Crystal. Wait, why is it a degenerate fairy crystallization? Kuroyoshi opened his eyes slightly. This is the hair torn from the previous battle with Sasuke. It stands to reason that it should be forged like a fairy crystal like Naruto's. Why is it degenerate? Kuroyoshi thought hard. It suddenly occurred to me that in the battle between Indra and Ashura, Sage of Six Paths gave Ashura his power. Ashura has the power of 6 paths, but Indra does not. Could it be this reason? Kuroyoshi is not sure, but now, he can only take one step and look one step at a time. Forging. I muttered silently in my mind, and suddenly, there was a bloody crystal the size of a thumb in my hand. Degraded Fairy Crystal, upgradable after swallowing, it will change the blood of the user, awakening the degraded fairy eyes. If the user has the power of 6 paths, the eyes will evolve into completeness over a long period of time. Fairy eyes. It is as expected. Kuroyoshi knew it in his heart. In the anime, Indra doesn't have Rinnegan. Sasuke awakens a Rinnegan because Sage of 6 Paths gave him half of his power. Now neither Sasuke nor Indra has the power of 6 paths, so it is naturally impossible to forge a crystal that can awaken Rinnegan. In the next second, the system prompt confirmed his idea. Ding! It has been detected that the host has swallowed the fairy crystal and has a perfect body. The body contains the power of 6 paths. After swallowing the degraded fairy crystal, the eyes will slowly evolve independently. Ding! It has been detected that host has forged a large number of broken fairy crystals, which can be upgraded with degraded fairy crystals, which can greatly shorten the evolution time of fairy eyes. Is that so? Kuroyoshi pondered slightly. Uchiha Madara bit a piece of meat from Senju Hashirama, seized a chakra belonging to Ashura from it, and then spent decades guiding the power of 6 paths to evolve his eyes into Rinnegan. That's what Kurayashi's situation is now. However, he has the power of 6 paths himself, so he doesn't need to spend time to guide, and the time spent will be much shorter. But how long it will take is still unknown. If Kenjiren didn't understand it, he simply didn't want to. He first took out the fusion of Itaka's fairy crystal and Suzuki to upgrade. The information given by the system has not changed, but the crystal surface has become brighter. Kuroyoshi didn't hesitate, and took out all the crystals of Uchiha and integrated them one by one. After the upgrade, the information given by the system remains unchanged, but the crystal itself has become more shining, containing coveted power. If this is to awaken Mangeki, it should be the strongest Mangeki. Kuroyoshi took the crystal, smiled, and swallowed it in one bite. The crystal ran down the throat, and suddenly turned into red energy and wandered through the body. Every time it wanders around, it will bring green fluorescence and float towards the brain. Affected by this, Kuroyoshi felt refreshed and clear-headed. The state lasted 10 minutes. Kanji took off Swiba's eyes, and then took off the Wanhua mirror. There were suddenly bloody 6-pointed stars in the dark eyes. Kuroyoshi felt that the world had changed and became clearer. Small dust and even germs that were invisible before are clearly visible. Is this Sasuke's Mangeki? Kuroyoshi looked at his hands, he could feel the power in his eyes. Amaterasu, Flame Control, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo. It perfectly combines the abilities of Suzuki and Mangeki of Itaki. The pupil power contained in it far exceeds that of the Wanhua mirror where Itaki and Shisui are fused. Moreover, the pupil power is still getting stronger. Although the magnitude of the increase is so weak that it is imperceptible, the victory is long-lasting. Kuroyoshi felt it for a while. In about 8 years, he could undergo a qualitative change and evolve into Rinnegan. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief. Perfect sage body, eternal Mangeki. Even if he doesn't practice, he will naturally become stronger if he grows older and develops his body. Kakashi was 13 years old, Jainin and Itaka became the captain of Anbu when he was 13 years old. It is impossible to imagine how far he will grow up at the age of 13. It can only be said that the future can be expected. Kanji threw the Wanhua mirror into the system space, and then put on the Swiba glasses. The blood-red eyes returned to normal. He smiled into the mirror, his sharpened. Well, let's grow up honestly now. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Kuroyoshi came to school early. Ignoring the noisy classmates, after greeting a few close friends, I sat back and read the book quietly. Everything in the outside world seems to have nothing to do with him. Chapter 49 Mobile Book Stack and 2 years. Ninja School, the roof of the teaching building. Third Hokage stood by the fence, with a kind face. A group of students sat around, looking forward to him or looking forward to him. Where leaves fly, the fire will burn, the fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout again. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was moved. They may not understand the meaning of this sentence, but they can feel the meaning of the words, and their eyes are full of hope. Even Irika, who was standing behind, smiled proudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, the wrinkles unfolded a lot. On the surface, Kuroyoshi is no different from the others, but he disagrees in his heart. Sacrifice yourself and protect the growth of the new generation. The intention is good, but the lines are full of sorrow and helplessness. Why sacrifice to shelter? It's nothing more than lack of strength and a compelling choice. Of course, this is just a spirit. Kuryoshi Fei said that, it seemed to be a little better. But, no matter what, he did not agree. Dominate everything and make everything go as you please. Even if you don't claim the king's hegemony and plunder others, don't let all tragedies happen by your side. After that, third generation continued to teach many spiritual thoughts to everyone, until the bell rang at the end of the class. It was not enough to shut up. He glanced at the sun in the sky, his old face showed a kind smile. This time the class will end here. Let's talk a little longer. Yet, Master Hokage's class, it's been a long time. I also want to hear how the ancestors fought bloody battles for the village. The crowd wanted to be dissatisfied, and begged the third generation project to continue the lecture. Sarutobi smiled slightly and said, "It will be next time." There was a disappointment from below. Irika stood up angrily. "You are content, Master Hokage has a lot of official duties to deal with. How can you have time to teach all the time? If you want to listen to the class, why do you keep dozing off in my class?" Cut. The crowd raised their middle fingers very shamelessly. In the past 6 months, everyone has become familiar with each other, and they also know the personality of Irika's good old man. So getting along on weekdays is very casual. These little ghosts. The corners of Irika's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on his forehead violently formed a tic-tac-toe. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi also smiled happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure approaching him. Looking intently, it was Naruto. "Naruto, are you okay?" Sarutobi looked at him curiously. "Nothing." Naruto chuckled, suddenly jumped up, stretched out his hand and pulled off his beard, then turned and ran. The sudden change stunned everyone. They looked at third generation, who was holding their chin in pain, and then at Naruto, who laughed and ran away clutching his beard, and it took a long time to recover. "Naruto!" Irika's roar resounded in the sky across the campus. After the incident, Naruto carried a bucket full of water and stood outside the classroom. And Kurayoshi snickered in the toilet with a few strands of beard. Ding! Special material Wise Man's Beard is detected. Special props Smart Hat and Mobile Book Stack can be forged. Whether or not to forge. Kuroyoshi used the Book of Omniscience to read it. And after confirming that there was no one nearby, he chose forging. In the next second, a doctor's hat and a thick leather book with a black iron cover appeared in his hands. The hat looks no different from an ordinary doctor's hat. There are many simple portraits on the cover of the black iron cover book, which exudes a simple and heavy atmosphere as a whole. Well, holding it in your hand is really heavy. Educated hat, when wearing it, you will have extremely high wisdom, and you can quickly remember and understand the knowledge of ninjutsu. Mobile library, records Konoha's forbidden technique ninjutsu, excluding family secrets, and will automatically include the holder's knowledge of ninjutsu and forbidden technique. The erudite hat and the Swiba glasses have the same effect. However, Swiba glasses only improve the state of learning, while the erudite hat enhances people's wisdom. The two complement each other and can exert a stronger effect. And the mobile library, just the Konoha forbidden technique recorded above, is enough to become the treasure of countless ninjas in the ninja world. What's more, it also has the function of record holders with knowledge of ninjutsu. If used well, it is not impossible to collect all the ninjutsu in the world. Kuroyoshi read it roughly, and it recorded many familiar ninjutsu forbidden techniques, including wood style of first generation, impure world reincarnation of second generation, flying thunder god, raise nan of fourth generation, Chidori of Kakashi, etc. Kuroyoshi just took a look and drooled. Unfortunately, many forbidden technique ninjutsu require special physique or talent to learn. Because in public, Kuroyoshi just took a glance and threw it into the system space reluctantly. And, I won't look through it for a short time. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to go step by step. He did not forget Ataka's suggestion. Until you have practiced shuriken and swordsmanship enough to compete with the enemy in actual combat, you will not be distracted to learn ninjutsu. Doing so will only hinder your progress. He believes that with the talent of the soul of weapons, he will soon be able to complete this practice. When it falls, the foundation is solid. In addition, the software, mobile library, and hardware, Sage Body Fairy Eyes, are complete. It is like a flat river, and you can move fast by riding a horse. As time goes by, the white horse flies. Unknowingly, Kurayoshi spent 2 spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the ninja school. In the past 2 years, he almost lived a repetitive life. Morning exercises, go to school to absorb knowledge, and practice after school. This is true almost every day. Monotonous, boring, but extremely fulfilling. With the help of Swiba glasses, Kuroyoshi has completed 6 years of studies at the ninja school, and every theory class is a well-deserved number 1. The actual performance is even more crushing for the whole year. As he grows older, he grows a lot taller, and his body strength naturally increases. Although he didn't exercise his body like masochistic like in the past, he spent a lot of time practicing shuriken and swordsmanship every day, and his physical fitness was also strengthened. Although it is not as fast as the special physical training, it also maintains a stable posture every day. Nowadays, there are few people in Chunin who can compete for speed and power alone. The amount of chakra has reached the level of 5% of the ring of Kurama. And physical endurance. Haha, compare this to the perfect sage body. It's not Kurayoshi bragging. Currently Konoha, apart from Guy, no one can beat him. Moreover, for the past 2 years, he has been practicing shuriken and swordsmanship every day. Now, the shuriken can hit 100% within 10 meters, and the moving target can maintain a 70% chance. And swordsmanship. As early as a year ago, he was able to retract and release freely, and he could not easily reveal flaws in actual combat. But now, with his sword swing, the wind he brought up contained sharpness. The bamboo mat can be cut within half a meter. In addition to combat experience, his strength is already among the elite of Chunin's elite, even ordinary players in Anbyo can't match him. Chapter 50, Cautious Ninja. Relying on the foundation to reach this level, Kurayoshi felt that it was time to learn ninjutsu. On this day, he asked for leave from the school. Then he returned home and locked the door behind him. Turn on the light. Kurayoshi sat in the center of the dojo, took out the practice scroll given by Ataki, and opened it for reading. Learning ninjutsu is not something you can learn by knowing how to use it. Also need to meet the corresponding requirements. That is the morphological change of chakra and nature transformation. Putting aside things like curses, 99% of ninjutsu is in form. And Master Chakra's shape change can shape ninjutsu. Such as Earth Flow Wall, such as Water Dragon Bomb, such as Great Fireball. One of them is in the form of a wall, one is in the form of a dragon, and the other is in the form of a fireball. According to the complexity and simplicity of the shape, the control requirements for the change of the shape of the caster chakra are also different. If you have enough control over chakra's shape changes, even the same ninjutsu can play a different flower. Biru carved a dog's head on the Tulio wall. Of course, if you want to learn ninjutsu, it is not enough to only change the form of chakra, you also need to learn chakra's nature transformation. Take Great Fireball as an example. This is a ninjutsu that mobilizes chakra through Jaiin and then sprays it into a fireball. This process not only needs to shape the sprayed chakra into a spherical shape, but also needs to transform the sprayed chakra into fire and make it burn. Chakra nature transformation, which does not have fire attributes, is just a ball of diffused chakra balls, without any power. Of course, there are ninjutsu that can be used only by changing the form of chakra. Such as clone technique, transformation technique, raise nan. especially Rei's Nan. Because of the continuous rotation and compression of the form, the control requirements for the changes in the chakra form almost reached the ultimate. If you can learn Rei's Nan, then learn other ninjutsu in the future without worrying about not having enough control over chakras changes in form. In addition, there are some that don't seem to need attribute changes, but they actually involve changes in yin and yang attributes. For example, the secret technique of the Nara family involves the change of the yin attribute, and the secret technique of the Akamichi family involves the change of the yang attribute. To put it plainly, chakra's shape change is the control of chakra. Kuroyoshi has conducted tree climbing and treading water training, which can meet most of the learning requirements of ninjutsu, so for the time being, no further training of chakra form changes is needed. And chakra's nature transformation, this is the skill of Jainin to become a master, and it takes a long time to practice to become a master. In the anime, Naruto uses Shadow Clone to speed up his practice, which is about 20 years or so when converted into normal practice progress. But that is just an attribute. Even if Naruto's talent is not good, this time is too long, which indirectly shows how difficult it is to change Master Chakra's attributes. This is why most ninjas don't know how to escape, even if they can, there are only one or two types. Even Jainin is also the case. In the anime, with all the attribute changes of Grandmaster, thousands of types of ninjutsu can be used to describe the power of Third Hokage and Kakashi, and this is the reason. Because the attributes of Master Chakra are too difficult to change. What? You told me that Ataka can play Great Fireball at the age of 5, and the two pillars can also be learned at about 6 years old. People are geniuses, do geniuses understand? Kakashi used at least 2 types of ninjutsu when he was not at the Jainin school. At the age of 13, he created the ninjutsu Chidori that requires ultimate form change and nature transformation. There is no comparison between people. As for Kuroyoshi, he is confident in practicing chakra's nature transformation. Even if the talent is not good, you can learn Naruto's practice with Shadow Clone. He is the perfect ring of Sage Body and Kurama. Compared with Naruto, the amount of chakra is only a lot more, and the recovery speed is much faster. However, before that, you need to test your own chakra attributes. Although, he probably guessed his attributes. But it is better to confirm. Kuroyoshi took out the chakra test paper purchased in advance, and then output the chakra. Suddenly, the chakra test paper reacted. One corner was wrinkled, one corner burned, one corner soaked, one corner turned into pieces, and then the center was separated as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. Looking at the changes in the chakra test paper, a smile appeared at the corner of Kurayoshi's mouth. Sure enough, it's all attributes. Chakra's attributes have a total of 7 attributes: wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. Everyone is born with at least 2 or more attributes. Either yin plus 1 of the 5 natural attributes, or yang plus 1 of the 5 natural attributes. But in addition to natural attributes, they can also be acquired. In the anime, Obito, Sasuke, and Naruto originally had only 2 or 3 attributes, but after obtaining half of the power of 6 paths, the attributes became 6. He didn't know how many attributes Kuroyoshi originally possessed. But from the moment he absorbed the fairy crystals and obtained the perfect sage body, he had at least 6 chakra attributes. The reason why it is not 7 is because sage body belongs to yang. He doesn't know whether he has yin in his original attributes. If not, it is yang plus 5 natural attributes. However, if Manjiki of Kuroyoshi can use Tsukuyomi, it means that he has the yin attribute. Yin attribute represents the power of the spirit, yin escape technique can create a form invisibly, yang attribute represents the power of the body, and yang shield technique can inject life into the form. In general, most of the ninjutsu related to the body and chakra belong to the yang attribute, that is, yang yun, such as the Akamichi family's doubling technique, the Senju family's strange power, and medical ninjutsu. Most of the ninjutsu related to spirits belong to the yin attribute, that is, yin dun. Like most illusions, the secret arts of the Nara clan also use yin attributes to transform shadows. After understanding his own chakra attributes, Kurayoshi began to consider which attribute changes to learn first. The practice scroll given by Itaki records the fire attribute practice method, followed by a series of fire-style secret techniques of the Uchiha family. And he understands through animation and knows how to practice wind attributes. Logically speaking, Kuroyoshi should choose the fire attribute. However, due to the influence of anime, Kuroyoshi is somewhat unwelcome to fire style. Although it is huge and handsome, but immune to death people. Moreover, he knew that Rasengan's cultivation method and his cultivation style changed. He could develop the Rasen Shuriken in the future. Moreover, in the process of practicing Rasen, you can increase your control over chakra, and you will get twice the result with half the effort when you practice other ninjutsu in the future. However, whether it is the practice wind attribute or the fire attribute, the movement is not small. Even if you choose a remote training place to practice, it is difficult to hide from the third generation. So here comes the problem. Where did you know the practice method? Therefore, before practicing, one has to obtain an open and honest way of cultivating. Moreover, it takes a lot of time to practice chakra nature transformation, so he has to find a reason to take a long vacation from the ninja school. As for why not graduate early? You're so dumb. Don't have a stable developmental environment, you have to run to take risks. There is no guarantee of 100% life-saving. Even if Naruto and the others graduated, Kuroyoshi will deliberately underperform and choose to repeat the grade. Yes, I am the prudent ninja in the legend.